Someone or something is thinking about the spirit of healing, a legendary being that resonates with all things in the world and performs miracles. It is said to possess incredible beauty and power, being revered as a goddess in the human world. A creature keeps thinking that, with such a reputation, it believes the goddess should be able to heal Katniss too. Then, it starts praying to the spirit of healing, whom everyone says can cure all the world's ailments. It pleads for the deity to appear and swears that, if she lends her power, it will offer a worthy price in return. With that, it starts shouting for the spirit of healing to respond, and a magic circle is created. However, a human appears instead, leaving the creature who was summoning stunned, as well as the human himself, who has no idea what's going on. The creature watches the summoning and wants to know if he is the supposed goddess of healing, thinking that humans really do have strange beauty standards. Then, it approaches and comments that more important than looks is his ability, and asks the human to lend his power. Meanwhile, he thinks he finally died. The human in question is a 32-year-old veterinarian named Kim Oh-jin. He studied 2 years of pre-veterinary and 4 years of college. After graduating, he worked 3 years as a salaried veterinarian. Then, he finally opened his own clinic, but had no clients. His nights were long. He couldn't sleep because of the bills. And just when rent and loan interest were drowning him to the point of considering suicide, he ended up being summoned to another world. After getting up, Kim wonders if he died of a heart attack while trying to sleep, but figures that dying in his sleep wouldn't have been a bad way to go. However, upon looking around and realizing he's in a damn freezing cave, surrounded by gold and jewels that seem to drag him into the fires of hell, and a giant, fierce, talking lizard bigger than an elephant, he concludes that he definitely went to hell. So he asked the creature in front of him what's going to happen to him now. The dragon explains that he just needs to treat his pet. Kim thinks that even after dying, he still has to be a vet, and so he's sure this must be hell. He also assumes the creature's pet must be a 3-headed hellhound. The dragon brings out the pet to be healed and asks the human to please cure him. This is Katniss, a fruit bat. Kim immediately recognizes it as a bat and is very surprised. But just by looking at the little creature, he can tell it's unwell, it's skinny, and seems to have no energy. So, he switches to vet mode, picks up the little guy, and immediately wants to know its name, how long the dragon has had it, and when the symptoms started. The dragon says the pet's name is Katniss, and that he's been taking care of him for about a week, and that apparently having a pet bat is trendy. Since he was the only one who didn't have one, he thought he'd try raising one too. He saw the little guy stuck at the entrance of a dungeon and picked him up. The protagonist can't believe what he just heard and thinks this is the second type of owner he hates most, the kind who irresponsibly gets pets just because it's trendy. However, he explains that Katniss is really skinny and wants to know if the dragon has been feeding him properly. The creature says not really, because his pet barely eats, but emphasizes that he hunts fresh animals every day and gives their blood to his pet to drink, but it doesn't even touch it. Kim lowers his head and starts having flashbacks, realizing that the dragon also falls into the 5th type of hated pet owner, the one who doesn't research the animal they adopted. The dragon grows worried and wants to know if his pet has a serious illness and what he can do. Kim becomes furious and yells at the dragon, explaining that his pet is a fruit bat and can't drink blood, no matter how much the owner gives him. The dragon says that the other dragons told him they fed theirs with blood. The vet explains it's because the others are a different species, and that theirs are most likely vampire bats, while his is a frugivore species. He then says Katniss can only eat fruit, and asks if the dragon made his pet starve for an entire week. By giving it blood it couldn't even drink. The creature gets embarrassed and tries to argue that it's his first time raising a bat. Kim goes crazy with anger and yells that this is Agdibrois. This is exactly why the dragon should have researched it, because if he's going to take care of a living being, he should at least have that minimum level of responsibility. He then yells even louder, asking what the hell is up with the temperature. Because it's so cold, he thinks the poor bat might wake up in the middle of hibernation. The dragon explains it's because he's from an ice species. Kim adds that, in that case, he shouldn't be raising pets if he can't provide the right environment. The creature watches the protagonist and thinks that this was to be expected, because he believes the legendary spirit of healing really crushed him with his presence. Meanwhile, the vet really wants to know why the hell anyone would want to raise a creature just because it's trendy. The dragon thinks about telling the human how dare he be so arrogant in front of a dragon, but knows there's no way to argue back. And looking at Catlis, he wonders what the hell he's done for someone who claims to love nature, because he knows that, no matter how small, the creature in front of him is still a life, and that, as the spirit of healing said, he should have taken responsibility. So he picks up Catlis and tells him that, because of his selfishness and ignorance, he made him suffer. He apologizes and says he'll prepare fresh fruit for him right now and then return him to where he came from. The dragon thanks Catlis and makes it clear that his pet's happiness is more important than his greed. Kim listens to all this and thinks that hell is more reasonable than he imagined. Then the dragon thanks the protagonist for giving him that huge reality check and, as promised, says he'll pay the price for using his power. Kim asks that in his next life they let him be born as an oil-rich Arab prince, or reincarnate as a filthy rich villain heir. The dragon wants to know what the hell that means, and if it's some language from the spirit realm. The protagonist is puzzled and wonders what exactly is this spirit of healing the dragon keeps mentioning. Then the dragon offers an item and says he will grant him a magical artifact imbued with his divine power, and that with it, the protagonist will be able to create whatever he wants. However, he warns that if he has bad intentions, he won't be able to use it. And while the protagonist is in shock, not understanding what's happening, the dragon thanks him again. Then he asks him to return safely. So something starts happening around the protagonist, and he wonders if this is really the afterlife, until he realizes he's living something that only happens in comics. With that, he starts screaming, asking the dragon to wait, and that if his wish is to return to life, then send him back to the early days of Bitcoin. But it's too late, and he's sent back. Meanwhile, the dragon heads toward the cave entrance to get fruit for his pet. Somewhere, a bright light shines. It's the protagonist returning. He laments having lost the once-in-a-lifetime chance, since he could have asked the dragon for that golden plot of land in Nyundong, and should have asked for Earth's stocks to rise again. Shocked at himself, Kim comments that he should have trained to make wishes faster, because all he got for being summoned was a cursed necklace. Looking at the artifact, he wonders if it's really imbued with the dragon's divine power and what he'll do with it, until he gets an idea and realizes the dragon didn't even explain how to use the artifact. At that moment, a guy appears and wants to know what the protagonist is doing standing there, blocking the way. Then he throws Kim aside and makes it clear he should get out of the way. The protagonist is confused by this, but he hears a noise and is surprised to see several people on the street selling all kinds of things. A man bumps into him and tells him to move out of the way. Kim touches his shoulder and realizes the bump was real, so he wonders if he reincarnated or if it could be possession. But he quickly remembers that the dragon said he would send him back home. At that moment, a girl calls out to the protagonist and asks him to buy some fruit, saying they're sweet, almost like honey. Kim walks up to her and asks where exactly he is. She wants to know if he's lost, because judging by his clothes, which are pretty weird, she figures he must be a traveler. She explains that this is the Belmore region, south of Baron Doyle's domain, but she emphasizes that there's not much to see there, although the inns and shops are all lined up, so travelers always stop by. That's why she wants to know where he's from. Kim is stunned, thinking the dragon messed up, but answers that he's from a very faraway place. She replies that he must be from some village at the end of the world. But just as she says that, both she and the protagonist turn around in shock. Several crates of apples fall to the ground, and a creature starts eating several carrots at once. It's a giant floppy-eared rabbit named Elizabeth, who overeats when stressed. People panic and run away from the huge creature. Kim wonders if it's really normal to have monsters walking around like that. The girl asks what he's talking about, but says the creature in front of them is Lord Melmore's pet bunny. Then she suggests he should run too while he still can. The protagonist turns around, confused by the term bunny, but the girl doesn't hesitate and runs off. Kim turns as he hears screams. A child is on the ground, crying for her mother, near the huge creature, who opens her massive mouth to try to eat the little girl. Kim gets extremely worried and wonders how the hell that's just a bunny. He runs off, thinking he's never heard of anyone dying from a rabbit bite. The creature is about to bite the child, but the protagonist gets there just in time and saves her. After they fall to the ground, he asks if she's okay and what the hell is going on, but Elizabeth goes after them. Kim is terrified, thinking he's going to die and that he shouldn't have gotten involved. So he closes his eyes and thinks it's not his fault, it's the bunny owners. Then he starts thinking that if someone's going to walk around with a giant animal, at least put a damn leash on it. At that moment, the necklace he got from the dragon begins to glow. A strange energy comes out of the necklace and heads toward the creature, who becomes very frightened. The energy begins to wrap around Elizabeth, forming a collar. Kim tries to understand what's happening and realizes he managed to stop the giant creature. The people hiding see this and start wondering if the protagonist is some kind of mage, since he managed to tame the giant rabbit with a single move. A little girl asks her sister, the same girl who had been talking to the protagonist earlier, if he's some kind of wizard. She replies that she thought he was just a regular traveler. Kim is still confused, trying to understand what's happening, since he just thought of something and it ended up happening. Then, a man comes running and yelling, worried about his bunny. He looks at his servants and comments that they couldn't catch his pet, and because of that, makes it clear that everyone's salary will be cut. Then he gets excited and calls his pet for another walk. But he's soon shocked to see that his pet is tied up and immediately wants to know who tied up his Elizabeth. He then turns furiously when he sees the protagonist holding her. Then he wants to know what Kim thinks he's doing with his baby. Kim apologizes for restraining her without permission, but points out that someone almost died. The chubby guy hugs his creature and says there's no way his bunny would do something like that, and tells the protagonist to let her go and back off. Kim gets furious and tells the owner that if he's so sure, why doesn't he stick his head in her mouth, thinking this is one of those owners he hates most, ones who never admit their pets could do anything wrong. He then asks if the guy has any idea how strong a rabbit's bite is. He says she could crush his soft skull like a boiled potato. The man gets scared and asks what's with that insolent look and if the protagonist wants to die. Watching the argument, the little girl asks her sister why her heart is beating fast and what is this feeling. She replies that it's called satisfaction. They're enjoying seeing how the chubby guy is being treated. The protagonist looks more closely at the creature and notices some scars. Then he lowers his head and tries to hold back, telling himself that he's a civilized adult and he'll manage to stay calm. He then tells the owner that, in any case, judging by the shape of her ears, she seems to be a lop-eared rabbit. But pet rabbits don't go for walks, and even if they did, a crowded place like this shouldn't allow it. He explains that rabbits are territorial animals and get extremely stressed in unfamiliar environments, and asks if she's shown signs of self-harm or aggressive behavior. The chubby man is surprised and says that lately she's been pulling out a lot of her fur by herself, and asks how Kim knows that. Kim emphasizes that it's one of the common behaviors when they're stressed, and if it continues, she could become seriously ill or have her life drastically shortened. The chubby man gets really scared and asks if his Elizabeth could really die. Kim makes it clear that if he doesn't like the idea, then he should stop with those insane walks to begin with. Worried about his pet, the Baron wants to know how she'll get exercise. Kim says that it's perfectly possible even at home. He then looks at her and says he knows the chubby guy really loves his pet, but emphasizes that rabbits are extremely sensitive animals, and spoiling them isn't enough. What matters is proper care with knowledge and attention. The chubby man is surprised and says that it seems the protagonist truly loves rabbits. He then starts crying and says people always look down on him, claiming only noble ladies raise rabbits, and he never thought he'd meet such a dedicated rabbit enthusiast. So he asks if the protagonist works with that. Kim is shocked by the look on the noble's face, but replies that it's more or less what he does. The chubby guy claps his hands and asks the butler to handle everything he brought. As the butler delivers the items, the chubby man says it's not much, but hopes the protagonist will accept it, and says he'd be grateful if Kim could do a checkup on Elizabeth from time to time. He then runs over to her and shouts that he's sorry and didn't know it was so hard for her. Kim is left confused and thinks this definitely isn't the kind of place he wants to visit often. The people who were hiding come rushing over once they realize the Baron is gone, and they shout their thanks for getting him to leave in such style, saying they were constantly suffering because of that damn rabbit. The girl from earlier approaches Kim and says that thanks to him, they can finally work in peace. She then asks if he likes apples, because she's going to give him a huge discount. He replies that he just got transported here and has no money at all. The girl wants to know why he's worried after all. The Baron just loaded him up with cash. She says she knows he may be a bit annoying, but if there's one thing he has, it's a lot of money. Kim takes a few coins from the pouch, bites them, and concludes that it really is gold. The girl tells him that what he just put in his mouth is a gold coin. And while he's still in disbelief at the coin's value being recognized in any world, she emphasizes that just because it shines doesn't mean he should stick it in his mouth. Kim wonders if there's a way to take the coins back to his original world. Then he asks how much a commercial space there would cost. The girl wants to know why his eyes are shining like that. So the protagonist gets an idea and says he's going to open a second branch right there, and with the money he earns, he'll pay off the debt from the first branch in the real world. Sometime later, Kim thanks everyone for being there and says he thinks all the expected candidates have arrived. Looking at them, he comments that he hopes one of them is the chosen one. Then he takes a deep breath and asks if they can begin the game of life or death. This is the job interview for Kim Ojin's veterinary clinic team. A few days earlier, the protagonist went to the Baron and said he wanted to open a veterinary clinic. The chubby guy asked if he really intended to settle there and what he would need: money, a house, or land. So the Baron showed him a house and told him it was his. Kim was very impressed with what he had just received and thought that, in the end, the most important thing in life was connections. With that, the opening of his branch went super well, and as soon as people found out he was settling there, the Baron even prepared a shop. While cleaning the place, he noticed there was a lot of rabbit stuff, but didn't care since he got the spot for free. So now that he had a shop, all he needed was to make the business succeed. However, he knew he still didn't know much about the place, especially about the dragon he had met. And because of that, he figured he'd need to find him again to return to the real world, since the dragon had said he would send him back, but ended up dumping him there. Then he started putting up notices, saying he needed someone who knew the region well and had knowledge of animal medicine. And so, back to real time, the job interviews began at the veterinary clinic branch. The first interviewee introduces himself as Thomas, the second son among 3 brothers and 2 sisters, born of a strict father and a kind mother. That's why he trained both his body and his character. Kim evaluates the first candidate and thinks he has no personality at all. The second interviewee says his name is Philip and that his family has worked with animals for generations. Kim is surprised and wants to know what exactly his family does. Philip pulls out a cleaver and says they run a butcher shop, and he's handled animals since he was a child. He also emphasizes that no one in the region handles a knife better than him. Kim evaluates the second candidate and thinks he needs to be very careful with whom he hires, because apparently there are way too many crazies in this world. Then he calls in the third candidate, but as soon as he sees the guy, he figures that judging by his face, he probably already chopped someone up. Still, he thinks he can't judge by appearance. So he asks the third candidate why he applied for the job. The guy starts shouting, asking if the protagonist is the famous mage, saying he searched everywhere for him and begs to be used as a doormat. Kim is stunned and decides that from now on, he absolutely will judge people by their appearance. The lunatic starts approaching him in a weird way, and Kim wants to know what the guy is doing. Then he shouts, telling him to stay away. At that moment, someone calls the protagonist director and asks when it will be their turn. While Kim is desperately trying to stop the crazy guy from doing anything, he wants to know if that person really thinks it's a good time to ask that. The person asks if they should clean up the mess. In a total panic, the protagonist replies, yes. So the person lands a massive punch on the lunatic who was trying to grab the protagonist, slamming him hard into the wall. Then she introduces herself as Selena, saying she's a traveling animal specialist and also performs basic procedures. To sum it up, she believes she has the experience for the position. Without hesitation, Kim gives Selena a score of 100 and tells her she's hired. Kim thinks that's how a veterinary technician was hired at his affiliate clinic in another world. The next day, Kim is thinking about the hot sun and the welcoming new environment, but he realizes it's already late and there's no sign of his new employee. He admits he hired her on impulse and wonders where he should post a new job listing. Then someone knocks at the door and he thinks she finally arrived. So he goes to the door and, as he opens it, asks if she had a good lunch. But it's not his employee. It's a guy who laughs and says he hasn't eaten yet and asks if he was supposed to. Kim immediately wants to know who the guy is. After they enter, the protagonist starts buttering him up and asks if he prefers water or tea. The man replies he prefers tea. While preparing it, Kim thinks that his first customer at the new branch has finally arrived, thinking this is the first step to paying off his debt in the real world. He concludes that this time it's going to work because he's already analyzed all the mistakes of the first clinic. Back in his first clinic days, after explaining that the dog's front paw injury was properly treated, he emphasized that the pup seemed to have tartar buildup and that the owner would need to brush its teeth frequently. The dog owner, looking discouraged, asked if he really had to do that because it sounded annoying. Without filtering his words, the protagonist asked why the owner would even bother. Might as well let the tartar build up, the gums swell, the teeth fall out, and just go to hell already. After that, he saw a review of his clinic online, with many people saying the owner was insane and didn't know how to talk to people. Remembering that, he knew he didn't control his temper back then, and that his mouth was his downfall. But now he plans to win people over with charm and price. So he asks the guy in front of him where the pet is. The man shows that the animal is in his pocket and says his name is Pojak, and he's a lizard. Kim is impressed when he sees the creature. He reflects that he thought all animals in that world were nuts after that giant rabbit, but luckily, what he's seeing looks like a normal lizard. Then he tries to hold it in when he realizes the pet is in the owner's pocket and asks where the cage is. But his conscience, because of the debt, tells him to stay calm. Maybe the owner doesn't have anywhere else to put the pet. The guy yells, saying it's cooler to keep his pet in his pocket, which makes Kim furious. His conscience begs him not to react and just focus on work. The client wants to know why the vet is gripping the table like that. After calming down and thinking he finally managed to control himself, Kim asks why the owner brought Pojak and if he's sick. The guy says it's because his pet seems really weak and that he's also sensitive to cold. Kim explains that's normal for lizards. The client also says that when he grabbed the lizard's tail, it fell off. Kim holds back again and says that's also normal. The client says he'll trust the protagonist and asks him to make his pet healthy. Kim, seeing how the client is asking, suddenly remembers the dragon because it was in the same tone. So he thinks the real problem isn't the animal, it's the owner. Still, because he doesn't trust the owner, he thinks it's best to do a checkup. After picking up Pojak, he notices something strange about the creature's skin. Kim comments that it looks like Pojak has dysectasis, a condition where the skin shedding process doesn't go properly. The client asks the protagonist to be very careful when touching him, since Pojak is a bit aggressive, as he was picked up from the street. While Kim touches the creature's skin, it starts to get annoyed. Then, it fills its mouth with something, which leaves the protagonist quite confused, trying to understand what's going on. At that moment, Pojak opens its mouth, and a powerful fireball appears. Quickly, Selena shows up, grabs Kim by the shirt, and pulls him out of the way of the creature's fireball. She makes it clear that he almost got a face full of fire from a salamander, and that she almost lost her boss on the first day. However, Kim is pinned to the wall from the impact. Then he comments that maybe it would have been better to be hit by the fireball. After that, Kim concludes that, to begin with, he can't examine Pojak with bare hands, since, being a salamander-type creature, It spits fire when it feels threatened. While the protagonist wants to know if there's something like fireproof clothing around, Selena asks the owner where he got the salamander. The guy says he picked it up back on the mountain, that it was love at first sight, and he brought it right away. But he wants to know if maybe she's jealous. She replies no, but wants to know, to begin with, if it's not illegal to capture salamanders from there, since they are too wild to be kept at home, and their numbers are already low due to illegal hunting. The guy is completely shocked to hear that, and asks if that means he can't keep Pojak. Selena replies that, unfortunately, no, because it's illegal, as she mentioned, but she asks the owner not to worry too much, because she thinks that if they say they're just treating Pojak temporarily, people will probably let it slide, as long as the owner releases him back into the wild after the treatment. At that moment, the guy turns around, starts crying, and says he'll never let go of Pojak. Then he runs off. Kim is shaking with rage and wants to know what the hell is wrong with the owner. Selena guesses maybe he decided to leave. The protagonist looks at her with a sinister expression and says they haven't even started treating the animal, so he wants to know where the owner thinks he's going and why she just stood there watching. Therefore, he orders Selena to go after him immediately. She finds it strange, but replies that she will. Meanwhile, in the city, the girl is all happy organizing her fruit stand since she knows the Lord's rabbit isn't around, and life has become more enjoyable. She thinks that as long as the creature is busy playing with the Lord, there's no way the stand will be wrecked anytime soon, until she sees several people running. Selena and the protagonist are chasing after Pojak's owner. They pass by the fruit stand, and Kim is already exhausted, begging them to catch the owner for God's sake. The girl realizes it's the guy from before. She turns and says she doesn't know what's going on, but this time, she won't get involved. The guy, while crying, keeps wondering why the veterinary clinic staff are still chasing him and whether they're jealous of his pet. So he shouts for Pojak not to worry, thinking this is also a test for them, but makes it clear that no one will separate them. Kim keeps yelling, saying the salamander needs to shed its skin and that the owner should stop. The chase continues through the whole city until Selena and Kim stop briefly, and he comments that the scumbag owner is really fast. She emphasizes that her boss needs to work out more. Then she asks if the salamander really didn't manage to shed. He replies yes and explains that, in addition, it already has 2 or 3 overlapping layers, so he thinks they need to be removed as soon as possible. Selena becomes serious and says they need to hurry and find the owner. Kim asks why she looks worried. She says that if a salamander doesn't shed, the fire builds up inside it, and when that fire reaches an unbearable level, it leads to uncontrollable rage. She points out that a salamander's rage is really dangerous and could even destroy the entire area. Kim gets worried and says they need to find him quickly to try to prevent a bigger disaster. Meanwhile, the owner arrives at a place and thinks everything seems fine there, and that those lunatics probably won't follow him there. He puts Pojak on the table and says they're safe now. He feels happy and thinks he needs to celebrate the moment with a beautiful song. But while he babbles, he doesn't notice his salamander building up a fireball, which keeps growing by the second, until it starts to emit a strong glow that catches his attention. He turns to see what the glow is, and an explosion happens. While on the ground, the owner screams in pain. As he gets up, he looks at the fire in front of him, wondering what just happened. Seeing his pet in the center of the flames, he starts shouting and asking if it was the one who caused all that. He approaches and asks if his pet is mad at him, but says that even so, he can't go around setting things on fire. As he reaches his hand toward the creature, it feels threatened again and quickly prepares another fire blast, scaring the owner. As soon as Pojak fires it, the owner thinks his pet couldn't be doing this, since they're family. But right then, Selena arrives and pulls the owner out of the way, and the protagonist quickly grabs Pojak, who's still releasing intense heat. Kim asks his assistant if the creature's fury targets people. She explains that Pojak has completely lost reason and emphasizes that if they leave things as they are, the fire will only grow stronger, so they need to calm him down. Kim starts shaking Pojak back and forth, trying to figure out how to do that. And just as the little creature prepares another attack, The protagonist thinks that if only they had a fire extinguisher. At that moment, the necklace he got from the dragon starts glowing intensely, and suddenly, a fire extinguisher appears in the protagonist's hand. He's surprised, but doesn't think twice and sprays it right in the creature's face. Pojak is confused, but Kim keeps spraying. He then thinks that the necklace he received is really useful. After putting out the flames, Selena comments that it looks like they managed to calm things down and asks Pojak's owner if he's okay. He's still pretty shaken, but upon learning it was his pet's rage that caused all that, he says that means his pet doesn't hate him, and if it weren't for that, Pojak wouldn't have attacked him. He adds that once Pojak sheds his skin, everything will be fine, and now he can take better care of him from now on. Kim can't believe the owner's words and wonders if he's really being serious. So he asks if that's all he has to say about the situation they just went through. He replies yes and tells the protagonist not to worry, since his feelings for Pojak haven't changed, and they can rebuild the house. Kim snaps and yells, explaining that because of the owner's irresponsibility in not listening to someone who understands the matter, his house burned down, the neighbor's house could have burned too, and people could have gotten hurt. So he asks if everything turned out fine just because the owner is okay. The owner looks a bit embarrassed and explains that's why he said he'll take better care of Pojak from now on. Kim takes a deep breath and tries to hold back so he doesn't lose his temper. He then makes it clear that he shouldn't raise wild animals irresponsibly, since they have their own environment to live in. And besides, he emphasizes that bringing them in just because they're cute, without truly knowing the animal's ecology, he wants to know if the owner really thinks that's what love is. Because if Pojak goes into a rage again, he asks if the owner is confident he can handle the creature on his own. The owner gets really upset and can't say anything. Kim also states that life can't be sustained by affection alone. After the protagonist explains all that, some time passes, and, in a certain part of the forest, he's impressed, saying that now that Pojak has shed his skin, he looks much healthier. Selena comments that the creature's appearance looks good too. However, they start wondering how the creature grew so fast in such a short time. Still very puzzled, Kim wants to know how such a big body fit inside the shell. Selena replies that that's the mystery of nature. Meanwhile, the owner is feeling pretty down, thinking about how much his pet has grown and that he probably won't need him anymore. Tears well up in his eyes as he thinks that his pet is returning to the vast nature that can embrace his existence. So he yells, telling his little one that he must be happy and that he's letting him go because he loves him. As the owner babbles, the protagonist covers his ears and begs him to stop doing that, or he'll mess with the creature's instincts. With that, Pojak runs off, and his owner shouts after him. The guy is disappointed, wondering how his pet could leave without saying goodbye. Selena tries to console him and tells him to relax, since salamanders don't understand the concept of ownership. She emphasizes that they probably just saw him as a food-bringing servant. The guy asks if that's supposed to be comforting, but they don't notice someone approaching. It's Pojak, who opens his mouth and starts forming a huge fireball. Everyone turns around, startled, but the creature turns his attack into a display of fireworks, which surprises his owner, the protagonist, and his assistant. The guy is thrilled by the farewell and says Pojak really is amazing. And with that, the first patient completed his treatment. Later, back in the city, the guy is playing his guitar surrounded by a crowd. As he sings and says his name is Roisha, he performs a song dedicated to the protagonist, with a special appearance by the Starlight Children's Choir. Roisha continues the song, joined by another special guest, the artist Djembe Foamhead. Selena says Roisha is a well-known bard in the region. The protagonist doesn't like any of this, and wonders if he's really a bard. But he notices a lot of people around staring at him and saying he's the music mage the bard is singing about. Then he gets an idea he thinks could make a lot of money. He holds up a banner that says the artist is a genius and claims this is real music and that it's the first time a song has moved him. A few days after the song's release, at the protagonist's veterinary clinic, several people are knocking at the door, wanting to know what time they'll open. Kim wonders if he should quit, as they're experiencing an unprecedented boom. After several hours of consultations, there are still people outside. With an exhausted expression, Kim says the checkup is over and asks the client to return next week for a follow-up. Selena teases her boss's expression and says that before next week, she'll probably be preparing his death certificate. Out of his mind, the protagonist keeps saying he needs to earn as much as possible while he can. Selena points out that his lifespan is also being drastically reduced. Kim notes that it's already been a month since he arrived there, and that, thanks to the Lord, his second branch is a huge success. In the early days, he also struggled with so many clients, but after seeing how much money he made in a single day, he always kept calling in the next customer, even when the clinic was closed. Because of that, he concludes that what he's learned about the world there, while treating patients, is that even in this world, humans' best friends are dogs and cats, only some breeds are a bit different. After a long day of work, he starts feeling his shoulder, stretches, and comments that he's really tired. But Selena tells him they still have the last client of the day. Kim wants to know what kind of animal it'll be this time. Selena says it's a shaman and explains it was originally a hunting dog, but she heard it recently became popular as a pet. However, she also heard that because it's very aggressive with anyone except its owner, it has the highest abandonment rate. Kim says he sincerely wishes that all humans who want to raise pets just to follow trends would be eliminated. Selena goes on to say that the adult shaman reaches a human's upper body in height, and its claws and teeth are sharp enough to pierce a boar's skin, so she thinks her boss should be careful. When the client comes in, Kim thinks that just hearing about it already makes it sound like a ferocious breed. As soon as the client opens the cage, the shaman puppy, named Choo-Choo, known for its strong loyalty, comes out drooling. Kim looks at his assistant, and she comments that she forgot to mention the dog is only 3 months old. The client tells the protagonist that since the day before, the puppy has been limping and wants to know if it might be injured. Kim is confused, wondering where the puppy's legs are. He picks it up to check and thinks that, at 3 months, the puppy's joints should already be strong. Then he notices a small thorn stuck in its little paw. As he removes it, he says there was a thorn lodged in the paw, and that now the pup should be fine. He just needs to disinfect it. After that, the little puppy gets all excited and starts jumping around, and the protagonist thinks it looks like a ball of yarn, but is happy about it. His assistant notices. After the satisfied client leaves, the protagonist collapses and says it's finally over. Selena comments that he looked happy. Kim is confused and asks her to be more specific. She wants to know if he was happy because the puppy was cute or because the job was done successfully. Kim wants to know why she's curious about that. She replies that it's surprising to see him smile when money wasn't the main thing. He takes a deep breath and says that just for that day there weren't any seriously ill animals, since he believes the hardest part of being a vet is constantly having to face sick animals, and that when you love animals, the affection you feel becomes a burden. So he tried to exclude emotion and remain calm. But when he found out owners were abusing the situation, asking to keep their pets longer just to extend their vacation, he started yelling and being more aggressive with the owners. After thinking about it, he gets up and says they're closing and cleaning up quickly. Selena says it's already getting dark outside. Kim replies that it's because they had so many clients and tells her that if she wants to go home, she can, since the sun will set soon. Then he sees someone outside looking desperate. The man is shouting for the protagonist, begging him for help. Shocked, Kim asks if Selena can also do exorcisms. She grabs a broom and says maybe physical attacks might work. The man opens the window, startling the protagonist, then grabs him and runs off with him. Selena just watches, unable to believe what just happened. After the man takes Kim to a place, he keeps apologizing, then says he didn't know Kim wouldn't have the strength to climb a small mountain. Completely exhausted, Kim asks who the hell he is. The man apologizes again and introduces himself as Schwein, a public official who manages the territory. He starts banging his head on the ground and explains that the reason he came like this is because he heard Kim even managed to calm down the Lord's rabbit. So he wants to know if the protagonist could capture a lost dog. Kim is very confused, not really understanding the guy's request. At that moment, Selena shows up and replies that they're not an animal rescue organization. Kim agrees with her and emphasizes that a vet is someone who treats animals. Schwein looks disappointed and says he doesn't have anyone else to ask and is really out of time. Selena wants to know what kind of time he's talking about. He explains that about 2 months ago, this dog he's referring to settled on the mountainside. But luckily, that's the very place they were planning to build a path, and they tried to catch it themselves. But the dog is too agile, and the construction date is in 2 days. Kim asks what will happen if they can't catch the dog. Schwein says the army will be dispatched, and the moment they deem a rescue impossible, the army will eliminate the dog on sight. Hearing that leaves the protagonist stunned. Schwein begs for help and emphasizes that he really doesn't have much time. Kim is a bit hesitant to get involved but still wants to know where the dog is to begin with. He points out that he's a vet and has never done any capturing, so he needs to at least see the dog to understand the situation. Schwein is happy and says the dog is just a bit further ahead. As the protagonist stands up, he says he's not agreeing to do anything yet, but for now, they'll just check it out. Meanwhile, Selena thinks her boss is definitely going to do it, so Schwein points and says it's that way, and that for some unknown reason, the dog hasn't left that area. After they arrive, both Kim and Selena are surprised, as the dog looks agitated. Kim asks if the dog ahead might be a shaman. She says she already mentioned it's a popular breed that many people adopt and also abandon. They watch the dog, and Kim thinks it's been 2 months since it settled there, and judging by its condition, it seems it hasn't eaten properly during that time. Then they hear a strange sound in the forest and get worried, wondering what it was. Kim takes a step forward, which angers the dog and causes it to lunge at him. Selena grabs Kim and Schwein and jumps away, saying it's dangerous and that they need to pay more attention. Kim yells that turning your back on an angry dog is even worse. Selena asks if he would have preferred being bitten to death. Kim looks back and says if she keeps running from the dog, it'll only get more agitated and keep chasing them. So he considers that they need to distract it and find another place. But then they're confused to realize the dog isn't chasing them anymore. Kim wonders why the dog isn't following and asks if she hadn't said it was a hunting breed. So he points out that an excited animal, especially a hunting dog, wouldn't just stop chasing from that distance. The dog returns to the same spot it was in before. Kim notices this and becomes intrigued. Selena says she has no idea what the dog is thinking. Schwein explains that the dog chases people away like that every time, which is why the complaints from the residents below aren't a joke. Kim starts thinking about it until something comes to mind, and he immediately wants to know what kind of complaints Schwein received. He says the complaints are about a vicious dog barking on the mountain and being dangerous, and that's why people want it captured quickly. Then the protagonist asks if, by any chance, anyone has been hurt because of the stray dog. Schwein answers yes, but after thinking a bit, says no, there haven't been any such complaints. Kim asks Selena if she had mentioned that shaman dogs follow their owners well. She replies that, as she said before, they're known for their excellent loyalty. Then she wants to know if her boss noticed something. The next day, they're in another village, the closest one to the mountain. Selena wants to know why they came there instead of trying to catch the dog. Kim says they're now looking for the dog's former owner. She's confused and points out they don't have time for that. So wouldn't it be better to just catch the dog? They could simply put food in a trap cage to lure it in, since it looked hungry. Kim says clearly that the dog wouldn't be lured by food. Selena doesn't understand and asks him to explain. He turns to her and asks why. Then, is the dog so thin if it's a hunting breed? So he believes something must take priority over its hunger. Like, for example, an order from its owner. Kim comments, in a scene where an old man says he'll be back soon, that he made it clear to the dog that it had to stay there and wait for him to return, and never to leave that spot. Selena imagines this scene too and is visibly surprised. Then, furious, Kim says there were people like that where he came from, 2 useless people who order their dogs not to follow them when they abandon them. So he says if he finds someone like that, he'll beat them and drag them back to the dog, since they should see how the animal they abandoned is doing. As they walk through the town, he starts asking some old ladies about the dog's owner. One of them says she'd like to know too. The other says Gavril's husband is a lumberjack and can't even cut wood because of that damn dog. Then the protagonist asks some children. The kids scream that their mom won't let them go to the mountain because of the dog. After getting nowhere with the children, Kim finds an old man and asks if he knows anything, but the kind old man can barely hear and ends up saying nothing useful. So the protagonist gets tired after asking so many people. Then he asks Selena if people really live there, because nobody seems to know anything. She says that, in any case, it's clear everyone dislikes the mountain dog somehow. Kim says he can't believe no one knows anything. Then a girl appears and says the villagers don't know them very well. She asks if the protagonist is looking for the lost dog's owner, because this is the first time someone has looked for Mr. Jake. Kim is surprised and asks if she really knows the dog's owner. She simply asks Kim to follow her. So they go to a humble house near the mountain. Kim comments that it seems Mr. Jake lived really far from the village. The girl confirms and explains that's why the villagers didn't know him well. As she knocks on the door, the protagonist wonders if the man really lived alone with a dog in such a remote place. But the girl explains it's not what he's thinking, and then points to the side, leaving Kim shocked. She shows him a grave. Then she says that Mr. Jake passed away about 2 months ago, caught in a landslide, and that he lived a lonely life, but was truly a good person. Kim wants to know if Mr. Jake really died 2 months ago. The girl confirms and says he had no family, so she had to take care of his funeral, and that even though everyone is cursing the dog's owner, the truth is that Mr. Jake didn't abandon the dog, he simply couldn't come back. Kim stands in silence, staring at the old man's grave. The girl also emphasizes that she tried to bring the dog back too, but it was useless. And if the protagonist is there because of the dog, she wants to know if he could help Max, which is the dog's name. Kim becomes thoughtful, then clenches his fist tightly, bows, and asks that Mr. Jake rest in peace. He then says he's truly sorry for the misunderstanding and that they will definitely rescue Max on Mr. Jake's behalf. After that, the afternoon arrives, and Schwein is nervous, wondering if the people in front of him weren't supposed to come the next day. The army representative says their work ended early, so they headed out right away. Schwein tries to argue with them, asking if they could just rest for the day and come back tomorrow. But the leader questions why there's any need to drag this out until the next day, since they can just handle it now. It's not like they haven't dealt with wild beasts before. And in the end, people don't like the situation either, so he asks who would say anything if they dealt with it a day early. After entering Mr. Jake's house, Kim notices a scent of herbal medicine in the air and wonders if the old man might be an herbalist. He then tells the others that, for now, they'll just go along with the old man's aroma. Selena mentions that there are some clothes hanging there. Kim stops in front of a photograph and stares at Mr. Jake smiling happily with the dog Max. Thinking about it, he figures the old man must have really cherished his pet, which makes him want to find out what happened. Selena says that apparently Mr. Jake was searching for mandrakes. Kim doesn't understand and asks her to clarify. She points to a poster and says she's talking about the one on the wall. The protagonist gets a bit intrigued and thinks he might have seen something like that in a movie. Selena then asks if he's really never heard of a plant that screams. She goes on to explain that it's said to be hard to find and extremely difficult to harvest. But on the other hand, its price is so high that any herbalist would desire it. Hearing this, Kim becomes thoughtful and while looking at the photo, begins to suspect something. A little later, something catches Max's attention, making him excited as he realizes something. 2 months earlier, Mr. Jake had been in a small cave with the dog when it suddenly started raining. He made a fire to keep them warm until the rain passed. Max, with his fur soaked, was shivering from the cold, so Mr. Jake took a cloth and began drying him. He told his pet that he only brought him there as a precaution, and, while drying him, asked him to stay still or he'd catch a cold from being wet. After drying the dog, Max jumped on Mr. Jake all happy, which made the old man smile too. Looking around, he commented that despite everything, it was a relief they found shelter from the rain, especially since he didn't know there was a cave in such a place. Then, as he turned, he noticed something, a glowing plant. As he bent down to take a look, he observed the light it emitted, the shape of the leaves, and concluded it was the mandrake plant he had been searching for. He was very impressed thinking he'd never get to see one in person, only in books. So he considered going back home to get his equipment. The dog started trembling and growling, suggesting he wanted to go with him. But Mr. Jake made it clear he'd go alone since it wasn't far. He explained he'd be back soon and told Max to wait there. With a big smile, he emphasized that it was his lucky day. So, the dog stayed where he was told, while the old man went home to get his gear. However, while walking through the mountain, Mr. Jake heard a strange noise and looked up to see what it was. Unfortunately, that's when the landslide occurred that led to his death. The dog kept waiting for his owner. Days passed, and he always stayed there waiting, until one day, some people adventuring in the area found him. They immediately wondered what a dog was doing in such a remote place, and upon closer inspection, thought he had been abandoned by his owner. The girl commented that it was quite sad and asked if they should feed him. But as they got closer, Max became furious. The people got scared, said it was too dangerous, and ran away. After the adventurers left, Max returned to the same spot and continued waiting for his owner. Back in the present, Max smells something strange and soon hears footsteps approaching. It's members of the army. Schwein tries to reason with them that there's no need to rush, as it's already getting late and they need to find a place to stay. As they stand in front of the dog, while it growls furiously, the army representative asks if the others brought plenty of spare tranquilizer darts. They reply yes, since after all, it's a shaman breed dog. Schwein tries everything he can to stall the army representative and asks if he could wait at least an hour to do it, as he actually hired someone to rescue the dog. He then explains that when he looks at the animal, he feels like it has a story behind it, since it's a creature that hasn't harmed anyone so far. The army representative turns with a serious look and asks if Mr. Schwein really thinks they're there to worry about a dog's circumstances. He makes it clear that while he knows it might be a sad case, as Schwein said, his job is to keep the residents safe. With that, he points his weapon at Max, who lowers his head. The army representative cocks the weapon to fire, but someone arrives and puts a hand on the gun, stopping him from shooting. It's Selena who tells him he's being hasty and explains that she's there to rescue the dog, asking them to wait a moment. At that moment, someone approaches the dog, calling it by name. In Max's vision, he sees his owner, asking if he waited long, because he's there to take him home. Immediately, Max starts wagging his tail faster and faster, showing how happy he is to think his owner has returned. He starts barking joyfully and tries to play. But unfortunately, it's not Mr. Jake, it's Kim, disguised using some of Jake's belongings and scents. Kim apologizes to Max and says he's not the person he was waiting for. He then calls the dog to come home. Later that night, somewhere else in the forest, a creature runs in desperation until it stops to check if it's still being followed. And indeed, something is lurking and watching it. A sinister gaze emerges from the shadows, attacking the desperate creature fleeing through the woods. The next day, someone begs the protagonist for help. He's stunned by what he sees, and staring at the creature in front of him, comments that it's too fat to even move. The creature is a hamster of the floppier breed named Ping Ping. It has no specific features and makes a ping sound when it jumps. The owner picks up the adorable creature and tells the protagonist he's lying because Ping is skinny and has been sweet this whole time, and that he only eats 7 meals a day. Kim makes it clear that if his pet doesn't reach a healthy weight, it might develop a serious illness. He then asks for the next client to come in. It's Mr. Schwein, who immediately asks how the protagonist is doing. Kim reflects that Max came down the mountain to the village with him, but still couldn't accept his owner's death, and that everyone was heartbroken to see him refusing to leave the grave for a while. But fortunately, it seems he's opened up to the person who persistently cared about him. With that in mind, Kim wants to know why Schwein is there and whether something is wrong with Max. As someone places a box on the counter, Schwein replies that he's actually there because of an item. When they open the box, he reveals it's a mandrake plant. Selena observes and comments that it's strange for a mandrake to be exposing its roots above the ground, since they're usually buried deep in the soil. Kim thinks that the late Mr. Jake discovered the mandrake in front of him, and they decided to keep the plant as a memento. Schwein says that as soon as he transplanted it into a pot, the mandrake immediately ended up in that state. He adds that the plant started screaming day and night, and that he even tried covering it with soil, but it would always come out again. He then emphasizes that people around there can't go a moment without earplugs now, and more than one resident has had their eardrums ruptured. Selena comments that she's heard of cases like this and that sometimes mandrakes are picky about their environment, and this seems to hate the current setting. She concludes that it must be very hard to deal with and that it's truly a relief the mandrake is asleep right now, because once it wakes up, it'll be hell. With that, Mr. Schwein becomes desperate and begs the protagonist to please take care of the mandrake. Kim makes it clear that he's an animal specialist, and plants aren't his field. Schwein starts to panic and says that thing isn't a plant, it's a monster or a demon. Kim laughs and jokes that maybe Mr. Schwein should take the mandrake to a church instead of a hospital. At that moment, the plant starts to wake up. Mr. Schwein and his henchmen immediately run off, leaving the plant with the protagonist, who starts yelling for them to come back. Then, furious, he rants that he's seen people abandon animals before, but it's the first time he's seen someone abandon a plant. Selena removes the container that was keeping the plant confined and explains that, as she said earlier, mandrakes are very valuable medicinal herbs, not just the leaves and stems, but even the roots can revive the dying. Kim points out that it doesn't matter how valuable a medicinal herb is, what's the point if you can't control it? Selena notices the plant is waking up and warns Kim. The two of them cover their ears. Selena says that if he doesn't block his ears properly, his eardrums will explode. They watch as the creature wakes up, and Kim, worried, braces for the worst, thinking that if only he had his noise-canceling headphones, which he still hasn't fully paid off. But when the mandrake wakes up, it becomes enchanted by Kim, who is confused by the reaction. He removes his hands from his ears and asks what's going on. Selena says it seems like the plant is interested in him, but then she has second thoughts and tells Kim to remove the necklace he's wearing. He grabs it and asks why. As soon as the mandrake sees the necklace, it becomes even more dazzled and begins dancing passionately. Kim wants to know what the hell is going on. Selena comments that it looks like the plant is dancing because it's in a good mood. The protagonist is stunned, watching the mandrake dance so joyfully, and thinks it looks like a dancing sunflower toy his friend had at home. Meanwhile, Selena keeps eyeing the necklace on her boss's neck. She asks him to keep the necklace visible and on his neck for now. He agrees, since he's never raised a plant before. After some time, night falls, and someone knocks on the clinic door. Kim starts waking up and wonders who the hell it could be. When he opens the door, he makes it clear that emergency night treatments come with a surcharge of up to 30%. The woman places her badly injured pet on the table and begs the doctor to please save it. Kim grabs a candle to get a better look and is alarmed, wondering if the poor animal was attacked by a predator. Judging by the deep wound, he thinks it'll be hard to stop the bleeding. Selena appears and says mandrake leaves have a powerful hemostatic effect. Kim quickly asks her to bring just one leaf, but the mandrake looks confused upon seeing Selena. Selena, noticing how the plant is staring at her, says it's probably better if he goes to get the leaf himself. Kim approaches the mandrake, confused and trying to understand why she can't just grab one leaf. As soon as she sees him, the mandrake lights up, excitedly dancing. She then plucks one of her own leaves and hands it to Kim, who watches in horror, wondering what on earth is going on. After applying the treatment with the mandrake leaf, he comments that it was incredible the bleeding stopped instantly. The woman begins crying with joy, thanks the doctor, and says she'll never forget this favor, even if she dies. He smiles and tells her the pet will need outpatient care for a while. So he walks back to his bed and thinks he can finally try to get some sleep. However, 30 minutes later, while sleeping peacefully, someone else starts screaming for help. When Kim goes to check, he finds another creature with the same type of wound as the last one. The protagonist observes with his friend and says the little animal was attacked by the same creature as before. Looking more closely at the wound, he concludes that it's not a hunting injury. He then considers that maybe whatever did this was just playing around like a psychopath. The pet's owner is scared and asks what he means by that. Selena says she's never heard of anything like it either and wants to know if it might be some new kind of monster. At that moment, the child with her mother starts yelling, saying she knows who the culprit is. She says she's pretty sure it's Baron Doyle's pet wolf because she knows he walks through the forest with that wolf and that playing with weak animals is his hobby. Kim is shocked and wants to know if there's no animal protection law there, and if they just let that happen. The child's mother says she thinks it's because the Baron is a noble. The protagonist goes crazy with rage and comments that this feudal class society is really annoying. After that, a week passes, and several people come asking the protagonist to save their pets. Visibly exhausted from lack of sleep, the protagonist screams that he can't take it anymore and can't go on living like this. So he grabs a torch and goes out into the streets with several other people, calling for a class revolution and demanding that Baron Doyle show up to give an explanation because everyone there needs their pets to be safe. Kim starts shouting louder and louder for the Baron to appear, thinking to himself that he just wants to settle this so his life can go back to normal and he can finally get a good night's sleep. Then some soldiers appear. Their leader immediately asks who Kim Ojin is. He gets nervous, thinking they've identified the leader of the revolution and are going to punish him, but he's confused when they bow to him. The soldier says he will escort the protagonist to the castle. When they arrive, Kim sees Baron Doyle's wolf with the same wound as all the other animals he's treated over the past week. The wolf's name is Manhwa, a blood-fanged wolf breed with long fangs who really loves sweet potatoes. The Baron is in despair and crying, begs the protagonist to save his beloved pet, saying he'll reward him greatly if he does. Both Kim and Selena observe the wolf, wondering what the hell is going on. Meanwhile, back in town, someone is shouting, asking if people heard monsters have appeared in the western forest, and even the Baron's wolf was attacked. Some residents say they don't think it's a normal monster, and that they've even heard it's a giant beast. Another very frightened resident says that after the animals, the monster will go after people, so they start considering evacuating to the lower village before it's too late. But someone comes running, telling everyone not to worry because Baron Doyle has launched a monster subjugation operation. He explains that they're setting up a giant trap to catch the beast, and that soldiers are patrolling day and night, so it's only a matter of time before the beast is caught. The people get excited and shout that this was expected from Baron Doyle, and that thanks to him, they'll be able to eat well again. But the Prota hates hearing this because he knows the Baron just cried and whined, and his subordinates handled everything. He remembers the Baron throwing a tantrum on the floor, begging his men to catch the beast that attacked his pet urgently. And as he watches people praising Baron Doyle's name, he thinks this is media manipulation, and he didn't even know that could exist back in the Middle Ages. Selena notices something about her boss and says he's got a suspicious look on his face. He asks if the animals treated at the clinic so far were mostly attacked in the eastern forest near the village, since the place where Manhwa, the Baron's wolf, was attacked was deep in the western forest and far from the village, and that the location where the Baron is leading his soldiers in the monster subjugation operation is also the western forest. So while it seems logical to focus the investigation on recently affected areas, it's strange that they haven't even considered the eastern forest. Selena explains that, in her opinion too, there are many suspicious points, since the western forest is a place where villagers don't usually go. Kim finds that odd and immediately wants to know why. She says she's heard many ghost stories and rumors circulate about that place. The protagonist is surprised by that, but then someone appears at the window of a shop saying they've waited long enough and that they should come in. He then says the items they requested are ready, and that each was handmade, blown orally, using reinforced glass mixed with high temperatures and albarium powder, making it impact resistant. He also explains that he used deer leather treated with waterproof coating, and that the needles were made by melting gold and steel. Kim is amazed and praises the technology of the world he's in, impressed that everything is handmade. The old man says they followed the plan, but emphasizes that it was the hardest thing they've ever done, and probably won't be able to do it again. Kim tells the old man not to say that, then places several gold coins on the table and asks if he was fairly compensated for the work. The old man immediately replies he'll do his best, and so a partnership is formed. After that, the master crafts a special reinforced glass bottle with a hose made from a rubber-like material a measuring instrument, and a hospitalization cage made of birch wood. Kim shows the layout of his office and emphasizes that more equipment will gradually be added and that they plan to renovate the clinic's interior as shown on the blueprint. Selena is impressed and comments that he can arrange the space however he wants, and that she sees it as a shift in perspective. Kim just laughs, thinking the hospital is going to be modern and that the uncivilized will surely praise him. Then, the protagonist hears someone asking to come in. Several people start bringing products into the shop. Kim wants to know what all of that is. Selena says they're medicinal herbs. She shows some to her boss and tells him what he's looking at is the Luna's Flora herb, which can be mixed with water and fed, or ground and powdered to be inhaled, and by itself can induce sleep. She then explains the Baron's Tears herb is a painkiller, and if he activates the flower operator, it heals abdominal pain. Also, if he boils and eats Semelon Haste, it stops coughing, and the juice from Fluna berry has a strong disinfectant effect. Kim is very impressed and, looking through the herb catalog, asks if there's a spice that reduces blood pressure and sugar. He even sees that there are herbs that cure cancer and dementia, knowing such things didn't exist in his old world. Selena makes a joke and mocks her boss, saying he should pass on wisdom to the ignorant modern man. At that moment, one of the villagers bursts through the door and yells, asking him to come quickly. He then says he heard that Baron Doyle's soldiers managed to capture the beast. Later, in the forest, many people are there to witness the monster's capture, including Baron Doyle and his soldiers. Kim is worried because he hears a loud noise, almost like a dragon roaring, and wonders what kind of beast it might be. He also sees that the creature managed to break the trap and escape again. The soldiers shout, ordering the hunting dogs to chase the creature, so they dash off at full speed. However, Kim watches the silhouette of the creature and grows even more concerned. But as soon as the dogs corner the creature, they realize it's just a kitten. They observe the creature for a brief moment, and one of the soldiers turns to the Baron and says that no matter how you look at it, it just seems like a stray cat. But the Baron doesn't care and shouts that the animal in front of them is the creature causing all the trouble. He then asks if they can't see it. Even his wolf Magma is trembling in fear. Looking at the creature, he tells everyone to take a good look at the beast's wicked claws and teeth. However, the protagonist is in disbelief, thinking that no matter how he looks at it, all he sees is a super strong rich bully picking on a socially disadvantaged orphan who's often the target of bullying. Violence caused by self-defense. The Baron quickly orders them to throw the net over the animal. A soldier then shouts to bind it with chains and weights. After fully restraining the kitten, they shout to burn the beast, which horrifies the protagonista. He can't believe they're taking this seriously. Doyle laughs and demands the creature be dragged away alive so it can be executed in front of everyone. Kim, observing the soldier's expressions, concludes that this is clearly animal abuse. At that moment, his trauma button is pressed. He remembers a time from his previous life when a boy brought him a cat asking him to take a look. The boy explained he used to feed it in the commercial district but hadn't seen it in a while and wanted to know if someone had done something. Kim, seeing the animal's condition, was shaking with rage. That was case number 1 of the most hated kind of pet owner, animal abusers. After remembering that and seeing the soldiers yelling to hurry and trap the animal, he snaps and screams for them to stop, shut their mouths, and pinch their noses. The soldiers and the Baron are stunned by this sudden outburst. Then, worried about what they'll do to the animal, he points at the creature and tells them to look closely at the monster's forehead because it's clearly a demon. Both Doyle and Selena are confused. He emphasizes the clear M pattern and the scar above it. Kim thinks to himself that he'll go full medieval, then keeps yelling that it's the mark of the great demon who will bring a global plague, the mark of Corona, the great pandemic. Everyone starts panicking, wondering if it could really be true. Kim explains that the first demon messenger who spread the plague was a small rat. A cat that ate many of those rats and accumulated magical power became an even stronger plague spreader than the rats themselves, and eventually showed up right where they live. He then gets serious and declares that the animal in front of them is the Corona plague. He explains that if the disease begins to spread, half the population there will disappear. The soldiers start shouting that they've never heard of such a thing in their lives. One of them turns to ask Baron Doyle what he thinks. The Baron asks the protagonist if it's really true. Kim answers yes and says it's something that happened where he came from, and that to defeat this demon, the entire world had to go to war against the plague. Doyle wants to know if he's seriously saying the cat is the demon's messenger. Kim says yes, but emphasizes that the creature is still young, and that where he came from, they created a cure to subdue it, something they can do here as well. He then turns to Selena and asks if he's right. Kim winks, thinking his assistant needs to play along and say yes. A bit awkwardly, Selena responds that it's quite possible, and that if they use the cat's blood and herbs, they might be able to make a cure for the epidemic. Kim waits anxiously for the Baron's answer, wondering what he'll do if this doesn't work. A soldier then comments to the Baron that this story is absolutely absurd. Doyle makes it clear to the protagonist that he has 1 week, and during that time, he must completely heal the monster and bring it to the castle, and after that, it will be executed in front of everyone. After partially resolving things, Kim returns to his clinic. A bit relieved, he admits he's really scared and thanks Selena, but comments that she seems better at lying than he expected. She replies that she never lied and explains that it's true that, with the cat and the mandrake, they could make a cure. However, she knows one alone won't be enough, as they'd need to grind hundreds of mandrake roots. So she wants to know why her boss tried to save the animal. Selena says she put the kitten to sleep with pills for now, but thinks it'll be hard to deal with once it wakes up. Kim turns serious and says it's because the little animal isn't the one who attacked the village pets, as he recorded the symptoms and wounds of all the injured animals so far. The village animals all have similar wound sizes and shapes, but Magma, the Baron's wolf, is different. His claw size, wound shape, and even the severity suggest he was attacked by a completely different animal. Selena then concludes that Magma is the one who harmed the village animals up to this point, but asks if the one who attacked Magma is the kitten they have. Kim says yes, but thinks something's off, because Baron Doyle has used his power to cover up Magma's crimes, so why is he now shifting the blame to another animal and trying to capture it on such a large scale? He then wonders if the exaggerated subjugation operation might actually be aimed at capturing the cat itself. Selena agrees, saying that explains why the Baron tried to capture the cat instead of killing it, and why he so easily believed Kim's outrageous lie. She also points out that the black scar on the cat's forehead bothers her. It doesn't look like an ordinary wound, and it's odd that it has so many old injuries on its legs. Kim hears this and declares that he'll definitely do everything he can to figure it all out. Selena thinks that at first, she assumed her little boss was just a money-hungry vet, but now sees he's actually pretty impressive. But then she sees him petting the cat and wiggling his butt ridiculously, with a hilariously dumb face. Seeing that he won't stop, she's stunned and wonders if he's just a lunatic. After a while, loud noises start coming from inside the vet clinic. The people outside are scared, wondering what's going on, saying they've never heard such a terrifying sound before. One of the villagers shouts, asking if they haven't heard. He says he heard that veterinarian Kim is fighting a demon, and also that he's purifying the demon that causes the plague. People start imagining things, thinking the protagonist isn't just a doctor, but a wizard from another world. And so, public opinion in the Middle Ages is formed, with everyone cheering for the protagonist. Meanwhile, he's terrified, begging the just-awakened cat to start with just 1 spoonful, but the cat slaps him in the face. Kim watches the cat and thinks its temperament is really hostile. Selena notices something odd and asks her boss if the cat looks smaller compared to 3 days ago. Kim says yes, and not just the weight, the size of its body is noticeably smaller too. Selena says that's expected of a monster, and that maybe its body is shrinking due to magical exhaustion. But Kim gets upset and says that, magical power or not, the creature needs to eat something it hasn't eaten in 3 days. He explains that being hungry makes it angry, and getting angry burns energy, making it even hungrier, forming a vicious cycle of hunger and rage. Then he thinks, if only he had the demonic snack Zor in moments like this. until suddenly, he feels a strange pain in his chest and quickly notices his necklace, the one he got from the dragon, glowing. He's surprised to see something coming out from inside him and shooting straight toward the kitten, who, while furious, ends up being hit by the demonic snack Zor, and suddenly, he becomes completely docile. Kim takes the opportunity, picks up the little creature, and starts pampering it. Selena sees the scene and is stunned. Kim keeps spoiling the kitten, and while it quietly eats its food, Selena notices something. Observing the cat's forehead, she realizes that all her questions have been answered and that the creature before them is not a cat. She then recalls the story of the Monoceros, horned lions, from the days when dragons were alive and mana filled the world. They were called divine beasts and revered as sacred beings. Wherever their horns touched, they brought water to dry lands and granted the blessing of light to dark lands. They were able to give such blessings because of the Monoceros heart, which had the ability to generate mana and possessed incredible powers. Furthermore, it was said the horn on their forehead was a sacred channel through which mana flowed, and that anyone who touched it would not escape death. And after the mana famine, the population of Monoceros decreased, and they began disguising themselves as small animals to protect themselves. But, having never lost their pride as divine beasts, they were said to have never been tamed by anyone except one, the spirit of healing. So after the kitten eats several demonic Zor snacks, Kim tries to get it to use the litter box and succeeds. He gets excited upon seeing the little creature manage to do it. The protagonist, in this case, is the so-called spirit of healing. The happy kitten, on the other hand, is the legendary divine beast. Kim gives the kitten another demonic snack and praises it, calling it a poop machine. Selena can't believe what she's seeing. Meanwhile, in Baron Doyle's castle, he's taking a bath and becomes furious upon learning that the creature ate its meal calmly. One of his henchmen confirms and says that, while observing the veterinarian, he saw him cradling the creature like a baby, and it was purring and diligently eating something. Doyle says it sounds impossible, but then one of his guards appears and reports that the soldiers are getting restless and need an order. He then wants to know about the conversation he overheard regarding a demon's messenger and a plague, and whether the cat really isn't just an ordinary feline. Doyle says Monoceroses are beings that cannot be tamed by humans, and that no matter how much power they've lost, they must never be underestimated. Because in the worst-case scenario, he believes these beings can convert the mana in their bodies into poison and self-destruction, and that power is truly immense, capable of bringing a plague upon an entire nation. He recalls the protagonist saying that it was something he really experienced in his world, and that the whole world had to fight the plague for years. He then reflects that it was said Monoceroses never ate anything given by humans. With that, he thinks about the veterinarian and wonders if he knows some special method no one else does. The next day, at the veterinary clinic, the protagonist's new employee asks the pink fairy guardian to please come into the consultation room. She then explains that in the consultation room, they will measure the child's weight. Kim thinks to himself that this is how it should be done, recalling Selena's poor customer service, followed by violence toward a client at the clinic, and finally her requesting unexpected part-time leave. Not to mention the unauthorized absences on the last one, she said she'd be gone for a few days. As soon as he saw that request, he was furious, saying it was more than enough for just cause. So he urgently asked Pio, who lives nearby, to help him out for a few days, offering 2 silver coins per hour. He then realized she was very good with customer service, really liked animals, and had a diligent and proactive work attitude. So he starts wondering about the fluttering in his chest as he watches her performing Selena's duties, and that maybe he could even hire her as a full-time employee. However, that day, he notices something. Looking around, he wonders why everything is so quiet, since he knows that usually, with animals crying and fighting, the place is always noisy. But for some reason, all the animals and clients seem to be quiet. And while he keeps finding that strange, he doesn't realize it's all because of the cat on his shoulder, emitting a sovereign aura like a divine beast. The next day, Kim calls in the next client, and he immediately sees it's Ping Ping's owner. Upon inspecting the pet more closely, he wonders how this happened, since he remembers Ping Ping used to weigh only about 500 grams, but now looks like he weighs 10 kilos. Still shocked by the animal's growth, Kim wants to know if a hamster can really get that big. The owner looks confused and asks what a hamster is, saying his pet is a floppier. Kim snaps back to reality and remembers that people there don't know what a hamster is. Ping Ping's owner asks if the protagonist is seriously saying he doesn't know what a floppier is. Kim awkwardly says that's not it. Then Pio shows up, saying her boss is from another world, so the words he uses are different. While Kim feels relieved to be saved at the last second, she continues explaining that's why he can perform medical treatments no local doctor can. The pet owner is impressed and comments that it seems the protagonist studied abroad. Excited, Kim announces that he'll hire Pio full-time. She's delighted with his decision and thanks him right away. Then he goes back to analyzing Ping Ping, wanting to know what exactly happened to him, as his condition looks very good. He also notes that his fur color is unique, but based on anatomical features, he's definitely a hamster, maybe affected by a spell that made his body grow. At that moment, the cat doesn't like something and jumps on Ping Ping. As it tries to attack, the creature splits into three, leaving everyone stunned, trying to understand what the hell just happened. Kim gets very worried, thinking the world he currently lives in is insane, and begs for it to at least follow basic laws of physics. Because as a vet, he can't explain this phenomenon. The owner starts trembling upon seeing his pet, and Kim panics, trying to calm him down. But the man grabs all three and says that even though he tried to make them a family all this time, they weren't interested. Then he says this is great and immediately wants to know what names he should give them. But one of them jumps, causing the others to jump too, and everyone gets startled. Kim comments that now that the animal's body is smaller, its agility seems to have increased as well. Then someone arrives, grabs the first, grabs the second. It's Selena, and the third she catches with her mouth, saying the animal is not a floppier. She observes the little creatures and says they're bloobs, then quickly asks where the owner got them. He replies that he doesn't know either, and that he just got them as a gift from his father, but now wants to know if his pet is some kind of demonic creature. Selena says she intends to investigate that now, and as she places the little creatures into a cage, she makes it clear that they'll need to be hospitalized. The owner asks why and what's going on all of a sudden. Selena turns serious and tells him not to worry, assuring him she won't dissect them. Kim, feeling awkward, emphasizes that they don't engage in any unethical medical practices. The owner wants to know if he can trust the protagonist. Kim says yes, and explains that without the owner's consent, he can't do anything, but he wonders why he has to keep giving so many explanations. After a while, Selena says that bloobs aren't naturally occurring animals, and that they were created through the experiments of a mad wizard, and that they are failures. Kim is horrified and wants to know if mad scientists really exist in this world. Selena comments that, actually, this so-called mad wizard isn't all that bad, but obviously, that doesn't excuse his mistakes. She then says she thought all the bloobs were already gone and didn't expect to see them again in a place like this. She takes a deep breath and says it's been 100 years. Hearing that completely shocks the protagonist, and he immediately asks Selena how old she is. At that moment, Sunja looks uncomfortable, and the protagonist quickly asks if something's wrong. Then someone knocks on the door and shouts, asking Kim to open it immediately. Both he and Selena are surprised by the urgency in the voice. Then the guards announce that Baron Doyle is there and urgently wants to speak with him. As soon as the Baron enters, he shouts for the veterinarian to bring the monster. Kim thinks that he was supposed to hide it for a week, but simply couldn't prepare for this because he was struggling just to feed it. So, feeling awkward, he welcomes the Baron and wonders where Selena ran off to in the meantime. He then asks Doyle if he'd like a cup of tea. Doyle replies, there's no need, just bring the monster. Kim explains that unfortunately the treatment hasn't been completed yet, but the people with the Baron get nervous and shout, accusing the protagonist of lying. Still embarrassed, Kim says that some small problems came up during the treatment. Doyle immediately wants to know what problems. The protagonist explains that during the process of exorcising the evil spirit, a mysterious imprint was formed between him and the cat. This means that, for now, they are inseparable. The Baron's guards grow even more agitated and yell, demanding to know what nonsense the vet is talking about and where he's selling these lies. Kim is stunned and thinks it's not working. However, he says that since they're on the topic, he emphasizes that in the Baron's dungeon, there's someone who looks like this, and wants to know why he captured a black cat. At that moment, Doyle is shocked and wonders how the vet knew that. Kim approaches the Baron and asks if he's secretly trying to get rid of this cat and execute another innocent one. Doyle becomes alarmed and asks what the vet is implying. The protagonist makes it clear that it wasn't Sonja who harmed the village animals in the first place, but rather his wolf. The Baron stands up startled and demands to know what nonsense the vet is spouting and whether he has any proof. Kim then pulls out a document and says the proof is right there, explaining that the wound marks detailed in the medical chart when compared with magma claws. But one of the Baron's guards grabs the medical report and tears it to pieces, which drives the protagonist mad with rage. The guard walks over to the black cat and says that now that the evidence is gone, he's going to take the monster. But Sonja slashes the guard's hand with her paw, cutting it. Kim starts to wonder what he should summon, whether it should be a steel transporter or a weapon to eliminate them all at once. He grips his necklace tightly, thinking about the possibilities. At that moment, someone arrives, asking everyone to wait a minute. It's Selena, accompanied by some elves. The Baron is startled when he sees the people there. Looking at the staff, he notices the pattern of the world tree. Observing the elf, he sees a mana circle on his forehead. He realizes it's the chief of the Supreme Inspection Agency of the Western Continent, Kalian of the Etherian Order. He then bows and says it's an honor to meet him, but wants to know how the Sacred Order of Etherian could be in such a humble place. Kalian explains that he came after receiving a report that a divine animal on the verge of extinction had been discovered. Meanwhile, the protagonist is amazed to see an elf for the first time, since he had only seen them in movies. Watching Selena hand the black cat over to Kalian, he realizes this must be why she had been gone for a few days. She was summoning these people. Then he thinks of something and asks them to wait a minute. He looks at her and wonders about her ears. Was she an elf this whole time? And how did he not know? Kalian chants a spell in the elven language, and a strange energy begins to envelop the black cat, which starts to levitate and exits the cage. After examining it closely, Kalian confirms it's clearly a Monoceros, just as Selena had said, and judging by the wound on its forehead, it looks like the cut surface of a world tree branch. Therefore, he suspects this is the mark of a mana extractor. However, he begins to grow anxious and releases his power as he declares that from a sacred being, rare in this world, someone forcibly extracted mana. He then calls out to the Baron, who starts trembling in fear. With a sinister expression, Kalian wants to know if it was truly Baron Doyle who cut the creature's horn. Doyle, terrified, immediately starts crying and screaming, saying it wasn't him who did it. Kalian grows even angrier and shouts, demanding to know who committed such an atrocity. But both the Baron and his guards are so scared that they start running away, yelling that they don't know who did it. Kim gets excited, thinking that this organization's power is even greater than that of the nobles. As Kalian looks at the black cat, he explains that only a few weapons in this world are capable of cutting a divine beast's horn, and that this is something the protagonist will understand if he invests just a little. He then says that thanks to Kim, they were able to protect a precious divine beast. Kim, feeling awkward, replies that it was nothing, that he was just doing his job. But he's surprised to hear that they plan to take care of the divine beast now. He starts thinking about Sonja and how he's going to be taken away, but knows it's for his own good. One of the elves notices that the creature is breaking the barrier using its own power. Another elf wonders why it's doing that. Kalian asks the creature to calm down, explaining that they're not enemies. At that moment, Sonja manages to break through the mystical barrier Kalian had cast, leaving the other elves stunned. The black cat then jumps onto the protagonist, and the two embrace affectionately. The elves are shocked by the scene and Kalayan immediately wants to know how something like this could be happening. Then he sees the cat playing with the protagonist's necklace, and starts thinking that he's seen that necklace somewhere before. Kim looks ahead and, noticing the strange looks from the elves, wonders what's going on. He recognizes that look as the same one his old professor had when trying to recruit him for graduate school. He also sees that even Selena has that look. However, Kalayan, now excited, tells the protagonist that he will entrust the divine beast to his care. With the same look as before, he adds that it might be better to take both him and the Monoceros to headquarters for investigation, but with Selena there, he's confident they'll be in good hands. Kim notices the expression on Selena's face and begins to wonder about her lack of enthusiasm. Kalayan then chants his magic again, wrapping the Monoceros in it. He explains that he has created a necklace imbued with the protective magic of the Etherian Order, which will substitute for the lost horn and help the little creature recover its strength. Kim looks at the kitten and tells it that it'll be okay. Another elf approaches and tells the protagonist that if he finds himself in danger, a rescue signal will immediately reach them. Kim wonders if that's some sort of automated rescue request system. Kalayan adds that, as a token of gratitude for what Kim has done, he will give him something. He then shows a ring imbued with the power of his family. As soon as Kim holds the item, he thinks it feels quite ominous because the moment he puts it on, he suddenly feels like he might get dragged into someone's expedition team, receive a life-threatening mission, or end up getting attacked by monsters. The elf laughs and emphasizes that the ring also contains protective magic, so in case of danger, a rescue signal will instantly be sent to them. Kim looks at Kalayan's smile and wonders why he's smiling again. Kalayan picks up the ring and says he'll put it on the protagonist, who gets scared and says he's not mentally ready yet. As soon as the ring is placed on him, the elves smile with satisfaction, and the veterinarian thinks the item fits perfectly. Kim remains suspicious of the ring and feels a strange magical sensation, so, a bit awkwardly, he apologizes to Kalayan and says he thinks he'll have to decline the ring. The elf immediately wants to know why. Kim thanks him, but explains that his job requires using his hands, so accessories are a bit unnecessary. Kalayan wants to know if he can't think of the item as armor instead of an ornament. The protagonist continues explaining that his job is medical and that it's inconvenient to have something on his hand. Kalayan then asks if they'll have to make it in a way that's not inconvenient. Kim replies that he thinks so the elf uses his magic, which greatly surprises the protagonist. At that moment, the ring begins to dissolve, and in its place, an elven mark appears on the veterinarian's finger. Kim gets startled and wonders if he now has a tattoo on his finger. Kalayan asks the young man to place the pattern of the ring in his heart and say, es celestial. Kim doesn't quite understand and asks the elf to be more clear. So, the elf uses his magic again, and a reaction begins on Kim's finger. Kalayan says that remote conversion is possible with someone who possesses a telestron. Kim gets excited and realizes it's a video call. Then, the elf asks him to say light, which he promptly does, and a burst of energy comes out of the ring. Seeing how excited the young man is, Kalayan asks if he likes it. Kim replies that he absolutely loves it. The elf emphasizes that there are many other features besides that, but they'll discover them gradually, and that obviously the most important one is the protection function. Kim thanks the elf for gifting him something so amazing. Kalayan says he's glad he liked it. Meanwhile, Selena thinks to herself that her boss had once said he'd hate that even if he died. But Kalayan says there's something he's curious about. He wants to know where the protagonist got the necklace he's wearing. Kim looks at him and says it's complicated to explain, but that he basically got it from a dragon. The elf is surprised and wants to know what he means by getting it from a dragon, since he knows dragons have been extinct for about 1,000 years. Kim is surprised to hear that as well. Very intrigued, Kalayan asks if the protagonist has existed for 1,000 years. He gets embarrassed and makes it clear that's not the case, and says he assumes the elf has an open mind. He then explains that the dragon's pet bat was sick, so the dragon summoned a healer, and that healer happened to be him. After treating the dragon's pet, he received the necklace as a reward for his service. Then, when the dragon said it would send him back to his original world, it left him there. But while on the subject and noticing they seem to know a lot about magic, he asks if anyone knows how to send him back home. He quickly realizes they're giving him strange looks and starts questioning the atmosphere he's feeling. Soon, the elves kneel and begin calling the protagonist the Spirit of Healing, saying it's an honor to meet him. Kim gets startled, thinking that he's being called that again, but seeing that even the elves are now calling him that, he figures the dragon really was naive. He then remembers the dragon jumping and dancing, calling him the spirit of healing, and is stunned by the memory. He then asks everyone to calm down and explains that it's all a misunderstanding and that he's just an ordinary human man. He tries to explain again that he was simply summoned by mistake by the dragon and that the bat was sick in the first place due to poor care, so there wasn't even anything to treat. Kalyan points out that even so, he received a necklace imbued with the dragon's power. Kim says he had to get some travel expenses, especially because he was brought there by force. The elf quickly grabs the protagonist's hand and says that currently, the world they live in is facing a serious crisis, and asks if the protagonist has ever heard of mana. Kim, startled, says no. Kalyan explains that mana is the sacred life energy that makes up the world they live in, and that the mana flowing from the Earth's source resides in all things in the world. The more mana that accumulates, like a dragon's mana reserve being 100 million, while a human's is only the larger the being, the stronger and more sacred it is. However, Kalyan emphasizes that, starting with the extinction of dragons, countless divine beasts began to disappear. And with the disappearance of dragons and leviathans, even the world tree eventually started to wither. Because of this, he fears that if things continue like this, mana will soon be completely depleted, and the survival of the next generation is currently at risk. He then explains that the world's leaders, sensing the crisis, created an organization to develop countermeasures, and thus, the Etherian Order was born. Kim thinks it's like a UN environmental monitoring agency. Kalyan places his staff on the protagonist's shoulder and says there's a legend that has been passed down in this world for a long time, in which the spirit of healing, who wears the power of the dragon around his neck, must save the world. Kim is completely stunned upon hearing this, but wants to know if the elf is talking about him. Kalyan replies yes, and that they had been waiting for his appearance. The protagonist is in shock and asks them to hold on a second, because he believes there must be a big misunderstanding. However, the elves kneel, and Kalyan makes it clear that from that moment on, his celestial family and the ethereal order will dedicate their lives to protecting Lord Kim Ojin, the spirit of healing. The protagonist is utterly terrified, asking them to wait and questioning if what they're doing is really necessary. He then starts thinking he's going crazy and quickly blames everything on that dumb dragon. The next day, Kim calls the next patient and reports that its nutritional status is good and there are no signs of any specific disease. The little creature he's examining is a flying fish named Lumi, a popular pet, but its owner wants to know why it can't fly. Kim says it's probably due to aging, since their average lifespan is 50 years, and hers is already 42. She agrees, but then shouts, asking if there's any way or method to slow down aging or make it fly, even temporarily. Kim says that's very difficult and explains that aging in pets is a natural process, and that she should accept and acknowledge it. She gets upset and says that, actually, her father has been bedridden with an illness since last year, and he loves watching the fish fly. Ever since he was confined to bed, the creatures also began to get sick, and eventually, one by one, they stopped flying. But she emphasizes that Lumi is currently the only one that can still fly. She then explains that Lumi was a creature her father especially adored, and he used to take it with him everywhere. In fact, she says she heard that when her father proposed to her mother, he gave her Lumi. Kim is shocked and asks if it wasn't a ring, but a fish, thinking it must be a joke. Selena calls out to her boss and says it's true, because in the past, proposing marriage with a flying fish was a worldwide trend. The fish's owner says that it's no longer like that, but until a few decades ago, it was said that flying fish could emit light from their bodies. She explains that the sight of flying fish soaring in flocks through the night sky was as beautiful as stars, which is why they were very popular at events and festivals. And that's why her father also took Lumi, who was struggling, and let it float in the night sky. The protagonist doesn't like hearing that people used animals for events, but the fish's owner continues, saying that's how her parents had a happy married life. However, a few years ago, her mother died of an illness, and her father also began to waste away. Now he stays locked in his room, caring only for the flying fish all day. She starts crying and says that some time ago, he said that if all these creatures became unable to fly, his own life would end as well. Kim starts thinking of the scene where a person watches a tree leaf and believes that if it falls, they will die too. Selena wants to know if they can't simply buy a new, healthy flying fish. But Lumi's owner starts screaming, begging the protagonist to make Lumi healthy again so it can fly, and to save her father's despair. Kim looks at the fish and thinks that it is healthy, just aging. Sometime later, Kim is thinking about the girl's sick father. She had been desperately screaming, asking for his help. He knew it was true that emotional bonds with pets affect health, but this was too much. He also remembers his previous life, with some clients sharing their stories, and he knew the problem was that there were too many negative cases. Then he also remembers the elves asking for his help, calling him the spirit of healing, until he wakes up startled and realizes he was dreaming about all those things. Looking at Sonja sleeping in front of him, he wonders what that dream meant. When he arrives at the clinic, he greets everyone good morning, but with heavy eye bags. Pio, also looking sleepy, says she didn't sleep well the night before either. She then asks if he was worried about the flying fish. She says it's so sad, because what the protagonist said was that the fish was aging, but she actually thinks it might be due to a lack of mana. The protagonist doesn't understand, and asks her to be more specific. She says that when she was young, adults used to say that the flying fish stopped glowing, and they also said it was because the mana in the air had decreased, and if things stayed like this, the fish's ability to fly would soon vanish. Kim starts wondering if this could be something like environmental pollution, because it seems like the ecosystem in this world is being destroyed. Then he remembers again the elves asking for his help to save the world. But Selena makes it clear that it's not just the flying fish. She explains that the number of sick animals is really increasing, and they should assume that most are aging due to an unknown loss of ability, and that this is all a phenomenon caused by mana depletion. The clearest evidence they have is the Monoceros right there. Kim looks at Sonja and remembers that Selena had said Sonja was originally a lion, so he comments that Sonja's cat form is cute too, but he's really curious about his original form. Then he wonders if Sonja will still behave the same once he turns back into a lion, until something comes to his mind. He immediately turns and asks Pio what illness the flying fish's owner said her father had. She says she heard it was a disease where the bones weaken and break. Kim turns to Selena and wants to know what kind of medicine is usually prescribed for that kind of illness. She says it's not a precise diagnosis, but typically they use flower root, which helps repair bones, blood root, which has pain relief effects, and other supplemental herbs. Kim asks if among them there are any herbs that cause side effects with long-term use. Selena replies that if someone stands for a long time, their nerves become sensitive and their body loses energy. The protagonist thinks that's exactly what he had in mind and asks if there's a medicine that can neutralize that side effect. Selena says yes, but emphasizes that the original effect of the medicine will disappear. Kim says that doesn't matter and quickly asks her to tell him how to prepare it. She says it's behind her. The protagonist is confused and asks what she means. Selena reveals it's the mandrake, who doesn't seem to be in a very good mood. So Kim goes up to the mandrake and asks if it heard what they were talking about. Then he says he needs to make medicine and will need some leaves. But the plant turns its face away, crosses its arms, clearly refusing. The protagonist wants to know why and asks it not to be like that. But as soon as the mandrake sees the protagonist reaching out to take a few leaves, she gets scared and starts screaming loudly, forcing him and Pio to cover their ears because of the deafening cry. Kim looks at the plant and asks what she's doing. Annoyed, he says his eardrums almost exploded, but Pio asks her boss not to be so harsh with her. She then approaches the mandrake and says maybe she's feeling sick because he only comes to her when he needs something, and that lately, he's been giving all his attention to Sonja. Kim tries to play it off and says he just gets shy around plants, but thinks to himself that he's never raised a plant with a will of its own. Pio says that, in that case, he should at least give the mandrake a name. Kim gets awkward and asks what kind of name would be good for a plant. At that moment, the mandrake starts crying non-stop. Kim starts getting irritated, wanting to know why the hell the plant is acting like this, and now he has to worry about a plant's feelings. So he points his finger at the mandrake and says he'll call her Kim Mandel, which leaves her delighted with the name. Pio also likes the name Mandel and congratulates her boss for the gesture. With that, the protagonist approaches the mandrake and asks her to now give him 2 leaves for the medicine. Happily, she quickly gives him 2 leaves. Selena, watching the scene, thinks the protagonist really is popular among plants and animals. However, she asks if she can borrow his necklace for a moment. He promptly hands it over, and as soon as she puts it on and touches Sonja and Mandel, both creatures become startled. Selena looks dazed, thinking that maybe they aren't drawn just because the necklace has the power of a dragon imbued in it, but that they apparently like the protagonist himself. When she returns the necklace to Kim, he wants to know how to activate its power. He thinks for a moment and answers that he just focuses and thinks about what he wants, and that it seemed to activate when his chest felt a little tight. Selena doesn't quite understand and wonders if the dragon's power is connected to the heart. Kim then looks at Sonja and explains that if he just touches the necklace, Sonja follows him like he's getting a snack. Then, after creating a treat, he gives it to the cat to eat. Selena sees this and thinks it means the protagonist is currently feeding the Monoceros with his mana and wonders if that might be dangerous. At that moment, Pio calls Kim and says she has finished fermenting all of Mandal's leaves. He turns to her and says she did a good job. It doesn't take long, and he manages to make the medicine. As he wonders whether he should take his bag to the client, Selena grows curious about something. Watching him more attentively, she questions if he really is the spirit of healing. Meanwhile, in a mansion, the client who had brought the flying fish to the protagonist a few days ago calls her father and tells him it's time for his medicine. Then she sees him collapsed on the floor along with some flying fish. She quickly rushes over to him and, while helping him up, asks if he's okay. With great difficulty speaking, he says he's fine. She wants to know why he tried to get up alone. He explains that it seemed like Lumi wanted to look out the window. His daughter, concerned, says he should have called her, or even someone else. She also emphasizes that his bones are still weak and that something terrible could happen if he's not careful. The old man takes a deep breath and says he thinks he doesn't have much time anyway, which makes his daughter even more worried. She wants to know why he keeps saying things like that, insisting that his illness can be cured. The old man calls his daughter and says that people don't die only from disease. He then explains that when all hope is gone, that's when someone truly dies. L'Oreal cries out for her father and keeps insisting, begging him to stop saying those things. But suddenly, the protagonist appears, opening the door out of nowhere, saying that what the old man is saying isn't true. People die due to incorrect information and wrong prescriptions about illnesses, and due to poor lifestyle habits and mismanagement. L'Oreal is surprised to see the protagonist, but her father immediately wants to know who he is. So Kim introduces himself and says he's a veterinarian, explaining that the reason Lumi can't fly isn't due to old age. He then points at L'Oreal's father and explains that it's because of the side effects of the medicine he's been taking. The old man is surprised and wants to know what the protagonist is getting at, since he's the only one taking the medicine, so why would Lumi experience side effects? Kim picks up the pet in his hand and explains that flying fish live on land, but he heard that they still have many habits from when they lived in the water. One of the most typical ones is preparing their food or favorite objects. In other words, the reason Lumi can't fly is because they consumed too much of the medicine from the old man's hair and beard. As soon as he hears this, L'Oreal's father is astonished and says he doesn't think those little creatures lick his hair. But L'Oreal turns to him and asks if he didn't know. Every day, when he falls asleep, the little fish tidy up his hair and beard all night long. The old man is surprised and wonders if that's why his beard has always been so shiny. Kim says yes, and adds that he also treated them, so they should regain their strength in a day or two at most. He then says that from now on, the old man should wear a shirt when sleeping. The old man replies he'll just shave everything off. With that, the protagonist begins applying the medicine to Lumi. Kim comments that the little fish seems to be resisting a bit, but Pio holds him more firmly. Once he finishes applying the medicine to the flying fish, Kim explains that it's a fast-acting remedy, and he thinks they'll be fine soon. And, quickly, one of the fish starts to fly. The old man is astonished and calls out for Lumi, who immediately flies to him and begins rubbing against him. Overjoyed, he says, "This must be a dream." Kim says that Lumi was the healthiest of them until recently, so the medicine should be very effective. The protagonist emphasizes that the other little creatures will be fine soon as well. Then, out of nowhere, one of them bites his arm. Then another bites his hair, and he quickly wants to know why they're acting like that so suddenly. Suddenly, they all start attacking the protagonist, who is left in shock, trying to understand what the hell is going on. One of them suddenly starts trembling strangely, which quickly catches the old man's attention. The fish begins to glow intensely. Both Kim, L'Oreal, and Selena are surprised as they watch the other fish flying and emitting a beautiful glow. The old man's eyes shine as he sees the scene, and as the fish continue their light show, he remembers his beloved saying, She had never seen anything so beautiful in her life, and that he took that moment to propose back then. He then picks up Lumi in his hand. Kim comments that it really is impressive. Pio turns and says she now understands why L'Oreal's father used a flying fish for a marriage proposal. Meanwhile, the protagonist still thinks that, even so, animals shouldn't be used for events, because it's animal abuse. Selena remains intrigued, thinking that the fish started flying and glowing right after tasting her boss's blood and hair. She reflects that she really doesn't think he's ordinary, but wonders if he's truly the one their world was waiting for. Then she recalls the conversation she had with Kalian, who on that day asked her if she truly believed Kim Ojin was the spirit of healing. She replied yes, and that everything matched the prophecy. However, she had also said that giving the ring to the protagonist was going too far, especially since the ring didn't even belong to Kalian. He laughed and said it was fine, as he believed she would have allowed it. He then called for Selena and emphasized that Kim was chosen by the Monaceros, and asked if there could be any stronger evidence of conviction than that. After all, even others had noticed it besides themselves, and that the rumor of the spirit of healing's appearance would soon spread throughout the world. Selena wanted to know if Kalian was planning to use Kim Ojin as bait, and if that was why he let Baron Doyle escape. Kalian makes it clear that punishing one or two villains is easy, but what they truly seek is the hidden truth behind it all, and they are merely waiting for that truth to be revealed. He then asks Selena not to worry, assuring her that they won't put the protagonist in danger. He goes on to say that he knows she visited the village for another reason, and wants to know if it's really just a coincidence that the spirit of healing appeared right in front of her. She says that when she first saw Kim Ojin in the middle of the village, he was subduing a giant rabbit, and that the necklace that caught her attention made her feel she needed to take a closer look. She emphasizes that she does believe the protagonist is special, but still feels he doesn't quite seem like the spirit of healing. Kalian replies that they will only know by watching him, and, as she herself knows, the prophecy about the spirit of healing doesn't speak only of saving the world. The next day, it was another peaceful day at the protagonist's veterinary clinic. Or not. Kim, seeing the bloob there, wants to know why it's there, and if, by any chance, the little creature wasn't dismissed the previous week. Selena picks up the creature and says she decided to protect one of the three. She then explains that bloobs are divided into those with a core in their heads and those without, and that if a person keeps only the ones with a core, the others won't divide. Kim points at the bloob and comments that this means it can divide. Selena replies, that's exactly right, but she emphasizes that the one in her hand is sensitive, and therefore, the protagonist should be careful when it splits due to stress. Kim goes crazy with rage, asks her to wait a minute, and quickly wants to know if that means she wants to keep it there. She replies yes, and he immediately asks her to take it back. She responds that he doesn't need to worry, because only he needs to know how to raise a bloob correctly. In the past, there were many cases where villages were devastated because people unknowingly raised them, causing explosive division. Kim gets even more terrified upon hearing that, and still wants to know if she really intends to raise such a dangerous creature there. He then yells that it's like raising a time bomb in a gunpowder depot, since there's already the mandrake there, with its unpleasant temperament, loud as hell, and Shonja with a violent history. At that moment, Pio approaches and wants to know if the owner allowed this. Selena looks annoyed and asks Pio if that's really necessary. Embarrassed, she replies no, it's not. Then Selena explains that she didn't get permission, but asked for cooperation. Very worried, Kim wants to know if she's saying she just brought the creature. Pio comments that it looks like that's the case. Kim asks Selena to wait a minute until Pio has an idea and calls him over. Then she whispers softly that it's better to let this go. She says she heard adults saying the protagonist shouldn't mess with elves who cover their ears. Kim immediately wants to know why. Pio says she heard that elves mark the ears of heinous criminals, which is why they usually cover them. Kim is visibly shaken, wondering if Selena might have an ankle monitor. He quickly remembers her punching one of the interviewees that time, being the kind of person who punches first and talks later. And she also doesn't talk much about herself. He starts watching her and wondering if she really is a convict and what crime she might have committed. He then questions whether he should fire her. Selena tells the protagonist that it's time to open the clinic. He gets startled and says he hadn't even realized. As he goes to the door, he continues thinking that Selena is capable, but he can always find someone else to replace her. And as soon as he opens the door, he sees several people in front of the clinic. All of them are holding their pets, shouting, begging the protagonist to help and save them. At that moment, Pio approaches and asks them to line up, saying she will hand out number tags. The protagonist, seeing that crowd, immediately thinks he won't fire Selena for now. Meanwhile, at Baron Doyle's castle, he is speaking with someone through remote communication magic. This person wants to know how the Order of Aetherian ended up in the village. Doyle says he doesn't know either, and that they suddenly arrived saying something about a divine beast and interrogated him harshly, so he ran away. The person he's talking to gets angry and asks if he really fled after having the Monoceros taken by the Order of Aetherian. Doyle apologizes and makes it clear he will find them again. The person wants to know how the Baron expects to recover them from the Order of Aetherian, but he replies that's not it, and says the Monoceros are with the veterinarian Kim Ojin. The person he's speaking with finds it strange and says that can't be, since they know that Monoceros is a creature that can't live with humans. Doyle says he thought the same, but emphasizes that this veterinarian is really strange. The person replies that it's definitely impossible, but wants to know who knows about this. Doyle says he, his subordinates, the butler, and a few other people know. The man wants to know if the Baron silenced all of them, which leaves Doyle completely confused by the question. The person he's talking to gets even more furious, yells that the Baron is an idiot, and immediately orders him to imprison everyone who was there that day. After that, Doyle is sitting, trembling all over, thinking he got chewed out for a whole hour. He then asks his butler to tell Theodore and Alex to come see him immediately, but the butler says they are currently on vacation. Doyle is shocked and wants to know what he means. The butler explains that they kept complaining about constant overtime, so he sent them on vacation. But Doyle, terrified, says he doesn't care and makes it clear the vacation is canceled and orders the butler to bring them back immediately. However, the butler says they've already left and he has no idea where they went. Doyle is stunned, thinking he has failed miserably. Back in the village, people are asking each other if they saw the Order of Aetherian. One guy says he clearly saw it with his own eyes. Another person gets excited and wants to know if the Order of Aetherian really came to such a rural area. Even the merchants are talking about it, asking customers if they heard that the Order of Aetherian visited veterinarian Kim Ojin's clinic, and that it's said to be because of a threatened animal. Elsewhere, people continue discussing it, and one man wants to know if the Order of Aetherian really said that the veterinarian named Kim Ojin isn't a normal person. Another guy wonders if he's some kind of fairy from another world. Even among the warriors, the subject is being discussed, and the warrior with a scar on his eye asks about this healing spirit, and if it isn't something that only appears in legends. The other warrior says that person subdued a giant rabbit with mana and tamed a divine beast with his bare hands. The scarred warrior looks at his axe and wonders if the protagonist isn't just a vet who happens to be strong. It doesn't take long for the topic to reach the noble palaces. Two women are talking about it, and one says she heard the protagonist is incredibly handsome, that she thought he was a woman, but now that she knows he's a man, she thinks that changes things. The other girl is confused and asks her friend to be more specific, so she explains that, according to prophecy, the healing spirit saves the world, and whoever gains the power of the healing spirit can become the ruler of the world. Meanwhile, in the noble residential area of Montville, in a certain mansion, someone arrives apologizing and explains that he's late because he overslept. It's Mr. Adrian, who quickly asks why the hospital is so quiet, since it seems like only well-behaved animals are there today, and asks them to send in the first patient. The butler looks a bit embarrassed and says there are no patients yet, which shocks Adrian, who wants to know what he means, and if the clients left because he arrived too late, since it's already almost noon. The butler replies no, and says that no one has come by since morning. Adrian is puzzled and wants to know what happened, and if that petty guy with the countdown is still trying to sabotage him. The butler tries to explain, saying that apparently it seems to be because of a veterinary clinic that recently opened in the Belmore area. Adrian is surprised and wants to know if Belmore isn't where the commoners live, since he assumes all his clients are nobles and wouldn't go there. The butler says he doesn't know much about it either, but heard that they're very popular. The blonde guy comments that he thinks they must be using some tricks, since he knows that, at best, a commoner veterinarian is exactly that, and that, being from a royal academy that only nobles can enter, he then begins to emphasize that he's going to take a few days off and think of this as a vacation, and maybe the next day, building a house for Lady Marianne's unicorn will guarantee a whole month's income. However, the butler informs him that a message just arrived from Lady Marianne saying she's canceling the appointment, which leaves the blonde guy quite surprised, saying that's definitely impossible. The butler says she mentioned she's going to Kim Ojin's veterinary clinic. Adrian slams his hand on the table and shouts, ordering the butler to prepare the carriage immediately. This is Adrian Havencrown. Excellent looks from a prestigious family, a rare talent with intellect and refinement, and yet everyone wonders why he's a veterinarian. It's very simple, because he loves pet owners, or rather, the owners of adorable animals. He thinks that if there's anything more beautiful and rewarding than easing the worries and anxieties of the women of the world, but he knows that even so, he always strictly separated public and private matters, except for Lady Marianne Astrid, because he knows that the moment she visited his hospital, his heart began to beat only for her. And maybe he even thought he had become a veterinarian to care for her unicorn. But upon hearing from his butler that her unicorn was being treated by a commoner with no status, he immediately knew that wasn't true. With that, he makes it clear to the butler that they will close the hospital because he's going to visit Lady Marianne Astrid's house. It doesn't take long, and Adrian arrives at the lady's house. But her mother comments that it's unusual for Adrian to come by, so she wants to know if he can explain why he's there to see her daughter despite not having an appointment. A bit awkward, Adrian tries to explain that, as Lulu's primary veterinarian, he can't help but worry, and that, as she knows, Lulu is a very delicate child. He then emphasizes that if she entrusts such a precious child to a common man whose skills aren't even proven. However, Adrian is interrupted, and Lady Marianne's mother points out that the veterinarian her daughter went to see is not a man. She goes on to say that she heard the person named Kim Ojin is a woman. Adrian is very surprised to hear this and quickly asks if that's really true. The woman says that although she's a commoner, she heard her skills are excellent, and that she's also very beautiful. People even call her some kind of fairy or spirit. Adrian is quite stunned, but starts imagining how beautiful she might be. He begins to lose himself in his own thoughts, wondering if this veterinarian has a warm beauty with golden hair like the sun, or a cool beauty with dark hair. However, Lady Marianne's mother calls him out and says she's sorry, but everything she just said is a lie, and that she only wanted to see his reaction. She then orders the guards to escort him out. As he's grabbed and dragged outside, Adrian keeps yelling, saying he's not some lecherous man crazy for women. The lady's mother thanks the vet for trying to meddle. He keeps shouting, trying to explain, saying he only has dark intentions toward Lady Marianne. The woman is stunned and replies that for him to so shamelessly reveal his true intentions already gives a good idea of what kind of person he is. Before being forcibly removed, Adrian still shouts that he just wants to marry her daughter, but Lady Marianne's mother simply orders the guards to drag him away immediately. After getting into his carriage and leaving begrudgingly, he keeps thinking that he needs to meet this Kim Ojin. Adrian believes people say unicorns are only gentle with virgin women, but he knows that's not true. He knows unicorns are picky about people because of their sensitive nature, and that, especially, the smell of blood or male sweat is something unicorns absolutely hate. So if someone approaches carelessly, they'll be killed by its hind legs and hooves. Meanwhile, he knows that unicorns like clean women who wear good perfume. Adrian thinks this way because he hates men, specifically, but he also knows he went through a lot of trials and errors in the beginning, though in the end, he succeeded. The secret, he says, is that a few days before treatment, after showering at least twice a day, you should spray the same perfume the owner uses. With that, he knows very well that a smelly doctor who doesn't even know what perfume is, if they get close, an incident will happen instantly, and that if he shows up with his new appearance, things will be different. Then, he will protect her unicorn for the rest of his life, and the two of them will live happily ever after. Lost in thought, he concludes that it will be perfect. He then starts laughing to himself inside the carriage. As soon as they arrive in the Belmore district, Adrian steps out of the carriage and quickly sees a crowd of people, wondering what's going on, until he hears some people amazed, saying, It's their first time seeing a unicorn. Adrian thinks it's Lulu the unicorn and believes he's about to witness the veterinarian being humiliated in front of everyone. It doesn't take long before he spots the unicorn up ahead and thinks it's doing quite well, and that if this continues, he'll lose his temper. But the protagonist is riding the unicorn and having fun, which terrifies Adrian, who struggles to understand what the hell is happening. Kim, happy to be enjoying the ride, asks if the unicorn has always been this gentle. Seeing that, Adrian knows that's impossible. He remembers a time Lulu got mad even while under anesthesia. Lady Marianne also seems pleased and says it's the first time Lulu has let anyone ride her. The blonde guy remains stunned, thinking the protagonist must have used a trick, that there must be some other method involved. Then he spots Selena and asks what she's doing there, and if by any chance she's an elf, since he heard elves can use magic. He suspects that maybe Lulu is under a spell, which is why she's acting kind toward others, especially the vet. However, as soon as Selena tries to pet Lulu, the unicorn bites her arm. While Kim asks if she's okay, she just awkwardly stares at the bite mark. Both the people and Adrian are shocked to see that she reacted so normally. Kim quickly dismounts and makes it clear to Selena that horse bites must be treated immediately. So, Pio starts shouting for everyone to return. As soon as the clinic door closes, Adrian hears the people chatting, saying they wanted to see the unicorn a bit longer. Then he sees a tree and thinks he can't just go home like this. So he starts climbing the tree. As he climbs, he tells himself not to be underestimated, since he was the champion of the Royal School tree climbing competition for 2 consecutive years. Once he's up, Adrian manages to see what's going on inside the clinic. To make sure he sees everything, he pulls out binoculars and observes more closely. He sees the protagonist performing proper first aid, but wonders what herb is being applied to the wound. He also notices the bandaging method is pretty basic, just like a commoner's. But then something catches his eye. Seeing a mark on Kim's hand, he questions what that strange symbol is. Suddenly, he remembers something and realizes it's the mark of the Celestial family. Shocked, he recalls that Celestial is the most noble family among the elves. Now he's desperate to know why the emblem of such a high-ranking family is on a commoner's hand. Inside the clinic, Selena comments that she thought it was a light injury, but it seems the saliva contained poison. As Kim finishes the bandages, he says it's still lucky that it's only that. He then comments that maybe Lulu just didn't like Selena. Marianne feels sad and apologizes sincerely, saying she'll cover all the treatment costs. The protagonist turns and tells her not to worry about it, since it was their own carelessness. The lady wants to know if Selena also works there. He replies yes, and that everyone there is a veterinary assistant. In fact, they mostly prescribe medicine and do strength-based tasks. Marianne says she understands and figures that, since the protagonist is a famous person, he probably thinks it's best to have a large staff. Judging by the new clinic there, she says it looks a bit small for him to fully showcase his skills. Kim gets confused and asks her to be more specific. She emphasizes that she thinks a bigger clinic would be better. He's stunned and thinks to himself that she hasn't seen his old clinic, since he remembers it as the worst commercial building on the first floor, no subway or bus stop nearby. The bathroom constantly broke, the heating didn't work well, and animal noise complaints kept coming in. Still, he starts acting like a victim and goes on about how, since the opening, he's been in the red with mortgage loans, credit loans, the amount of interest he paid per month, and how high the management fees were. Seeing him like that, Marianne says she's not entirely sure, but it seems like he went through a lot. She then remarks that people are foolish for not recognizing someone as wonderful as him. She asks him not to worry, because her eyes are accurate, that people just need to adjust to someone like him. And she thinks maybe it could be something like a clinic sponsored by her family, for example. He's confused and wonders what she's trying to imply. Then the lady approaches the vet and asks what he thinks. At that moment, the unicorn starts getting into it with the black cat. While the protagonist keeps asking Shonja to calm down, Marianne tries to hold Lulu back, wanting to know why she's acting like this. She hugs her and asks again why she's suddenly behaving this way. Selena finds it all strange and explains that, although unicorns are known for not liking humans, they tend to have good compatibility with animals smaller than them. She emphasizes that, especially with Monoceros, since they have many traits in common and should feel even more affinity. The lady doesn't like hearing that and asks if Selena is implying that her Lulu has a bad personality right now. Without mincing words, the elf says that's exactly what she meant. Tension builds between the two, and the lady also wants to know if Selena has been this blunt and rude from the start. Selena replies that she doesn't think someone who cut the line without a reservation has the right to say that. Marianne gets truly angry and says she would never cut in line, then shows her numbered tags. Selena keeps picking on her, asking if she bought the tags with money. Marianne says she received them through a legitimate transfer, although she gave a small gift beforehand. Pio says that buying tags with money sounds like one of those extraordinary noble ideas. Marianne still wants to know if the clinic doesn't have staff with refinement and knowledge. Suddenly, the unicorn freaks out again and bumps into the bookshelf, which starts to fall from the impact. But someone suddenly appears, jumping through the window. While Selena holds up the shelf, the person who jumped crashes face first onto the floor. Everyone wonders if the person died. It's Adrian, who lifts his head with a bloody nose and says he's glad Lady Marianne is safe. She's startled and wants to know what he's doing there. He asks if she's hurt for being in such a shabby place. She replies that it looks like he's the one who got hurt. Pio gets nervous and wants to know who he is to go breaking the clinic's window. While Adrian wipes the blood from his nose, Selena states he'll have to pay for all the damages. He then turns around and says that apparently he must have scared the women there. He then takes Pio's hand and, as soon as he kisses it, introduces himself, saying his name is Adrian Havencrown and that he's an animal doctor, and that protecting and caring for small, beautiful lives is his profession. Meanwhile, the protagonist wonders who the hell this tacky bastard is, who showed up out of nowhere and thinks he has that weird influencer vibe. So he wants to know why a doctor is entering someone else's clinic through a window. While holding Selena's hand, Adrian gives the protagonist a dirty look, but then explains that he's actually the primary doctor of the unicorn named Lulu. As he pets the creature, he keeps saying he never imagined Lulu's white skin would become so dull in just a few days. He then points at the protagonist and yells that the unicorn's skin must have turned like that because it was examined by a shameless person like him. He approaches Kim and demands to know what he did to Lulu. Kim makes it clear to Adrian that the unicorn is perfectly healthy, and what's shameful is Adrian himself, who chased after a patient and illegally broke into a clinic. Adrian yells louder, saying this was expected and that the protagonist is also incompetent as a veterinarian, and compares him to a Sibarak. Kim is shocked by the name and quietly asks Selena what a Sibarak is. She says it's a carnivorous plant that pretends to be harmless to catch its prey and is often used because it resembles a harmless playboy. Kim breathes a sigh of relief, thinking it meant something worse. Lady Marianne shouts that Adrian is being rude and asks how he dares use such vulgar expressions about Kim O-jin. She then says she didn't know he was someone who speaks without any basis. Adrian apologizes and insists that it wasn't a baseless statement. Then he turns and asks the protagonist if he has a fiancée or a woman he's in a serious relationship with. Kim replies no and wants to know why Adrian is accusing him. Adrian yells that that's a lie, but Kim replies that he wishes it were a lie too. So Adrian asks what that mark on the protagonist's hand is. Kim raises his hand and asks if he means the mark on his finger. Adrian says yes, and explains that it's a mark allowed only for members of the celestial family, and that, in other words, it means the protagonist either inherited their blood or is in a conjugal relationship. Upon hearing that, Pio is amazed and asks if that's really an engagement ring on her boss's finger. Kim looks at the mark and panics, shouting that it's not that. Even Lady Marianne looks concerned about the mark. The protagonist then says he got that mark from a man named Kalayan, which only makes things worse, as it scares the girls, now thinking about a man having given him a ring. Realizing their reactions, he shouts that he doesn't know what they're thinking, but it's absolutely and definitely not what they're imagining. He asks Selena to please explain it to them, but she replies that she doesn't like doing that and won't. Then Adrian notices something and quickly turns around. He sees the unicorn trembling and wants to know what Lulu is feeling. Suddenly, the creature vomits and collapses on the floor, leaving everyone worried. Kim quickly asks Pio to bring a candle and a stethoscope. The protagonist thinks she was in great condition when he wrote her earlier, so he wonders why her condition suddenly worsened. As he looks into the creature's eyes, he can tell the response is normal, but her breathing is heavy. Even though it's not a severe respiratory issue, he doesn't think it's an emergency. Then Adrian puts his head on Lulu's belly and is surprised, thinking this was expected. He stands up excitedly and congratulates Lady Marianne. He announces that Lulu is pregnant, which shocks both the protagonist and the lady. The lady begins thinking about her pet being pregnant, and immediately calls out to Adrian, saying that although he was a bit strange, she thought he was a competent doctor. So she wants to know if he hit his head when he jumped through the window. He replies that there's clearly a new life form inside Lulu's belly, and that the vomiting now also seems like morning sickness symptoms. Selena emphasizes that, indeed, being overly cautious is a common behavior observed during pregnancy. Marianne then turns and yells, begging Kim to tell them they're wrong. However, after analyzing the situation more carefully, the protagonist concludes that Lulu is indeed pregnant. This leaves the lady shocked, saying, "That's impossible." She then explains that Lulu lives in the greenhouse garden of her castle, where no one can enter without permission. Not even a rat, let alone a horse, could get close. Kim makes it clear that even so, the fact remains. Lulu is pregnant, and if she doesn't believe it, she can check for herself. He then hands her the stethoscope. She asks what it is, and he explains it's a tool that allows you to hear sounds inside the body. As soon as she places the tool and positions the other end on the unicorn's body, she wants to know if she can hear Lulu's heartbeat. Then, positioning it in a certain spot, she asks if she can hear another heartbeat. She becomes frightened, removes the tool from her ears, and says it doesn't make sense, immediately wanting to know how this could happen. Without thinking, Adrian bumps into the protagonist, knocking him aside, and grabs the lady. He then turns to Kim and demands to know what he did to her, and what suspicious tool he used. Kim says it's just a stethoscope, and that if Adrian is curious, he can listen for himself. So Adrian puts on the device and says the protagonist might fool others, but not him. But Kim points out that Adrian is using the tool incorrectly. After adjusting the stethoscope properly, Adrian, proud of being a graduate of the Royal Academy, says he'll personally expose the protagonist's low-grade trick. However, it doesn't take long before he's amazed by the sound of the heartbeat. He then yells that he never thought he'd be able to hear sounds from inside the body so clearly. Adrian says he can even hear the sound of blood flowing clearly, as well as the joints moving with breath and pulse. Kim asks what he thinks, and if the baby doesn't already sound big. The blonde guy responds that, judging by the abdominal expansion, it's clear Lulu has been pregnant for at least 4 months. Still in shock, upon hearing this, Marianne says that's impossible because Lulu hasn't been outside during that time. Kim walks up to her and says that's really strange, since he knows horses are very free animals, but wants to know why Lulu never went out. Marianne takes a deep breath and then explains that this fall, Lulu was about to mate with the beloved stallion of Prince Theo Shark, and that Lulu, the unicorn from the greenhouse, became the royal bride and was strictly managed in isolation. That's why she finds it strange that a girl like that ended up pregnant without anyone noticing. After hearing that, Kim takes Lulu to the intensive care unit, where unauthorized personnel are not allowed in. As he prepares an IV and tries to find a vein, Adrian wants to know what he's injecting into Lulu's body. Kim, baffled, replies that it's just fluid. Again, the blonde guy is confused and asks what that is. The protagonist explains that Lulu is low on electrolytes and water due to the vomiting, and that providing nutrients directly into the bloodstream allows for rapid nutrient replenishment. Adrian is stunned by all this information. He starts yelling that it's amazing and that the treatment bypasses the digestive system, making it much faster and more efficient. While continuing the procedure, Kim comments that, apparently, Adrian isn't as stupid as he thought. Meanwhile, Lady Marianne waits anxiously until Selena walks in, saying that either way, she thinks the mating with the prince's beloved horse would have failed because she knows unicorns are very picky. She then emphasizes that if a suitable partner doesn't appear, unicorns are stubborn enough to live alone for their entire lives. However, she adds that once every few decades, a normal horse chosen by a unicorn sometimes appears, and that the foal born from this union is said to become a legendary steed recorded in history, the ultimate hybrid horse, with a body entirely golden. Adrian asks if, in that case, it wouldn't be best for the lady to send Lulu's foal to the royal palace. He then says he'll explain the situation to the prince and believes he would likely be happy to receive such a rare creature as a gift. But Selena comments that it's not a very good idea, since the story of a unicorn hybrid becoming a famous steed is more of a legend, and with so few examples, its credibility is low. Besides, they don't even know who the child's father is. Adrian smiles and says that Lady Marianne's estate has many famous horses. He names a few: the fast and handsome racing horse Siegfried, the service horse with great stamina called Terran, the charming and popular Dolly, and lastly, Black Thunder, the stallion with the best endurance. That's why he thinks that if it's one of those, the child's bloodline is practically guaranteed. Marianne agrees with Adrian and says that since it happened, they need to come up with an alternative plan. She then turns and says that to do that, they need to find out for sure who Lulu's partner is. As Adrian tries to volunteer to help, Marianne turns to the protagonist and asks if he can assist her. The blonde guy can't believe he was so quickly ignored by her. Kim, a little embarrassed, wonders if he really should go find the baby's father after all. He's not a detective. The lady asks if he can't use that thing that listens to heartbeats, like before. He replies that no, you can't do a paternity test with a stethoscope. While she keeps pleading for help, the protagonist starts thinking of a way to get out of this. Then he looks at Adrian and wonders if the guy who's craving attention wouldn't be more useful. He adds that while he barely found out about Lulu's pregnancy using a stethoscope, Adrian already knew just by using his hands and ears. And he was also the only one who noticed Lulu's condition wasn't very good. More than anything, it was Adrian who came there so she could be his patient. So Kim thinks Adrian is the most suitable person for the task. Marianne admits that may be true, but says the protagonist doesn't need to make things so complicated. Selena explains that a pregnant unicorn, if separated from her partner, becomes extremely anxious and aggressive. She then asks if Lulu caused any commotion on the way there. The lady replies that she didn't. Selena also asks if that means the disturbance only started an hour ago, and how the lady got there. Marianne says, of course, they came by carriage, and that Lulu was in her carriage as well. Then she suddenly freezes, realizing something. She returns home and heads straight to the stables. The horse caretaker is feeding one of the animals and says they should eat well, since no one knows when they'll be off again. That's when Marianne, Kim, and the rest arrive. Lulu quickly notices something, which surprises both the lady and the protagonist, as they see the unicorn nuzzling and kissing another horse. Marianne is shocked and yells that this can't be happening. She quickly pulls Lulu's neck and asks if she's lost her mind, then demands to know how a precious girl like her could end up with a stray horse. The protagonist thinks this whole scene with the lady and her pet looks like something out of a daytime drama. At that moment, Adrian calls out to Marianne and says that even though his prediction was wrong, he knows that this horse is already Lulu's best partner. She's furious and shouts, asking if he's joking, and what a unicorn less than a year old could possibly know. But Kim walks over to the horse Lulu likes and says she already chose him as her partner and even had a child with him, so he believes the lady should let them be together. Selena also emphasizes that a pregnant unicorn becomes anxious and violent when separated from her partner. Marianne looks at her little creature, saddened, and wonders how this could have happened. Later that same day, a man is yelling at the old man who takes care of the horses, demanding to know how he could let a mutt carriage-pulling horse get near a precious unicorn. The old man apologizes and then says he truly didn't know and that he only rode the horse, never letting the two walk together. But the other man yells at him not to lie, saying he believes the old man wanted to use that mutt horse to make money and change his own life. The old man, frightened, starts shouting that it's not true and that he'd never think of such a thing. However, his boss doesn't care, keeps yelling that there's nothing more to discuss, and orders both to be imprisoned, the horse caretaker and the mutt horse, adding that he'll give them both a harsh punishment soon. Meanwhile, the maids are arranging some flowers, and one of them comments that the Count is really cruel and that she believes Joseph Ajusi did nothing wrong. She questions how anyone can stop animals from falling in love. The others reply that they don't know, but prefer not to meddle in royal matters. Another maid wonders why they wanted to send Lulu to the royal palace. One comments that it must be because of the crown princess selection at the end of the year, as she heard Marianne is participating. The others ask if that means the unicorn Lulu was a bribe. The indignant maid remarks that she could have lived in royal luxury if everything had gone as planned, so she's curious how Lulu ended up with that carriage-pulling horse. Another maid says she probably takes after her owner, which leaves the others puzzled, wanting to know what she means by that. So the maid who said Lulu takes after her owner begins to say that, back in the day, Lady Marianne, but she's interrupted by the head maid, who arrives yelling, asking if they can't work in silence. Meanwhile, Marianne is still upset about what happened, until one of the maids calls out from afar, shouting for the lady. Lulu is vomiting blood from her mouth. Marianne quickly arrives, worried, asking what's going on. The maid says the unicorn couldn't eat anything because of morning sickness all day and suddenly began coughing up blood while vomiting. Marianne immediately remembers Selena explaining that pregnant unicorns become extremely anxious and violent when separated from their partners. The lady, very worried, knows her pet is in a bad state but wonders if this is all because she's far from that mutt horse. The maid, upset with the situation, says that if this continues, Lulu's condition could get much worse. Marianne asks when Kim Ojin will arrive. The maid says she sent him a message this morning, but it seems he's taking a while because of the distance. Then she asks if she should find another doctor nearby. Marianne hesitates, but then asks for him to be brought. The maid is confused and asks who Lady Marianne wants brought. Then she yells for them to bring the mutt horse. It doesn't take long, and a man arrives pulling Lulu's partner. The head maid is shocked and wants to know what that stench is she's smelling. She comments that the horse was in prison, but the maid insists that's no excuse and asks how he dares bring the horse to the lady in such a state, saying he should have at least washed it. The man awkwardly explains that he heard it was urgent. Then Marianne turns and asks them to bring the horse over. As soon as he approaches Lulu, the carriage-pulling horse is surprised, and Lulu immediately senses her partner's presence. Then, the two kiss, and Lulu starts nuzzling her partner affectionately. Marianne turns and asks the maids to bring warm water and a towel because she'll clean the horse herself. One of the maids is shocked, asking what she means. It doesn't take long for the maids to bring what the lady asked for, and she begins soaking the towel in warm water and cleaning the carriage-pulling horse. As she looks at the horse, she thinks he really is a worthless animal, but then recalls something from her past life. She remembers when she told something to her parents, who were quickly shocked, asking if she was crazy. Then they asked how she could date the son of a humble merchant when she was the daughter of a count. After remembering that, she calls Lulu an idiot. Watching the two nuzzling each other, she comments that she could live a life of luxurious banquets in the finest gardens of this nation, and yet she wonders if this is really what Lulu wants. Then she turns after hearing a noise and sees that it's the veterinarian Kim Ojin. Kim makes it clear to the lady that it's normal to want one's family to live well in better places, but emphasizes that animals and humans are different. She stays silent, saying nothing. The protagonist, while opening his bag and grabbing a few things, says that animals can have preferences in his world, but there's no class hierarchy. As he hangs the IV on a tree branch, he stresses that Lulu doesn't see herself as superior to a horse. After applying the IV to Lulu, Kim steps back and, watching the two together, tells the lady that simply spending days with the one Lulu loves is her greatest happiness. Marianne just listens to what the protagonist is saying. Then, Kim explains that he'll give the lady plenty of medicine for now, but notes that it's only a temporary fix and not a fundamental solution. Therefore, he emphasizes that she needs to solve the root of the problem and must let the two stay together. Marianne takes a deep breath and replies that she understands and will try to do that. With that, Kim says he's done what he needed to and will leave. The lady grows concerned and asks if he's leaving already, since he traveled a long way, and thinks he should stay at least one day, as Lulu's condition just stabilized. Kim says he would like to stay and care for the unicorn, but there are many patients waiting at the clinic, and his assistant doctor, who's still in the hospital, isn't very reliable. Marianne says she understands and wishes him a safe return. Kim smiles and says that, as for Lulu's ongoing care, he thinks someone else can handle it. The lady is confused and asks him to be more specific, so Kim points to Adrian, who's hiding in a tree. As he becomes very embarrassed, the lady yells, wanting to know what the hell he's doing up there. Adrian begins to climb down. Once on the ground, he apologizes to the lady. The protagonist then comments that he thinks Adrian should be saying crime. Adrian, slightly embarrassed, asks not to be misunderstood, saying he was just worried about Lulu. While Kim remains suspicious, Adrian swears he's telling the truth, that he came back after checking on the unicorn. Marianne says he should have notified her staff. Then, as Adrian explains that he did, he says they still didn't let him in because they mentioned something about a blacklist. The protagonist notices something in the blonde's bag that catches his attention. Kim takes the item from his bag and asks if it's a stethoscope. As he examines it, he comments that it looks pretty cheap. Adrian gets a bit embarrassed and says it's just a prototype and will be finished very soon. Kim then tosses his own stethoscope to Adrian and says that as a doctor, he needs good tools. Then he turns around and says he's leaving because unlike some people, he's full of patience. Adrian thinks to himself that Kim Oh-jin is a much cooler guy than he imagined. Meanwhile, the protagonist smiles and thinks he always knew Adrian was a weirdo. Afterward, Marianne and Adrian return to where Lulu is and see her eating. Adrian comments that she finally started eating on her own and seems to have regained some strength. Marianne takes a deep breath and says it's a huge relief, then thanks Adrian for being there and worried. He replies that he's just doing his job. He then emphasizes that love and affection truly are the best medicine in the end. Looking at the items the lady used to clean the mutt horse, Adrian comments that he still can't believe she personally took care of him. Marianne says her stubbornness caused Lulu this pain and that she should have brought them together a while ago. She then goes over to her baby and says that maybe she was feeling jealous of Lulu. Adrian is confused and asks her to clarify. Marianne explains that there was a time when she was truly innocent, just like Lulu, but at some point, she developed the habit of judging people based on status, background, or wealth. Adrian asks if all nobles aren't like that, but the lady emphasizes that she wasn't like that when she was young, and that when she saw him for the first time, she didn't care at all about his clothes or his status. The only thought in her mind was how beautiful the eyes of the person she liked were, and that just to keep looking into those eyes, she'd give up anything. But in the end, she let him go for the happiness of both. She then wonders if she's happy now, because she truly doesn't know. Adrian says he was about to mention that first love always ends in heartbreak, and that the pain of a broken heart can blind people to the fact that love and happiness may already be right beside them. Hearing that leaves the lady quite impressed. Adrian goes on to say that someone's true soulmate might already be nearby. He says this while looking directly into Lady Marianne's eyes, until she notices how close they are, and, flustered, asks if he only just realized that. She then says she's decided not to participate in the princess selection anymore, which surprises the young doctor. Then he puts his hand in his pocket, thinking this is in chance. He kneels down, calls her name, and as he pulls a gift from his pocket, says that he's actually been waiting for this moment for a long time. However, the lady says she's curiously going to make that move on Kim Oh-jin, which makes the blonde boy jump back to where he was, completely not expecting that. Adrian becomes awkward, starts trembling and sweating cold, and asks if she's talking about that Kim Oh-jin they know and why. Marianne says that if she goes through with it, she believes she'd be happier being the one in power than marrying someone in power. Completely confused, Adrian doesn't understand anything, so the lady confidently declares that she's going to get her hands on Kim Oh-jin, the spirit of healing, and seize power for herself. She then takes Adrian's hand and thanks him. Then she leans in and says that if they can continue being good friends like this in the future, it would be wonderful. This hits Adrian like a hammer to the head, and he thinks that Kim Oh-jin is a bastard, and that, in the end, he just can't forgive him. Meanwhile, the protagonist sneezes, apologizes, and tells Pio to keep reading. She says that the letter says Lady Marianne's family is accepting Kyo as Lulu's companion, and that they're also asking the protagonist to be Lulu's personal veterinarian. Kim replies that he thinks it's better not to. Pio is surprised and says they're offering 10 times the normal pay. While treating Shamir, a snake from the twin hydra species, the protagonist says he'd love to accept, but asks her to look at the current situation, then questions whether she thinks he can just leave the hospital. Pio laughs and says she gets it. Kim, while continuing his work, wonders how he's been doing this for an hour, and there's still tartar left on the creature's fangs. He imagines himself in a mine and thinks he's been mining for days. After a while Shamir's owners wait nervously for the treatment to finish, Kim asks Selena to spray some water on the creature's teeth. After doing so, she asks if that's enough. Kim says yes, and asks her to also bring anti-inflammatory medicine and cotton. He soon notices something stuck between Shamir's fangs, and when he pulls it out, realizes he found a ring. The owners are delighted and say the protagonist truly is a healer sent from the heavens. Kim laughs and says Shamir's mouth looks like an equipment storage unit. The owners explain that Shamir is a precious beast granted to their family by the last king, but more importantly, the creature had swallowed their family heirloom. So they begin to cry and deeply thank the protagonist for finding the ring. However, Kim makes it clear that there's still tartar to remove and that some teeth need to be extracted. He emphasizes that it might take another 1 or 2 hours. Selena asks if he means 5 hours, then points to another head of the creature and asks if he remembers that it's a hydra, which leaves him quite scared. He then starts crying, thinking about how much work he has ahead. Meanwhile, the owners say they need to lift Kim's spirits, so they ask someone to bring something. When it's brought in, they reveal a painting. Kim is surprised and asks what that is. One of the owners says it's a painting of his heroic work. He then explains that the person who painted it is the family's official portrait artist and wants to know if the protagonist liked it. Kim is shocked as he looks at the painting, wondering how he could possibly like that. The portraitist assures him that he will finish and present it soon, and that he hasn't had such an inspiring subject in centuries. The protagonist asks the portraitist not to bother. At that moment, Shamir begins to open his eyes. As a huge shadow appears behind her, Selena turns around, startled, and sees the enormous snake, its massive mouth full of sharp teeth, ready to strike. While channeling her magic, she thinks she needs to cast a sleep spell as quickly as possible. Suddenly, someone jumps between Selena and the snake, shouting for her to watch out, but ends up getting hit by the elf's spell. Selena realizes that the person in front of her is the noble doctor from last time, and seeing him fall asleep, she wonders where the hell he came from out of nowhere. Shamir then attacks Adrian and swallows him whole, leaving everyone around in disbelief at what they just saw. A few hours earlier, the protagonist's clinic had placed a sign on the front door, saying that consultations were closed. People with their little creatures were disappointed, wondering why, since it was still early morning. Others commented that they had come from far away just because they'd heard Kim Oh-jin was very good. Adrian, while spying, became furious, thinking he couldn't forgive the protagonist. Watching the saddened women in front of him not being attended, he wonders how Kim dares leave them like that, and still has the nerve to use the name Spirit of Healing. After returning home, he asks the butler what this so-called Spirit of Healing is. The butler replies that he believes it's a legend, and that it said the person who holds such power could rule the world. Adrian says he thinks that's completely absurd. He then comments that he can't believe Lady Marianne was swayed by such childish talk. However, he thinks that if such a being really did exist, isn't it obvious that he himself resembles the Spirit of Healing more than Kim Oh-jin? The butler replies that he's not so sure, as considering the miraculous treatments the protagonist has performed, it makes sense that the rumors are true. He says he heard that Kim helped a flying fish fly again and even turned a demon's apostle into a house cat. He then points out that even Master Adrian appreciates the medical tool Kim gave him. Adrian grabs the stethoscope, puts it in his bag, and says he simply forgot to return it and will do that right now. But first, he asks his butler if he made a copy. The butler says yes. So Adrian heads to the Belmore district, climbs a tree, and wonders why the hell he's up in a tree again. As he picks up his binoculars, he tells himself he's just gathering information about his rival. He soon sees the protagonist treating a twin hydra and is quite surprised. He thinks he's never seen one in person before, and now that he's seeing it, realizes the creature really does have two heads. Watching more closely, he wonders what kind of treatment Kim Oh-jin is doing and if it could be dental. He also sees the protagonist scraping tartar from the gums and rinsing with water. After seeing him with a piece of cotton, he wonders if it's for the inflammation, since Kim is applying it where the tartar was removed. Adrian keeps watching and thinks that, as frustrating as it is, he has to admit that Kim Oh-jin's medical skills are truly exceptional, far better than his own, even though he prided himself on being one of the top students at the Royal Academy. Then something catches his attention. He sees the Hydra's tail moving. Next, he sees it waking up and realizes the creature is coming out of sedation. When he sees the huge snake heading towards Selena, he jumps from the tree, thinking he has to save her. And that's how the earlier event happened, him being swallowed by the snake. Kim wonders what's going on, if he's dreaming, and if the snake really swallowed Adrian in one bite. Selena says he should be fine, since he was swallowed whole, and she's about to cast a spell to put the snake back to sleep. But the protagonist yells for her to wait, and informs her that Shamir's condition isn't stable. When he examines the creature, he notices its tongue is purple. He explains that it's respiratory distress, since Shamir swallowed something too large for her body, and now her airways are blocked. The snake's owners panic and ask if there's any way to save her. Selena again offers to use magic immediately, but Kim refuses, explaining that it's too risky to use magic while the snake is passing out from lack of air. So he asks Pio to remember what he taught her, because they're going to do it right now. Kim then tightly grabs Pio's hand, and with both of them hugging the creature's stomach, he tells her not to let go no matter what. He then asks Selena if she's ready. With a confident look, she starts preparing and soon delivers a powerful punch to Shamir's stomach. From the impact, the snake starts coughing heavily, and it doesn't take long for her to spit Adrian back out. After he lands face first on the ground, everyone around cheers, shouting that the protagonist managed to save him. The owners begin to cry, saying they've never seen such medical skill before, and that it's just what they expected from a doctor sent by God. Kim gets embarrassed, gives a little laugh, thanks them, and quietly asks Selena to check if Adrian is still alive. Selena starts slapping the blonde's face to see if he's okay, and Kim, watching this, shouts that he only asked her to see if he was alive, not to kill him. With his face swollen, Adrian starts to wake up. Selena turns and says he's alive, but the protagonist thinks Adrian is about to faint again from all the slaps. However, Selena explains that the blonde won't be able to wake up for a while because he took the sleep spell she had cast on the Hydra. Kim and Pio are both a little afraid of Selena now, wondering how hard she had to hit for Adrian to stay unconscious. Kim then says that Shamir's condition is stable too, but that the blow caused some bruising in her abdomen. Selena pulls out a small box and says the snake will be fine as soon as she applies the ointment inside. The owners thank her, but are also afraid, thinking about how strong she must have hit Shamir. After a while, Kim says the treatment is complete and asks the owners to be more careful with household items from now on, because any accident involving a pet swallowing something is the owner's responsibility. They get a bit embarrassed, but say they understand and will be more careful. However, the protagonist steps closer and emphasizes that they should be very careful so Shamir doesn't swallow a human again. A few days later, a painting arrives for the protagonist, depicting him saving Adrian from the Hydra's mouth, and he immediately wants to know what that is. A man says it's a gift from the Baron. Then he adds that the painting is titled The Great Rescue Operation. Kim is shocked by this and orders the man to get that thing out of his sight immediately. Selena also says she heard they made a statue of it too, and that apparently it's become quite popular, which leaves the protagonist even more horrified. He begins to spiral into paranoia, thinking that everyone in this world is crazy. Meanwhile, the second protagonist of the painting is still asleep, completely unaware of the chaos outside. Pio wants to know if Adrian is really okay, since he's been asleep for days. Selena says it's a common side effect of the magic and that she thinks he might wake up soon. Meanwhile, Adrian wonders where he is and what happened, remembering that he was spying on Kim Ojin's clinic, then saw the snake wake up and tried to attack Selena. He then remembers and concludes that he died trying to save her. Feeling content, he thinks it was a fitting death for a veterinarian. He also thinks that if he had another life, he'd want to be reborn as a unicorn, so lots of women would admire him, but preferably a beautiful heroine. Then he starts to hear a noise and feel pain, wondering if he's being reborn and why it hurts so much. However, he wakes up coughing, his face all swollen. Selena asks if he's conscious now. He's surprised to see a girl on top of him and smiles, wondering if she could be his owner. But Selena gets off him and says he'll be fine. Adrian sits up in pain and asks where he is. Selena warns him not to get up yet, as the side effects of the magic will leave him dizzy and nauseous, and that he should stay in bed and rest for 2 or 3 days. Still confused, he just agrees. Then Kim arrives and asks if Adrian can sit up for a moment. He gives the blonde something to drink and explains that it's medicine to help with his recovery, and that he even added leaves from his beloved mandrake. Kim then says he contacted Lady Marianne's mansion and that Adrian can rest a few more days. Adrian tries to get out of bed, saying he can't impose like that, but Kim interrupts and emphasizes that, as a doctor, Adrian should know there's nothing more important than health. The blonde is touched and thanks the protagonist. Kim says he'll be leaving now and tells him to rest. After Kim leaves the room, Adrian thinks to himself that Kim really is a great guy, and he feels ashamed for having envied him so much. He wants to become a great man like him too. Then he notices a paper on the nightstand, and as he picks it up, he sees it's the bill, charging for room, meals, treatment, exams, medication, and many other things totaling 6 gold coins and 688 silver coins. He also sees a charge for emotional distress compensation due to interruption of treatment and stalking. He becomes furious and starts cursing the protagonist. The next day, some clients are frightened, asking about the castration surgery and whether the protagonist is going to change their creature's gender. Kim explains that it's just a figure of speech and that, to be precise, the animal will need to be neutered. The creature in question is Julian, a Fenrir wolf who can ward off evil spirits. The owner starts yelling, wanting to know if the protagonist really intends to castrate his baby, and asks if he isn't being too cruel. Kim smiles and reminds him that he had said the creature was losing energy every day, that it's hard to care for its many offspring, and that the female's health is deteriorating due to excessive births. Feeling sorry for his pet, the owner admits it's true but insists the creature is still so young. Kim then approaches with a sinister look and asks if the man wants to calculate how many more pups there will be in 5 years, and whether he realizes he might be committing a heinous crime by illegally selling Fenrir wolf puppies. The owner panics and says no. Then he asks, if they go through with the surgery Kim is suggesting, what pleasure will his little creature have left in life? So the protagonist gets furious and yells, explaining to the owner that Julian is reproducing by instinct, not by choice, and that no matter how healthy he is, frequent mating causes rapid aging, shortens his lifespan, and lowers the quality of life for both the pet and the owner. After that, they begin to leave, and Pio says she'll help them schedule the surgery at the front desk. Kim sighs and comments that he has to say the same thing every single time. Then Pio mentions that his next client is the pet of her childhood friend, who is like family, and tells Kim to take good care of it. The protagonist laughs and says he'll do it with great pleasure. It doesn't take long before someone opens the door and politely asks to come in. She says she's there for a health checkup. Her pet, named Pop, is a large chicken that dances well. As soon as Kim observes the little creature, he's impressed by how shiny the feathers are and comments that Pop clearly looks super healthy. Pio pets the animal and says Pop is the biggest and healthiest of all the pets the protagonist has treated. Kim tells the owner that it seems she's taken very good care of the animal, but the owner, a bit upset about something, sighs and replies that yes. 20 minutes later, after the checkup, Kim is in love with the chicken and comments that, as expected, Pop is perfectly healthy enough to compete in a top-tier chicken contest. The pet owner yells, saying that Pop lost weight recently and she thinks something's wrong. Kim explains that it's not weight loss, it's just feather molting, but the owner keeps insisting that Pop even had a seizure while sleeping some time ago. The protagonist thinks the owner is clearly a hypochondriac, and she keeps insisting that yesterday Pop had a sore throat for no reason. Then she wants to know if he's sure it's not some infectious disease like a cold. Pio goes over to her friend and asks if Pop's throat often gets sore. Kim makes it clear that, up to this point, there's nothing abnormal and that she shouldn't worry too much. Unsatisfied, the owner replies, "Fine." Suddenly, Pio screams, calling the protagonist. She runs to him and says, Pop disappeared somewhere. The owner arrives crying and says she stopped at the bathroom before going home, and, in that brief moment of distraction, her little creature vanished. Kim gets worried and emphasizes that he thinks the animal is still inside the hospital and that they will close all exits and windows first. Selena starts shouting that the clinic has a missing animal and tells everyone to stay in the waiting room for now. The patients begin to complain, with some saying that if they stay in one place too long, their pets get stressed, and others saying they need to leave soon. That's when Sonja appears with a powerful aura, and all the patients immediately fall silent in fear. After everyone searches the entire clinic, Kim wants to know if Pop likes or dislikes anything in particular. The owner, very scared, says she doesn't know and fears that, since they haven't found her yet, it might mean she left the building. Kim states that the animal isn't big enough to open a door or jump out of a window, so he's certain she's still inside. Then Pio remembers something and says, Pop loves men. Kim agrees and points out that some animals prefer deeper voices. However, the owner says she thinks it's not just that, and that Pop is on a whole different level. She then explains that Pop is truly obsessed with men, and her nickname is Man Crazy Bird. Kim quickly realizes that's why the bird was snuggling him so much. Selena comments that, in that case, there's only one place Pop could be. She says it's a room where a man is sleeping, and when they go there, they find Pop cuddling with Adrian. Kim comments that Adrian really must be the bird's type. He then turns to the owner and asks why she did this. She is completely embarrassed by the question. Then she comments that she knew something was wrong from the beginning. However, Kim makes it clear that, as a doctor, he has met different kinds of people, but never someone like her, who was disappointed that her pet was healthy. And he knows that, no matter how fast a chicken might be, he finds it hard to believe it could lose track considering its small steps. And even more impossible that it would avoid people's attention, open a door, and come in. So the protagonist asks Pio's friend to explain. She gets very embarrassed but says she did it because she wouldn't be believed as someone like herself. But if it were a famous doctor like the protagonist, then she again says that Pop is sick and missing, and that she would believe him. Kim gets confused about someone believing him, but wants to know who would. Trembling in fear, the girl says it's Baroness Clays. So she shouts, begging the protagonist to please save her pet Pop, because if he tells the Baroness that it's healthy, he'll be hunted. Then she says there's going to be a hunting competition next week, and apparently the Clays household is hosting a banquet for an important guest. And there's a rumor that Prince Theo will also attend, and that the Baroness herself said that for that meal, they would make Pop, which leaves everyone shocked, unable to believe it. Pio gets nervous and yells, wanting to know if that Baroness is crazy and why the hell she would want to eat her friend's pet, especially since they have many other large chickens. The girl starts crying and says she heard they died of a contagious disease last year. Kim, still shocked to hear this, comments that there must be other ingredients besides chicken and asks why that Baroness is so fixated on eating Pop. A bit embarrassed, the girl says it's because large fire chicken is good for vitality, which shocks the protagonist even more. Then Pio's friend emphasizes that among the chicken breeds, Pop's is the most famous for its exceptional fertility and for laying many eggs, being a symbol of fertility. And that's why families with members in the main wedding city often seek them out. Kim gets even more stunned and thinks that these kinds of people are everywhere. People trying to steal others' abilities by eating them, as if that would work. Pio's friend highlights that the Baroness had her eye on Pop for a while, but now she's threatening to kick them off the farm if they don't hand Pop over. Pio starts trembling with rage and wants to know if the Baroness is really using their livelihood as leverage to take a pet that's like family to them, because if so, she can't forgive them. So the girl screams, begging the protagonist to say that Pop has a contagious disease. Then she emphasizes that with his diagnostic report, those people will have to believe it. Kim becomes a bit uncertain about it and soon says he's sorry, making it clear that he can't do that, which leaves both Pio and Selena in disbelief. But he explains that the moment someone falsifies a diagnosis, they stop being a doctor. Then he emphasizes that they become a fraud, deceiving others with the life of another being. Then he wants to know how he could treat other animals with pride again after committing fraud over someone's life like that. Suddenly, Adrian says this is all nonsense. So he wants to know if professional ethics are more important than someone's life. He also makes it clear that the calling of a doctor goes beyond a mere professional role because it's about saving lives. With that, he jumps out of bed and, looking into the protagonist's eyes, wants to know how he can still call himself a veterinarian after that. Kim says he'll assume he fakes a false diagnostic report about Pop, and that to be able to save her, he'd have to say it's a contagious disease strong enough to spread to humans. And then, at that moment, the poor animal would become a patient affected by a serious contagious disease. With that, he wants to know what would happen after that. So he makes an analogy with the close contact of the group, where the other animals that were in the same barn as Pop, what would happen to them. Therefore, he makes it clear that the barn could be shut down, and in the worst case scenario, they could even request the culling of the animals. Then he looks at Pio and her friend and wants to know if in that case, he should tell them it was all a lie. He also wants to know, and if a contagious disease breaks out somewhere else, wouldn't people accuse that family about it? Kim turns to Adrian and emphasizes that the calling of a doctor is indeed to save lives, as he says. But if a doctor makes a choice that puts hundreds, even thousands at risk to save one animal, he wants to know if that person can truly be called a good doctor. The protagonist also makes it clear that if Adrian can't understand that, then he isn't qualified to be a doctor. After Kim says and explains all of that, Pio's friend quickly lowers her head, upset, and apologizes. After leaving the clinic, Pio is with her friend and asks her not to cry, saying she believes there must be a solution. The girl, crying a lot, wants to know how she could ever win against a noble and wonders if maybe she should just run away somewhere far with Pop. Kim and Selena arrive, saying she doesn't have to do that. Then the protagonist picks Pop up and says that he can't help her as a doctor, but he can help her as a fellow pet owner. Hearing that makes Pio and her friend really happy, so Kim asks the two of them to spread a rumor in Baroness Clays' house. Then he calls out to the person who's spying, asking them not to hide and to come out. It's Adrian, who is shocked at being discovered and wonders how Kim figured it out. The protagonist looks back and makes it clear to Adrian that he'll need him to play an important role. So sometime later, at the Baroness's house, a few women are chatting, wondering if Duke Astrid's daughter really won't be participating in the prince consort selection. And while they speculate that maybe Marianne has already found a partner, one woman just observes in silence. Then she thinks that if Lady Marianne gives up, she knows her daughter Laura will have a better chance of being selected. And looking at the other girls, she knows that when her daughter becomes the prince's consort, it'll be the end for everyone who mocked them as new money, and that the money they all looked down on so condescendingly was exactly what brought the prince to the banquet. So she keeps hoping they'll wait, because this will be the perfect chance for her dear Laura to catch the prince's attention, until someone approaches and asks to excuse himself. She turns, and while she gets a little flustered, wondering who the handsome man in front of her is, Adrian asks if it's all right with her, they could talk a bit at a more private table. Thus, while they go to a table, Adrian notices people watching him and thinks it almost feels like he is in a dream since everyone is staring at him. As soon as the two sit down to talk better, still a little embarrassed, the Baroness thinks she still cannot believe she is speaking with such a handsome man at a party. She wants to know if Adrian really graduated from the royal school and if he met some members of the royal family. He replies yes and emphasizes especially Prince Theo, since they attended at the same time and he saw him quite often. The Baroness is very impressed and immediately wants to know what kind of person Prince Theo was. Adrian says he was very sensitive to trends, but thinks he needs to update his interior design immediately. The Baroness insists on wanting to know about Prince Theo and asks another question, wanting to know if Adrian knows Prince Theo's eating habits. The blonde boy does not really understand the reason for her question, so he wants to know if she plans to serve a meal to Prince Theo. She becomes very embarrassed and does not know what to answer. Adrian comments that he understands her and emphasizes that there is nothing more worrying than serving a meal to royalty. Therefore, he wants to know if in that case he should introduce her to his regular merchant. She does not quite understand and asks him to be clearer. Adrian says that he is a secret merchant who deals only with the upper class and who mainly works with imported high-quality ingredients. Hearing this makes the Baroness very excited, and she soon comments that she had no idea such a person existed, and that is why she really wants to meet him. Therefore, Adrian takes her to another place, and as soon as they enter a cabin, he says the meeting will be there. The Baroness becomes a little suspicious, thinking about the humble place for a high-class person. At this moment, the MC disguised welcomes the Baroness and introduces himself as Louis Vuitton, and Selena, also disguised, introduces herself as Chanel. Then Kim tells the Baroness that she arrived at the right time and that his boss just made a dessert. She, in turn, remains suspicious, questioning herself about the people seeming strange, until Selena arrives with the dessert and says it is causing a sensation among foreign nobles, being a diabolical sweet that they say no one has ever experienced. As soon as she removes the lid, she says it is a tanghulu. The MC smiles and asks the Baroness to try the tanghulu. As soon as she takes the first bite, she already finds it very crunchy, and after trying a larger piece, she becomes euphoric and shouts saying it is truly wonderful. Then she thinks the dessert is like a symphony of crunchy sugar dismantling, also being a storm of fruit juice, and that it is almost like an intense step of a sugar god dwelling on her tongue. And observing the MC and Selena, she concludes that she cannot believe such an incredible flavor exists and that these people exist, until Adrian asks the MC to forget the sweets and show the real treasure because he heard that he recently acquired something very precious, being a magic that makes one go back in time, and that he also heard it was called the Plant of Immortality. Hearing this makes the Baroness even more curious and surprised. Kim becomes a little embarrassed and says that there is no intelligence comparable to Adrian's since he is right, but that although they cannot guarantee immortality, he can affirm that it is an ingredient for longevity. At that moment, the Baroness opens her mouth wide in disbelief at this story. Kim gives a slight smile and tells about the chickpea of eternal youth, which slows aging. Then the MC says that if the Baroness cooks and eats it, the food will slow aging and reduce the risk of several diseases in adults, besides the chickpea also being effective for constipation and hair loss. The Baroness, very impressed to learn this, immediately shouts that she wants to buy them all. However, the MC makes it clear that he thinks that will not be possible. Then he says that due to the very limited quantity, all his current stock is already reserved. Adrian tries to convince Kim to sell to them since they are regular customers, but the MC stands firm in his decision and explains that he has his circumstances because the customers have already reserved and plan to present them to the prince. At that moment, the Baroness thinks of something, and soon after, shouts wanting to know if by chance one of those customers the MC mentioned has a daughter of marriageable age. While Kim asks how she knew that, he thinks it was already expected and that she is intending to become the prince's bride. Desperate, the Baroness shouts that she is willing to pay 10 times the reserved amount. However, the MC makes it very clear to her that he does not do business just for money and that what they truly seek is the universal truth, love for humanity and health. Selena, in turn, sick of the MC's idle talk, comments that she has much to say but for now will hold back. The Baroness becomes embarrassed thinking she ended up showing her nouveau riche tendencies to such admirable people, until Adrian keeps insisting for the MC to sell a little to them, and then wants to know if it is not also a merchant's duty, in an act of love for humanity, to give the products to the people who most need them. The Baroness is quite surprised by Adrian's attitude. Kim takes a deep breath and comments that he is right, and that is why he will make a special exception and sell this time. With that, the Baroness becomes very happy to see she achieved something grand to present to Prince Theo. However, Kim calls the Baroness and says he has a small condition. Thus, he explains that the reason the grain she is taking is called chickpea is not only because it resembles a chick, but because it contains the mana of the great fire hen, the ancestor and divine beast of the great fire chicken. Then he also emphasizes that he heard those grains have a strong attachment to their own species, and therefore, those who eat these grains should not consume any animal related to chickens for a while. The Baroness is completely shocked to learn this, and, very worried, wants to know what happens if the person eats it. Kim says that all the benefits of the grain she is taking will be reversed, resulting in rapid aging, several adult diseases, constipation, and lastly, partial hair loss. The Baroness cannot believe it, and, knowing she went through so many troubles to buy them, questions herself about what she should do and whether she should ask for a refund. Until Adrian, with the same thought as the Baroness, takes a deep breath and says he went through so many troubles to buy them and therefore wants to know what he should do. Kim says his father often asks for roasted chicken dishes and that he always thought it was something for virility. Then he starts laughing, and Adrian emphasizes that those old men no longer know what they are doing. The Baroness becomes awkward and replies that it is fine, but wants to know if roasted chicken dishes are not a bit old-fashioned. After that, already at the MC's veterinary clinic, after he tells Pio and her friend that the plan worked, they become very happy and grateful. Kim says it was nothing and shows a custom transport box for Pop and explains that it is made with the money they received from Baroness Clays. The girl starts crying and wants to know if the MC is really going to give it. Kim says they will be in trouble if she really loses Pop. While she thanks once again, the Mandrake becomes a little jealous of Pop clinging to the MC. Then, while the MC comments that if she needs help, she should call any time, the Mandrake spits directly on Pop. And while Kim wants to know if the girl would like to work there with them part-time occasionally, the atmosphere becomes tense between Pop and the Mandrake, until Pop tries to eat the Mandrake, and everyone is in shock wanting to know what is happening. After putting Pop in the cage, the MC makes it clear to Pio's friend that when she comes to work part-time there, she is not to bring her little pet. Then Kim comments with Adrian that he will pay a fee for his help, and that thanks to the performance, the plan worked and they made money. Thus, the MC hands Adrian 7 gold coins, who in turn wants to know if he will really receive that much. However, Kim emphasizes that after medical fees, lodging fees, and other expense, Adrian will be left with 312 silver coins, which drives him mad with rage at the MC, calling him a swindler and wanting to know if he is extorting money from him for trash treatment. He only calms down when hearing Selena saying that she was the one who performed the treatment, so he changes his mind and comments that it is no wonder her experience seems extraordinary. Selena makes it clear to Adrian that he should not underestimate the side effects of magic. He agrees and comments that after taking the medicine he received from her, he felt much better. She says she will give him 1 more additional prescription to continue taking. After a while, Selena asks the MC if it is really okay to let Adrian leave just like that. Kim becomes confused and asks why. Selena wants to know if he did not want another doctor at the hospital, since she knows Adrian's medical skills are not bad, and that he seems to work well with the MC. Kim becomes a little embarrassed and comments that there is some truth in what she just said. But for now, everything is fine, saying this while grabbing the bag of money he received, and Selena makes it clear that his greed for money has reached its peak. Meanwhile, elsewhere, while tea is being served, someone says that a hunting competition will be held there soon. It is Prince Theo Asheronus Elvania, third prince of the Kingdom of Elvania, who comments that he thought he would already have the Monoceros in his hands. Then he asks Baron Doyle what happened. He laments and says he is still looking for opportunities, but emphasizes that there is never a moment when Kim Ojin's veterinary clinic is empty. Theo makes it clear that this method of waiting for a moment with no one around is low class. Then he says that what should be done is to make them proudly present it in front of everyone. Doyle bows his head and agrees with the prince's wise words, and emphasizes that he has been a fool all this time. Theo then says that the movements of the first and second princes have been suspicious lately, since he knows that to subdue those irregulars at once, he needs the power of the Monoceros. Then he emphasizes that if he does not ascend to the throne, Baron Doyle will also be in a bad situation. But while speaking, a creature keeps making noise in the background. With that, he becomes furious and shouts, wanting to know if Baron Doyle cannot silence his little pet. He becomes very frightened and quickly apologizes to the prince, but explains that it is time for his little animal to eat. While Prince Theo tries to calmly drink his tea, the wolf keeps making noise, and the Baron's butler tries to calm the creature by telling him to try eating a cucumber, but it ends up not caring at all. Then, while someone approaches with a portion of chickpeas, the butler keeps trying to calm it by saying he will give it an apple when they arrive at the mansion later. But as soon as the wolf sees the food, it quickly jumps, and as it tries to eat, it ends up scaring the man who was bringing the chickpeas. With that, Prince Theo is astonished to see his food thrown into the air, and as soon as he sees Baron Doyle's wolf eating the chickpeas, he begins to tremble with rage. Thus, he goes to the Baron and asks him to leave immediately. Back at the MC's veterinary clinic, Pio is telling the client that the Fenrir surgery was completed, but emphasizes that many accidents occur when they fall after waking up from anesthesia, and therefore asks the client to please watch the little animal carefully for a while. The old man is happy and begins to cry upon learning that his baby will be fine. Kim asks the man to return next week to remove the stitches, having said that he calls the next patient. It is Pio's friend with her little pet. Kim is surprised to see her, but wants to know what happened with Pop this time. As soon as they place the animal on the examination table, Turna says that it is not Pop, but rather her younger brother, Cheap. Kim comments that then it is no wonder he is not clinging to her neck. Turney continues saying that lately, Cheap has been sleeping all the time and coughing. The MC, after observing the animal for a bit, comments that maybe it is just a cold, but that it also seems Cheap has slight muscle weakness. Thus, Kim asks Tern to give the prescribed medicine once a day and feed him with warm water with dissolved brown sugar frequently. She thanks the MC and makes it clear that she will do that. However, the next day she returns saying to the MC that there was no improvement in her little animal and that somehow her dog also got sick, and that is why she brought both together. Kim, after briefly observing the animals, asks Turney if she is sure the symptoms are the same, because he thinks that if they are, it seems contagious. Thus, he makes it clear that he will hospitalize both since it would be problematic if it spread to others. After that, the next day, Tyrna appears crying and saying that all the other animals are also showing the same symptoms. Kim becomes intrigued by this and questions himself if this can really happen in just one day, and whether by chance the animals live in different places, until a target comes to his mind. And observing the other patients there, he thinks that most of the patients in the clinic showed the same symptoms. So he questions himself if it could be not just a cold, but an outbreak of an infectious disease. Thus, he shouts, asking all patients to please cover their noses and mouths and not touch anything with hands that touch the animals, and that everyone should wear gloves. Pio shouts next, informing that animals with symptoms of cold and lethargy go to the second floor and that all other animals should stay on the first floor. After some analyses, Kim says that the symptoms themselves are not severe, but emphasizes that the problem is that there is no improvement even with medication, and that he cannot predict if it will worsen. Selena emphasizes that it is also problematic that it affects all species indiscriminately, so she makes it clear that if this continues, she fears that at this rate it will spread widely in a short time. With that, a few days later, faced with several people crying for help, Selena thinks that her words have come true. Kim apologizes to the people, and says that there are no more vacancies in the clinic and asks them to please go to another hospital. Some people shout, saying that all the other hospitals are already full too. Hearing this leaves the MC very worried, thinking that the situation is worse than he imagined, until the Lord who owns the giant rabbit arrives shouting, asking the MC to please take a look at his Elizabeth. Kim looks at her and immediately wants to know how a pet that stays indoors can catch an infectious disease. So he asks the Lord if he took her for a walk somewhere. He replies no and explains that he has been playing with her at home, but emphasizes that for some reason Elizabeth was bored, so he bought her a friend and fears that this is what brought the disease. Kim cannot believe that the Lord actually bought a turtle for the huge rabbit. Then he apologizes and makes it clear that he cannot examine her. The Lord becomes quite impressed and asks the reason. The MC says that the clinic is already full of hospitalized patients. The Lord wants to know if that really is the problem. Then he turns, calls his butler, and asks which is the nearest building around. He replies that there are 2 in the alley, but as soon as he shows the location on the map, he explains that one of them is empty. While the Lord says that he will lend the MC one of his buildings, he keeps thinking that the Lord who owns Elizabeth seemed to be just rich. But in the end, he is a real estate magnate. Thus, very moved by the Lord's idea, he wants to know if he has ever considered adopting a person. With that, the MC ended up operating a temporary annex. Then, very happy, he breathes a sigh of relief and comments that at least one problem was solved. However, he soon realizes that it is not quite like that, because now that he has 2 places to treat patients, he knows that by developing the medical team and treating patients alone in 2 places, this absolutely will not work. Then he thinks that he needs one more doctor to make it work. Meanwhile, at veterinarian Adrian's house, he is commenting about the clinic being empty again and wonders the reason. His butler says that to begin with, they did not have many patients, and since Adrian is frequently away from the clinic, he thinks even the occasional patients stopped going. Adrian becomes irritated and asks if it could be because of Kim Ojin after all. The butler tries to explain better, saying that it is not that, but Adrian does not want to hear it and comments that he knew the problem was the idiot Kim Ojin. The butler calls Adrian's attention and says that there is an outbreak of infectious disease in the MC's town and that he suspects they will ask for support soon. Adrian becomes excited at the thought of the MC asking for support until someone appears asking permission and calling for Mr. Adrian. Then he says that a letter has just arrived from Kim Ojin. Adrian asks his butler to read the letter because he is eager to hear how Kim is politely asking for help. The butler begins to read the letter and says that Kim Ojin really tried not to contact Mr. Adrian, but that given the situation, he had no choice but to send a letter and that it was not to be misunderstood because he was also irritated, but that he knew that in any case, Adrian had no patience after all. Adrian cannot believe what the MC sent in the letter, but the butler continues saying what Kim Ojin wrote, in which he asks Adrian to bring all spare medicines and medical equipment he has, and that he could pay about 2 gold coins per hour, and that depending on Adrian's performance, there may be a performance bonus, or there may not. While Adrian becomes furious, tearing up the letter and saying that this is how that bastard makes a request for help, the butler warns that there is one more page to read. Then he says that the MC is saying that Selena is suffering from overwork. As soon as he hears that, Adrian quickly prepares himself and makes it clear to his butler that he will not be able to return for a while. The butler wants to know how long Mr. Adrian will be away. He turns around and with a smile emphasizes that he will be away until the war against the epidemic ends, because where there is disease is where a doctor should be. The butler cannot believe his master's words, but only comments that he understands. After that, and back at the MC's clinic, the first epidemic in another world began, and Pio says that he will explain the epidemic guidelines, which are for everyone present to isolate any animal that shows symptoms, and for everyone to avoid going out if possible. Turn is asking some patients when the animal's coughing symptoms started, and after 12 hours of continuous work, Adrian is informing a patient that the little animal's throat is very swollen, but fortunately, it is not the epidemic. And as soon as they reach 26 hours of work, the drug tests begin. Kim, with his 18 hours of continuous work, is exhausted, as is the whole team from endless overtime, until someone brings Max to the clinic. The MC begins to observe him and is upset to see him in such a state. Mr. Schwein says that he has 2 more and that somehow he ended up taking care of the hunting dogs. The old man emphasizes that they should participate in the next hunting competition. Along with Max are Silva, a Draco dog with speed characteristics, and Mir, a very shy dog. Schwein takes a deep breath and laments that the hunting competition is approaching, precisely when the epidemic began. Turney warns Kim that the hospitalization ward is already full, but he replies that it is fine because they will open more spaces. Then he comments that they are still working to find a treatment, but assures that everyone there will do their best and that Mr. Schwein should wait a little longer. With few alternatives at the moment, he replies that it is fine and thanks the MC. After that, in a ward crowded with animals, Adrian wants to know why they keep accepting patients since he knows they have exceeded the limit that he and the MC can handle. Kim comments that somehow they need to try to do what they can, until Pio appears saying that some owners are beginning to want their pets discharged, and that they say that if it is just a little cough, it should not be a big problem for daily life. The MC emphasizes that this may be true for humans, but makes it clear that they cannot send them back like that. Then he wants to know what if Mr. Schwein's hunting dogs can no longer hunt, because he knows that the abandonment of animals when they lose their identities happens more often than everyone imagines. Pio and Adrian are quite surprised to hear this, but the MC continues saying that Mr. Schwein is a good person, and that therefore he probably would not do that. But they do not know about other dog owners, but that this does not apply only to hunting dogs, but to all animals. Besides, the longer the animals stay sick, the more it disrupts daily life, and then people will not want to reduce their dependence, and voiceless lives are often easily ignored. After that, night falls, and Kim is thinking that he tried to create antibiotics using the power of the dragon necklace, but that for some reason they all failed. So he thinks that in the end, the necklace is not omnipotent, until Selena approaches asking the MC to stop doing that, because she knows that excessive use of the dragon's power necklace can strain his heart. Then she emphasizes that being empathetic will not solve anything since the epidemic seems to have more complex reasons. Close to entering a state of madness from not sleeping due to the workload, Kim wants to know if it is that mana problem again, because he thinks that maybe he should try to learn to use magic, and that he should also study alternative medicine. Selena wants to know how long he has not slept. Kim says it has been exactly 3 days in a row, but while he was going to say that he is still fine, Selena hits him on the head and puts him to sleep in bed. 5 hours later, he wakes up startled, wanting to know where he is and who he is. Tern is glad to see that he woke up and brings him some things to eat and regain his strength. Kim is quite impressed to see freshly fried eggs and bacon. Turney says that it was Pop herself who laid the egg and that he knows it is not fertilized, but that it is full of nutrients. Kim is a little reluctant to eat after knowing that, but changes the subject and wants to know where Pop is. Turney says that she is at her house, and the MC asks why. A little embarrassed, she replies that it is because Pop did not catch the epidemic. Kim is very confused and asks if she is saying that only Pop did not catch it among all the animals in her house. Turney replies yes, and explains that she thinks it is because Pop is healthier than the others, then emphasizes that Sionja did not catch it either. Kim starts thinking about his monoceros and wonders why he did not realize this until now, and if by any chance Sionja is really fine in a clinic full of patients. Then he begins to think about Pop and Sionja together and wonders what the common point between the two is, whether it could be diet, preferences, blood type, or even luck. After joining Adrian at work, he still keeps questioning himself about the common points, and Adrian keeps watching him without understanding anything. Meanwhile, Pio is trying to calm the Mandrake and Sionja so they do not fight, but the Mandrake spits right in the middle of the black cat's forehead, and the MC ends up seeing this and gets an idea. Then he remembers that earlier Pop took a spit on the forehead from the Mandrake, and while watching Sionja trying to eat the plant, he concludes that it can only be the Mandrake's saliva that prevented Sionja and Pop from catching the epidemic. Therefore, they collect a little of the clean saliva from Sionja's face, place it in an observation container, add an experimental plant contaminated with the saliva of an infected patient, and if the gray experimental plant turns green, they will know it was a success. With this, they start shouting happily upon discovering that they created a cure for the epidemic. Kim and his whole group start crying with joy and captivating the Mandrake. But while the plant remains suspicious, Kim emphasizes that the problem will be mass production, since he knows that even if it is saliva, it is still plant sap. Selena wants to know if they could squeeze the Mandrake, but the MC emphasizes that this is very inhumane. However, Selena goes to prepare something while considering the possibility of diluting the saliva in water and, as soon as she finishes the preparation, places the glass near the mandrake, which only keeps looking suspiciously. The plant begins to smell the straw, and as soon as it starts drinking, it falls in love. And while it keeps drinking, Selena tries to take advantage of the distraction to grab one of the leaves. Then, she squeezes the leaf, and soon sap begins to drip. Kim is very impressed to see how much they managed to collect in an instant. Then, he wants to know what the hell Selena gave the mandrake. She says that she mixed water with sugar that the mandrake likes, with the nutritional solution used to grow herbs, and, in the end, added a diuretic. Both Adrian and the MC keep observing the suspicious yellow color of the liquid in the container and begin to imagine that it can only be what they are thinking, since Selena said she added a diuretic to the mixture. However, Kim does not care, and while preparing something, comments that medicine is medicine and that he will start making the cure immediately. The next day, Pio is happy to see that Max's cough stopped and that his strength returned. Kim is glad to know this, and, while petting the dog, comments that Max did well to overcome the epidemic. And, after a while, the MC is applying the cure to one of the patient's animals, and, as soon as he finishes, asks Pio if it was the last vaccination. She replies yes. Kim comments that then he will just write the dosage prescription, until at that moment, someone starts knocking hard on the door. It is Baron Doyle and his henchmen, shouting that they are there to arrest the MC. The people outside hear this and are worried about Kim and wonder what is going on. The MC appears at the door and, trying to hide his nervousness at seeing who is there, starts laughing and asks what they are doing there. The Baron comments that it has been a while since they met, but then shouts that they will be arresting him for deliberately spreading an animal epidemic and pocketing fees for unfair treatment. Kim laughs and asks the Baron on what grounds he is accusing him. Doyle shouts, asking the MC not to try to get away with this. Next, he wants to know if the MC had not said with his own mouth that the demon's messenger, Sionya, would spread the epidemic. Kim cannot believe it and thinks he would never have imagined that what he said back then would make sense in what just happened. However, he tries to explain himself by saying that he only said something similar, but wants to know if that is not why the treatment went so well, and, showing the Monoceros, says that even the M on its forehead disappeared. Then he approaches the Baron and asks why he would want to go through all this trouble. Doyle says it was to pocket the treatment fees. Therefore, he orders his henchmen to take the MC inside, since they discovered it when investigating. And to guarantee proof and avoid recurrence, he makes it clear that they will take the cat as well. The Mandrake, on the other hand, loves to know that Sionja is going to be taken away. Kim, a little worried, thinks it is as he imagined, in which Sionja was their true target and the epidemic was just an excuse, and that their goal from the beginning was. Before finishing his reasoning, he is interrupted by Pio, who starts screaming like crazy, saying that Dr. Kim is not the kind of person the Baron is talking about. Pio goes to the Baron, points her finger, and makes it clear that he is the one blinded by money. Doyle calls her an idiot and wants to know how she dares insult him. Pio does not care, and very furious keeps shouting, wanting to know if the Baron knows how much Dr. Kim worked to eradicate the epidemic, but the MC interrupts her and asks her to stop. Then he says it is all right. Next, he shouts that they should not waste more time because he will go with them. Both Adrian and Pio cannot believe that the MC is willing to surrender. However, he turns and makes it clear that they will sedate Sionja before taking him. Doyle does not like this and says it is unnecessary because they brought an iron net. Kim emphasizes that he will by no means let them take Sonja in an iron net and that the Baron knows Sonja is not exactly docile, because if he gets hurt, it will be very problematic for both. Doyle takes a deep breath and says fine, and asks Kim to do it as quickly as possible. As soon as they put Sonja on a table, the MC asks Selena to give the sedative. Then he quietly tells her that when he gives the signal, she knows what to do and that he will be counting on her. Selena snaps her fingers, and with an unfriendly face says she is already ready. Kim is a little embarrassed and whispers that it is not what she is thinking, and that she is to use magic to escape with Sonja. Selena turns saying she understands, and the MC is confused, wondering why she seemed disappointed. After sedating the black cat, Kim puts him in a transport cage and says he is ready to go. But suddenly, he activates a light from the mark he received from Mr. Kellyan and begins to blind the Baron's henchmen. Therefore, He shouts, telling Selena that it is her chance and to use the magic. However, she does not care about magic and punches one of the henchmen right in the face, and the other two with a strong elbow and a kick right on the chin of another. And as soon as they fall to the ground, she takes Seonja and runs out of the clinic. Doyle is furious and shouts, ordering his henchmen to go after her because the cat is more important than the MC. Kim says that the true face of the Baron is being revealed. Doyle goes crazy with rage, grabs the MC, and calls him scum, making it clear that he will not let him escape this. Then he asks his henchmen to destroy everything there. Pio stands in front of them and shouts that she will not let that happen. She says that the clinic is where they care for patients, and that she will not forgive them if they damage the place. One of the henchmen, very irritated, wants to know what she will do to stop him. However, Adrian stands in front of Pio and asks the henchman to stop what he is doing right now and, with a sinister look, makes it clear that if he dares lay a hand on a child, he will not let him go unpunished. Kim thinks that Adrian could have done this before. Therefore, the Baron says that there are many eyes there and orders his henchmen to just take the MC. Pio is worried, but Kim says it is all right and that he will be back soon. Then he makes it clear to her and Adrian that he is counting on them to take care of the clinic while he is away. Next, the MC keeps thinking about Selena and hopes that she takes good care of Sonia. After this confusion, two women start commenting to each other that they think that animal epidemic that was recently spreading was caused by Dr. Kim Ojin, and one of them wants to know if the other is saying that it was the doctor who was supposedly fighting a demon, and the other replies that apparently yes, until more people approach, and one of them comments that they heard the Baron will hold a public trial soon. Meanwhile, the MC, while being taken, sleeps and continues recovering his sleep after days of overtime. But as soon as they arrive, the Baron's wolf starts barking and he shouts, asking the MC to wake up. Kim slowly starts waking up and, sleepy, wants to know what is going on. Doyle shouts, asking the MC to tell him where he hid the cat and the elf. Kim, while yawning, replies that he would not know, but thinks that apparently Selena escaped safely. The Baron wants to know if the MC, an insignificant being, would like to feel a little pain. Then he says that his wolves have been bored lately, but Kim is surprised by something, since Magma, the Baron's pet wolf, seems to be suffering from something. And quickly, Doyle wants to know what is wrong with his wolf's posture. The MC says that apparently Magma has a stomachache and wants to know if he showed any unusual symptoms lately. Doyle agrees with Kim and says that his little animal had not been feeling well since early. Kim wants to know if the Baron can be more specific about how the wolf is unwell. Doyle says that Magma is lethargic and that there was blood in his urine. At that moment, as soon as the MC hears this, he shouts, saying that he needs to examine the animal immediately. However, the wolf does not like Kim's approach and starts growling at him, but the MC tries to calm him down, saying that it will be just a quick look. And so he calms the creature and, after touching its body, discovers that it is a hernia. Therefore, he wants to know how the Baron did not notice this. Then he turns and makes it clear that he needs to operate as soon as possible, because he thinks that Magma's life will be in danger if they do not do this. The Baron is very scared, not believing that his little pet is in danger. After a while, outside the Baron's castle, someone is lurking. It is Selena and Shonya with his grown horn. She asks Yeonja to calm down because she is sure Kim is safe. Meanwhile, inside the castle, the MC is shouting, asking to take Magma to a clean room immediately and to prepare the listed tools and medicines because the surgery will begin. While Kim completes the anesthesia and disinfection, Doyle is apprehensive, waiting for the surgery to end. The MC continues doing his work while the Baron's henchmen assist him with the tools. However, one of them asks Doyle to wear one of the aprons they are using. He is a bit reluctant about it since he knows it is a maid's apron, but his henchman explains that the MC said it is to prevent infection. Then Kim asks to check Magma's temperature and to prepare the administration of more anesthetic in 5 minutes. While Magma remains sedated by the anesthesia, the MC asks one of the henchmen to sterilize the forceps used. Doyle continues worried about his pet until the MC shouts, asking to close the door because the wind is coming in. They quickly close the door. Outside, a man wants to know if they can really trust the MC, and another stresses that he probably doesn't have good feelings towards them. Then he emphasizes that he has never heard of the disease called hernia that he mentioned. Doyle comments that it is not like that, and leaves the man confused, trying to understand what the Baron is trying to say. Then he turns and, looking at a portrait on the wall, says that Magma's mother died with the same symptoms. so he wonders if his pet is suffering from the same disease. He thinks this while staring at the portrait of Angela, Magma's mother. After a while, on a table, there are several papers, and the Baron wants to know what it is. One of his butlers says they are petitions. He also says that all the petitions are requests to release Mr. Kim. Doyle can hardly believe the number of requests. Then the man says that one of the petitions is from Lady Marianne Astrid. Doyle wants to know if by any chance it is that stubborn young lady from the Astrid family. As soon as he starts reading the petition, he realizes that she is saying Lady Marianne will denounce them to His Majesty the King for false accusations if they don't release Kim Ojin immediately. At that moment, the henchman who is assisting the MC in the surgery opens the door and says they are finished. The Baron immediately runs out shouting for Magma. His henchman says the surgery was a success, and that the MC said to give medication for a week and then remove the stitches. Doyle thanks God that his baby is fine, but then remembers something and sees the MC sleeping deeply. The henchman comments that Kim said he had not been able to sleep recently because of the epidemic, but he wants to know if they should already take him back to prison immediately. Kim starts drooling from so much sleep. Doyle sees this and comments that there is no need to put the shackles back on. After a while, the night goes by, and the MC, while still sleeping, begins to dream and questions where he is. And as soon as he hears voices, he also wants to know if they could be from his mother and father. Then he understands that he is at his parents' house. And while he sees his mother commenting that she thinks her son's clinic is in trouble again, the MC realizes that it is a dream, until his father sighs deeply and comments that they had told their son to go to medical school, but he didn't listen. Then the scene changes, and a creature walks slowly. Kim wonders if it could be a cat or a lion, and, while being licked, he asks himself if it might be an animal he treated. Hugged warmly by a Monacaros, he feels warm and pleasant. Meanwhile, Prince Theo is furious, wanting to know if the Baron really lost the Monacaros again. Doyle says that apparently the creature was delivered to the Order Etherion. The prince is very surprised and immediately wants to know what the Baron is talking about. He says that the elf named Selena, who was with Kim Ojin, seems to have been an agent of the Order Etherion, and that there is also a report of her encounter with a suspicious group of elves. Theo doesn't like knowing this, and shouts that the Baron can't do anything right. He lowers his head and says that he is very sorry and asks for the deepest apologies. Then he wants to know if they can release Kim Ojin. Theo wants to know what he means, and Doyle says they are in a difficult position because of the constant complaints, and that it is not only the commoners, but even the nobles are making a fuss. The prince begins to tremble with anger and says that the Baron can do as he wishes. After a long night, the day dawns and Kim asks them to bring Magma to his clinic in 3 days to remove the stitches, and until then, follow the precautions he noted. One of the henchmen says he will also bring his pet soon. Kim smiles and says that he had indeed mentioned a hunting dog with bad knees, and that he should bring it as soon as possible. The other man asks the MC to be careful from now on, and Kim thanks him, until the MC is surprised by something as he sees his whole group along with the animals running towards him. The mandrake, so happy, jumps out of the ground and goes straight to the MC, who immediately wants to know what everyone is doing there. The Lord wants to know what he means by that, since they were all waiting for him to come out. Kim can hardly believe it and asks if it is really true that they are all there for him. Then Mr. Schwein says that if they had arrived later, he thinks they might have had to enter the castle. While the MC thanks everyone, something comes very quickly towards him. It is Sionja, who jumps on Kim's face, throwing Pop and the mandrake away. The MC is happy to see that the Monacaros is fine, and soon sees Selena fine too. Then Kim tells Sionja that he saw someone who looked like him in his dream the previous night. Pio asks if it was really in a dream. Kim replies yes, and surrounded by his pets, explains that it was a dream where he thought being a veterinarian was the right choice. From the top of the castle, someone is watching the MC's group, and someone asks the Baron if they will really let him go. Doyle does not answer, but his butler says that he also saw that thing in Kim Ojin's cell the day before, and on that day, they were very surprised, just like Sionja, who quickly ran away as soon as he was seen by the humans. The Baron's butler, very surprised, continues saying that he is sure the thing they saw that day had a horn and disappeared in an instant, but that it clearly was not a common animal. However, Doyle turns and says that he has no idea what his butler is talking about, so he wants to know what really was in Kim Ojin's cell. The man cannot believe that the Baron is pretending not to understand. Doyle makes it clear that they did not see anything that day, and then thinks that Kim Oh-jin won. With that, a few days pass, and the Baron is extremely furious when he sees the bill for Magma surgery and shouts, wanting to know what ridiculous amount the MC charged. Then, thinking about him, he concludes that he really cannot forgive him. Meanwhile, at the clinic, someone is saying good morning to Miss Selena, and Kim wants to know why the guy is there again. It is Adrian, who arrives saying that he brought the herbs Selena had mentioned before. She comments that it must have been difficult for him to find that in this season. Adrian says that there is nothing he cannot obtain for her, so Selena gives him a list. She begins to observe the herbs that Adrian brought and sees that there is Sprincia, Morning Dew, and even Gentria seeds. And while she comments that they are all in excellent condition, especially the Sprincia, something jumps onto Adrian's hand and quickly leaps somewhere else. He is startled, commenting to the little creature that it is not food, but a precious medicine. However, as soon as he reaches out to grab the herb, he ends up getting bitten, and then receives an attack right in the middle of his face. Then he becomes furious and shouts, saying that he heard that pets look like their owners, and that, as expected, all the creatures Kim raises have bad behavior, but Selena makes it clear that Bloop is her child, which makes Adrian a little embarrassed, commenting that it is no wonder the little creature has such a sharp eye for herbs. However, Bloop does not like Adrian much and keeps staring at him. The blonde boy wonders if the little creature actually just smiled. Selena puts Bloob in his cage, and Adrian keeps thinking about what he just saw. Meanwhile, Bloob, while chilling inside his cage, thinks about his name Ping Ping, and that he is a Bloop, a sacred and special being, and that there, in the clinic, a place where hundreds of animals go every day, there are two holders of power. He, Ping Ping, who claims the herb room on the second floor as his main territory, and Seonja, Kim Oh-jin's right hand and the highest authority of the clinic. Well, he thinks at least superficially, since he knows that certainly Seonja is physically stronger. However, no matter how strong Seonja is, he knows that he cannot mess with him carelessly because of the division core inside his forehead, since the moment someone annoys him, he multiplies exponentially and causes calamity. Then he thinks that when they first met, Seonja instinctively felt the danger and immediately attacked him, but quickly revealed his power and made everyone tremble in fear. However, he knows that after that he was welcomed by Selena, the true power there, and began to appreciate life as one of the two authorities along with Seonja. After that moment of reflection, someone is shouting for help. A patient arrives saying that his son was run over by a carriage and his little creature is not breathing. The other patients in the clinic are surprised, wanting to know if the person did not arrive too late. Kim, as soon as he observes the little creature, realizes that the airways are clear, so he calls Pio and asks her to time at 1-minute intervals and inform him. Therefore, the MC starts doing chest compressions, followed by mouth-to-mouth, and as soon as he goes back to doing chest compressions again, the people around want to know what the doctor is doing, since they have never seen anything like that before, until the little creature suddenly starts coughing. With that, Kim says that the animal's breathing and pulse have returned, but that he will move it to the examination room immediately. People cannot believe what they just saw, as they thought the little creature was dead. Ping Ping, just observing all this commotion, thinks that the MC really is someone extraordinary to bring the dead back, and that now he can clearly see why Selena made him her subordinate. At that moment, Kim asks the mandrake to let him borrow a leaf. While the mandrake is moved by the MC's request, Ping Ping thinks that he had forgotten her, Seonja's servant, and as soon as the plant gladly hands over one of her leaves, Ping Ping knows that she is a medicinal plant cultivated there, but finds it very amusing to see her doing such pathetic acts. However, the mandrake realizes that she is being watched by the Bloop and puts on an unfriendly face. Ping Ping realizes that she did not like being watched, but wonders what she will do if he keeps staring at her, and then thinks that she is really insignificant. After that, later, Ping Ping is running on his wheel, and as soon as he stops, all tired, he thinks that the daily training is complete. Then he jumps until he reaches the top of a shelf and knows that there is his stronghold, and that it is a tribute to Kim Oh-jin, offered as a sign of loyalty, since it has a view of the entire interior of the clinic, being located in the best place, with the most comfortable temperature and humidity. However, he is extremely shocked, because the place he most desires is destroyed. Then he begins to wonder who dares to commit such an atrocity, but it doesn't take long for him to notice something, and he sees the mandrake laughing suspiciously while holding on to the top of the window. Thus, he becomes furious and really wants to know how she dares to do this. since he has in mind that after receiving several awards for recent development of medicines, she became able to move freely outside the pot. Therefore, still very furious, he thinks that just because she learned to take a few steps with her pathetic legs, she thinks she forgot her place and dares to challenge him. Then, while jumping, he thinks that he will immediately establish who is in charge there. He then tries to land a kick on her, but the mandrake defends the attack and throws Ping Ping back. He does not like this very much, because he knows that thanks to medicinal herbs, not only did the plant's body grow, but also its durability improved a lot. However, he thinks that no matter how much she fights, she is still just a humble plant. Thus, he jumps high, and this makes the mandrake very worried. And while he lands a kick on her pot, he knows that when she loses the pot to return to, she will simply wither and die. The pot falls from the shelf and shatters completely upon hitting the floor, scattering all the soil. The mandrake cannot believe it and begins to cry as she sees her home completely destroyed. Ping Ping watches her from above and thinks that this is the difference in level between them. However, the mandrake turns furious, and Ping Ping thinks that this is not a good thing, since he knows that the plant has a secret weapon, a sonic attack that can easily rupture eardrums. So he prepares himself, thinking that she will use the attack, but realizes that his arms cannot reach his ears. But as soon as the mandrake tries to unleash her secret attack, nothing happens. Thus, Ping Ping starts laughing and thinks that she not only lost the pot, but also her voice. And while he keeps laughing, the mandrake panics, unable to believe it, until the MC opens the door and, a little sleepy, wants to know what is happening there and ends up seeing the mandrake on the floor with a crying face. Kim picks her up and realizes that her pot broke, then begins consoling her, saying that everything will be fine, until something comes to his mind, and looking at the plant, he comments that he understands. That said, he says that it is already time to replant her, since he has in mind that the mandrake, which recently received quite a bit of super growth serum, had its height increased by an incredible 1.5 times. Therefore, the MC takes a new pot and says he had prepared it, a new spacious home. Then he says that the inside was carefully filled with layers of top quality soil, and that to finish, he used a premium organic nutrient service. Kim gets excited, claps his hands, and congratulates the mandrake on the new home. However, he sees that she is very weak and discouraged, and immediately wants to know why she is like that. He tries to play with her, but the mandrake is very frail. The MC wants to know if she didn't like the new home. Selena notices this and decides to pull one of the plant's leaves, which makes the MC quite scared, wanting to know what Selena is doing. Kim immediately prepares for the mandrake's scream, who in turn gets irritated for having one of her leaves pulled out without permission. But when she tries to scream, nothing happens. And while the plant feels embarrassed for not being able to scream, Kim says that apparently she going out of the pot so often lately made her lose her voice. However, he emphasizes that she doesn't need to feel so hurt in her pride, as they already replanted her and her voice will return soon. After that, the next day, the mandrake is even more withered and almost lifeless, and the MC, as soon as he sees her, gets very worried, wanting to know why the plant is aging so fast, as he fears that if she continues at this pace, she will completely wither and die. Selena wants to know if by any chance the fertilizer wasn't enough until Pio appears shouting, worried about the plant. And as soon as she goes to the mandrake, she wants to know how the MC can be so ignorant as to have completely changed all the soil in the pot, and if by any chance he never dedicated himself to agriculture. He feels embarrassed and replies that apparently Pio must be from a cold city. Pio explains that the soil is like blood and flesh for plants, and that humidity, microorganisms, and nutrients live together. Therefore, she makes it clear that the MC, by changing the familiar soil for new and unknown soil, caused a rejection reaction. Pio gets even angrier and shouts warning that if she had arrived a little later, she's sure the mandrake would have withered to death. Kim falls to his knees on the ground and keeps apologizing non-stop and asking what he can do to help. She replies that there's nothing they can do except let the mandrake overcome it with her own willpower. Then, she starts removing all the plant's leaves to prevent moisture loss. After pulling them all off, the plant looks even more embarrassed. However, Pio places the pot in a place with good ventilation but covers the area to block sunlight and prevent photosynthesis. While blocking the window to prevent sunlight from entering, the MC tells the mandrake that all of this is for her own good and that she just needs to wait a few days. Night falls, and where the mandrake is being kept, she notices that more of her leaves are falling. so she starts to cry. However, someone starts to approach very slowly, and the plant quickly notices it. It's Ping Ping, who with one of the mandrake's leaves and a mischievous look, keeps staring at the plant, who in turn gets very frightened. The little hopping creature starts eating one of the mandrake's leaves as if teasing her. However, someone appears and catches Ping Ping. It's the MC, who says he was wondering who kept stealing the medicinal herbs and wants to know what kind of rodent eats things like that. After taking the leaf out of the little creature's mouth, he wants to know if she realizes how precious the mandrake's leaves are. But Ping Ping doesn't like that, jumps from the MC's hand and bites the finger of his other hand. While Kim tries to pull the rodent away, Xionyia quickly approaches and strikes the little creature with a paw. However, due to the blow it took, Ping Ping activates the multiplication core on her forehead. Kim becomes very frightened and shouts, asking the little creature not to do that. Then, while shouting that he'll do anything for Ping Ping not to divide, his dragon necklace glows intensely, and a power shoots out from it, hitting Ping Ping squarely. A strange reaction begins to happen, and then the power from the dragon necklace manages to remove Ping Ping's division core. Kim is frightened, wanting to know what the hell is happening, until, as he steps back, he bumps into a chair and ends up falling on his butt. The power starts ricocheting everywhere and goes straight toward the poor mandrake, who just stares at the power coming her way. Kim screams, worried about her. However, as soon as she is hit by the power, she instantly recovers from the state she was in and becomes radiant. Taking advantage of the beautiful moonlight outside, the plant makes a little scene, which leaves both Ping Ping and the MC wondering what the hell the plant is doing. The next day, after Selena observes a bit of what happened the previous night, she says that it's a normal plant cell division. Then she explains that the energy from Ping Ping's division core came into contact with the mandrake, causing abnormal cell division, and that's why her body instantly recovered and became even stronger. Pio is happy to know that the plant will be fine in the end. Meanwhile, Selena looks at Ping Ping, picks him up in the cage, and asks the little creature not to be sad because his core is safe. And while giving him one of the mandrake's leaves to eat, she points out that he'll recover soon once he regains his energy. Then Selena becomes intrigued by something and, thinking about her master, reflects that, as expected, the division core he created is truly excellent. Next, Pio says there's a scary ghost story in the Western Forest known as the Tale of the Legless Beauty, and that, although she appears to be a beautiful woman with long hair, in reality, they say she's a man-eating monster with vicious teeth. Without hind legs, she crawls on her front limbs, appearing when she hears a baby crying, and some even say she's the vengeful spirit of a yokai who went mad after losing her child. Kim grabs Xionyia tightly and, terrified, asks Pio to stop, saying she should say something that makes sense. She insists it's true. Kim says that no one has seen her, so he thinks it's a lie, but Selena says she has seen this woman in the forest. The MC becomes even more scared, wanting to know if she's joking, and Selena says she saw her in the Western Forest the previous week. Then she explains that there were traces of something crawling on its front limbs all over the place, and that thanks to that, there were fewer people around, so she could gather herbs comfortably. Then Kim becomes even more frightened when he hears a strange sound, and on the other side of the door, the sound grows even louder. Both Pio and the MC are terrified, and Selena comments that it seems like someone is there. But as soon as they open the door, they see the dog Max with something in his mouth. Kim starts petting him and wants to know what he's holding. As soon as he takes it, he realizes it's a piece of Mr. Schwein's clothing and wonders if something happened to him. However, he soon runs after him with Max, and as soon as they find him, Schwein wants to know what the MC wants. Kim sighs in relief and says he found a piece of his clothing in Max's mouth and thought something had happened. Schwein explains that it's just a comfort item for the dog, and the MC gets annoyed for worrying for nothing. The old man also says he thinks Max was bored because he's been very busy lately. Kim wants to know if Schwein is working that late at night, and he says there's a situation going on, asking if the MC can see the net on the tree in front. He replies that he can. Schwein says there's a kitten trapped inside the net, and Kim becomes confused, asking the old man to be clearer. He explains that recently, hunters have been getting close to the Western Forest and have set up nets like that everywhere, and that young animals keep getting caught. Kim thinks that even in this world he's currently in, there are still those bastards. Then they go to where the kitten is trapped, and Mr. Schwein says that the net is hanging very high and that he can't pull it down. So he says he'll be back soon with a stick. Kim says he understands and that he is worried about the kitten's health. Then, he notices something strange and, seeing some marks on the tree, wants to know what they are. Schwein is impressed and says he thinks they're scratches, as if something had clawed at it. Kim looks to the side and sees some footprints around the tree, commenting that they're quite peculiar, almost as if an animal with only front paws had been crawling. He says this while thinking about the monster Pio mentioned. Then he wants to know why the old man is suddenly making crying sounds, so he tells him not to joke about it because he really hates that kind of thing. Schwein starts sweating nervously and replies that he's not making any sound. At that moment, a creature with sharp teeth approaches and begins moving toward them. Both the old man and the MC get scared and scream, saying that the legless monster has arrived. However, as the creature gets closer, they see that it's not the monster the MC was imagining. Then he realizes it's just a fox, and that apparently the animal injured its hind legs, which is why the footprints were dragged. Then, from inside the net, the creatures trapped there begin to make noise, and the fox reacts to it, quickly trying to climb the tree with her claws. Kim notices that the creature is reacting to the kitten's cries. The fox tirelessly continues trying to climb the tree, and the little animals trapped in the net start moving, causing the net to sway from side to side. Kim comments that at this rate they're going to fall, and it doesn't take long for the net to come loose. The MC prepares himself and jumps, grabbing the net with the little animals inside. As soon as he sees they're safe, he feels relieved. However, he notices something and sees that it's not just a kitten there. There's also a fox cub that already seems to be dead. At that moment, the fox appears behind the MC with bloodshot eyes, and he turns around, very worried. Seeing the furious creature, he thinks he let his guard down, but a vial is thrown and hits the fox, spilling something over her. Kim realizes it's a tranquilizer that quickly knocks the fox to the ground. The MC sees it was Selena's doing, and she wants to know if he's hurt. He is very happy to see her and thanks her several times, but wants to know what she's doing there. Selena says she was curious about the creature they mentioned earlier, but in the end, it was just a celestial fox, which is known for having a cry that resembles a woman's voice. Kim wastes no time and quickly starts treating the creature since she's in bad shape with many wounds. When he touches one of the fox's paws, he sees there are also bullet wounds on the hind legs and thinks that's why the creature was only using the front ones. Selena comments that apparently the fox gave birth recently since her teats are swollen, but there are slight traces of nursing, suggesting she hasn't been feeding her young for a while. Kim becomes intrigued and wonders if the fox cub that was caught in the net was her child. The night before, in the middle of the forest, someone stood before a fox cub complaining that it would be better if it were an adult fox. The other hunter says that even so, he thinks a white fox is rare, so it must fetch a good price. Then one of them notices something, and the mother fox of the fallen cub appears. She quickly charges at one of them, who becomes very frightened, but several shots are fired. One of them, badly injured, says he thinks he got lucky and tells his friend to get out of there. The fox returns to her cubs, and one of the little creatures becomes very alert upon noticing that its mother has returned. However, her hind legs are completely injured from the gunshots she took. But even so, she doesn't stop from picking up her cub to take him away. Once they reach a safe place, she places her cub on the ground, and he begins to nurse. The fox feels happy to see that her cub turned out fine in the end. However, as the night went on, because of her injuries, the fox ended up falling asleep. From the bushes, a kitten emerged, and the fox cub went up to it, and the two began playing together, until the fox cub stepped on a trap that instantly caught them both. Because of the noise the little creatures made, the fox woke up. The cubs, while trapped in the net, kept making noise, and the fox started sniffing around to find where her cub was. Then she heard him making noise and realized he was trapped high up in a tree. The fox, remembering what happened the previous night, wakes up startled and immediately prepares her claws. But the MC grabs her and asks her to calm down. However, she bites his arm, but soon calms down because the MC just applied a sedative to her. He tells her to stop moving or her wounds will open again. The fox ends up falling asleep due to the sedative, and Kim asks her to rest a little longer. Later, something starts making a huge noise in the clinic, and the patients get scared, wanting to know what's happening. Seonja is irritated, and Pio asks him to calm down. Then she puts him, the mandrake, and Ping Ping outside, and makes it clear to the little creatures that they can't be there at the moment. Kim, a bit intrigued, comments that it's been more than 3 days since the fox was admitted, but she still gets furious every time she opens her eyes. He also has in mind that she's developing tolerance to the sedatives. Pio wants to know if the fox doesn't realize her cub is dead, thinking that maybe that's why she keeps looking for him. Kim replies that no, and that he thinks she must already know because the cub seemed to have been dead for at least 3 to 4 days. And if she had been there the whole time, she would have noticed at some point that the cub's crying had stopped. Then he notices that the stitches have burst open again and emphasizes that it almost seems like the fox is refusing to heal, since he knows that trauma also exists in animals. Trapped in memories of pain and anger, they attack themselves and the world endlessly, just like the monsters in the ghost stories of the Western Forest. Kim asks Pio if the kitten they rescued is also doing well. She replies that yes, and points out that he has improved a lot after receiving intravenous serum, but still thinks that because he's just a baby, they'll need to keep a close eye on him. The MC asks Pio to pay attention to maintaining the little creature's body temperature and not to get close to the fox's cage. As soon as Pio sees the kitten trembling, she picks up the bottle and realizes the water has cooled, then says she'll replace it quickly with warm water. As soon as Pio leaves the room, the kitten wakes up and sees the fox in the other cage. After Pio returns, she feels a bit embarrassed but apologizes to the kitten and says she was delayed warming the new water. However, she sees that the cage is empty and the door is open, so she gets worried and starts shouting, wanting to know where the little creature went, until she sees that the kitten went into the fox's cage and is nursing. So she starts shouting for the MC, who at that moment was attending to another animal. Pio says that the kitten went into the fox's cage, and he becomes very surprised. Then he thinks that this is really bad, since he knows that in the fox's current state, she would definitely kill the little creature. Meanwhile, the kitten is calmly nursing from the fox until she begins to wake up, and the MC rushes at full speed to the room where they are being observed. At that moment, the fox fully wakes up with an unfriendly look, but the kitten continues nursing peacefully. Then the MC bursts through the door, very worried, but ends up seeing the fox crying and licking the kitten. Everyone is astonished by the scene they are witnessing, since they're seeing the creature that was once furious now tenderly caring for a kitten, as if it were her own cub. After a while, the kitten is running with something in its mouth, and Pio runs after it, shouting that the little rascal is running away with his glove again. However, the kitten goes straight to the fox, who looks at Pio with an angry face, and he awkwardly says that he will get the glove later. A little later, while watching the fox and the kitten, Kim comments that it is quite amazing, because before the fox's wound kept getting worse, but now it is starting to heal, and apparently she is no longer having nightmares either. Pio says he thought the fox would never be able to use her hind legs again. The MC emphasizes that fortunately the nerves were still alive, and that it is nothing short of a miracle. He feels very happy, thinks about her with her cubs, and reflects that he knows he cannot fully return what humans took from her, but at least he can repay her a little. Therefore, they take her and the kitten to the middle of the forest, to their natural habitat. Kim asks them to live well, and Pio hopes both will stay healthy. The MC thinks that he hopes they will never have to meet under such circumstances again. With that, the fox nodded once, as if saying goodbye, and soon disappeared. After that, the rumors about the monster in the Western Forest disappeared, and a new story emerged, that of a strange fox accompanied by a kitten. Back at the MC's clinic, some people are very scared because they are seeing the mandrake walking and immediately want to know what the hell is going on. Then a patient arrives and comments that apparently it is their first time at the clinic, so she explains that what they are seeing is a mandrake. She then says she heard that it is like the guardian spirit of the clinic. However, a guy interrupts and makes it clear that she doesn't know what she is saying, because as far as he knows, that clinic has a different guardian spirit. A little girl says she heard that there is a very scary cat there, and that even fierce animals don't dare move in front of the cat. The mandrake keeps listening to people talk about Sonia and doesn't like it one bit. Then it goes to where his food and water are, grabs the bowl, and throws it high into the air. While striking a proud pose, people want to know how it dares to knock over the food bowl of the true boss there. The mandrake feels embarrassed and doesn't notice something that just arrived behind it. And as soon as it turns around, it gets very scared because it sees Sonia glaring at it angrily. The plant prepares to release its scream, and Sonia takes a deep breath. However, he starts coughing like crazy, almost as if he had swallowed a ball of yarn. People get worried, wanting to know what suddenly happened to the cat. Sonia coughs so much that he ends up vomiting, and the vomit hits the mandrake squarely. While the plant lies knocked out on the ground, people wonder if the cat really vomited. Then someone comments that it is just a hairball. It is the MC who explains that cats usually clean themselves by licking their bodies, and that the dead hair that enters their bodies during this process clumps together and is expelled through defecation or even vomiting. The poor mandrake feels desolate hearing about it. Then Kim grabs a brush and says that he has been too busy to brush Seonja's fur lately, as he knows he should give him a good brushing after all this time. However, an hour later, the MC, terribly tired and covered in fur, finds it very strange because it never seems to end. He then comments that at this rate, it might be possible hair loss, and that if it continues like this, Seonja might go bald. Then, when he turns the cat over, he sees a mark and says that it can only be baldness. But upon closer inspection, he thinks it can only be what he is imagining, suspecting it to be a fungal dermatitis. Kim becomes worried and thinks that he still calls himself a veterinarian, yet he didn't even notice that his own cat had a skin disease. Therefore, he quickly goes to a drawer, grabs a hair trimmer, and thinks that he prepared it for a day like this, being custom made by the best craftsman in the city. The tool in question is the world's first manual pet clipper, and while he begins trimming Seonja's fur, the MC apologizes and emphasizes that it is necessary for the treatment. However, Seonja feels something strange and jumps up, which ends up scaring the MC. Upon landing, the cat becomes furious and growls. Kim is frightened and questions whether Seonja really growled at him. Then both stare at each other, and the MC thinks that normally, in a situation like the one he is facing, a pet owner should take a step back to maintain the trust of their animal. But at the moment, he is not just a pet owner, but a veterinarian, so he knows that a doctor must never back down in a battle of wills with an animal. He then thinks that he has awakened the spirit of the brave doctor, and, while trimming Seonja's fur, says that he is doing well. However, as soon as he passes over the cat's bald spot, Seonja growls loudly in pain. The MC apologizes and comments that it will be over soon. Kim thinks that in cases like the one he is dealing with, he needs to act quickly, because the more pets hate it, the faster he must finish. Until a glow begins to emerge from Seonja, and the light becomes even stronger, leaving the MC astonished. The glow completely illuminates the entire clinic, and as soon as it fades, the MC is holding Seonja in his arms, and, completely terrified, questions what the hell just happened. Then he sees a magic circle over the table, and Mr. Kalyan appears. He calls for the bearer of the Celestian blessing, raises his staff, and emphasizes that according to their alliance, he, Kalyan Celestane, responds to the call of the MC, who in turn doesn't understand anything. Both stare at each other for a brief moment. After that, and after Kim explains everything to Mr. Kalyan, he says he understands and asks if that's really what happened. The MC, a little embarrassed, replies yes, and apologizes for calling someone so busy. Kalyan says it's fine, and that he believes he can help with the problem, then explains that Seonja's circular hair loss is not a skin disease, but a sign of shedding. Kim is confused and asks Mr. Kalyan to be clearer. He explains that monoceros go through several periods of rapid growth, and that during each of these periods, they lose fur all over their bodies. The MC still doesn't understand anything and comments that he can't comprehend. Kalyan emphasizes that during this period, monoceros must purify their bodies in the Lake of Sable, and that if they do not do so, the lost fur may never grow back. Kim imagines Seonja without fur, and is completely shocked. Kim thinks about the baby he raised with love, the idol of his clinic, then wonders if he could really go bald. Kalyan emphasizes that it is not a major health problem because it will take a long time for Seonja's fur to grow back again. At the same moment, the MC yells wanting to know what place this is, because they need to leave immediately. Kalyan explains that Sable Lake does not refer to the name of a specific place, but to lakes with high mana content and an abundance of spiritual energy. Then he explains that it is also the habitat of Sabelsius that feed on mana. He then looks at the map on the table and explains that there is one in the Belmore region as well, but it is designated as a protected area by the Etherin Order. However, he emphasizes that it is dangerous for ordinary people to go there. Kim does not want to hear it and yells calling everyone to leave early the next day. Selena wants to know if he did not hear that it is dangerous. Kalyan explains that he can guide them there, but wants to know if the patients will be fine. The MC responds that everything will be fine because they are paying an unofficial doctor. Therefore, the next day, everyone departs for the Western Forest, a mysterious place where countless legends and ghost stories coexist. along with strange occurrences that happen frequently, so people rarely go there. It does not take long before they see a red Sabelsia. Kalian explains that it looks like the lake must be close. Kim approaches the plant, commenting that it seems strange. Selena yells, asking the MC not to touch it, and explains that the Sabelsia releases poison when disturbed. Kim immediately backs away in fear, while Selena continues explaining that there are many other dangerous creatures there, and that they must be careful. Sonja touches the MC's boot. Everyone is surprised to see the kitten with a snake in its mouth. Selena quickly uses her power, neutralizing the snake and emphasizing that it is very dangerous. A bit embarrassed, Kim wants to know if Sonja was trying to give him a gift and praises him for the good job. Selena observes the snake and comments that it is really dangerous. Then, she shows the serpent to Kim and explains that it is a face snake, which resembles a human face. The MC is horrified by what he is seeing and yells, wanting to know what the hell that is. Then, Kim puts Sonja inside a cage and asks him not to touch dangerous things. Kalian comments that apparently the kitten became angry for being put in the cage. After walking a bit more, they finally reach the lake. Kim is very impressed and seeing some Sabelsius around, comments that it is very beautiful there. However, he asks Kalian and Selena to stay there because he will go in alone. Kalian emphasizes again that this is very dangerous. The MC explains that when cats are vulnerable, such as during bathing, they become even more cautious. He then emphasizes that if anyone other than the owner is nearby, they become extremely stressed. Then he remembers the last time that he already caused trouble when his fur was trimmed, so he knows what can happen if it is a full bath. Kalian comments that he understands and that he will grant the protection of the Elven Royal Guard to the MC to prevent magical beasts of the lake from approaching. With that said, he raises his staff and, calling upon the water spirits, asks them to answer the call of Celestian. Then he recites a chant in the Elven language, which leaves the MC very surprised, finding everything the Lord Kalian is doing incredible. As soon as the chant ends, Kalian transforms the MC into something that resembles an aquatic creature and emphasizes that now, nothing can touch him. Kim, seeing that he looks visibly ridiculous, just hopes to lose consciousness. Then, he goes to Sonja and calls him. He then takes a delicious cat treat and yells, saying that it is all for him. While the kitten eats the food, Kim praises him for the good job. Thus, he begins to take him into the lake. But as soon as Sonja's paws touch the water, he gets terribly scared and jumps with full force from the MC's hands, but ends up falling into the lake. Kim yells worried about his little creature until Sonja sticks his head out of the water, which leaves the MC a little surprised. And while he watches Sonja swimming, he wonders if this is the one they say a person can only encounter if 3 generations accumulate good deeds, because he thinks Sonja is a water attribute cat since he knows such a thing is extremely rare. Kim begins to cry, thinking that his kitten is so cute and that he wanted to show him to everyone. Then the MC, while running his hand through the water, notices that there are bright particles in it. He then wonders if they are mana particles since the sensation he feels almost resembles a hot spring. After thinking about this, his eyes fill with tears as he thinks about how much he misses his beloved civilization, because there he had barbecue, his beloved draft beer, and refreshing, delicious milkshakes. But he also has something else in mind as he watches the other creatures in the lake, and even Sonja having fun. He knows that, in reality, he would never be able to see a scene like the one he is seeing now in his former civilization. So without wasting more time, he grabs a brush, calls Sonja, and comments that they will stop playing and wash him now. As soon as he scrubs a little, a lot of fur comes off. He becomes scared, wanting to know if this is really good, because it seems like Sonja is even shedding his skin. When he drops the soap into the lake, he quickly tries to grab it, but he accidentally places his hand on a Sabelsia because he remembers Selena saying that these plants release poison when disturbed. He quickly lets go of it, but the plant emerges from the water and sprays its toxin right in the MC's face, who then begins to scream and worry until he becomes confused about something and, looking around, realizes he is somewhere else. Then, he becomes frightened and yells, wanting to know where he is and what happened. At that moment, a creature places its paw on the MC's shoulder, and he becomes even more frightened when he turns around and sees a lion beside him. Looking directly at the creature, he wants to know who it is. Kim notices that the lion has a horn, and, while scared with the lion so close, wonders if it could be the legendary Monoceros. However, the creature gives a big lick to the MC's face, who in turn tries to understand what is happening, but soon concludes that he must be dreaming. But when more creatures appear and surround him, he wants to know why the dream feels so real. While he thinks that being loved by a lion is like winning the lottery, he becomes surprised by something because he sees a Manoceros cub there. Then, he thinks that Seonja looked like that before his horn was cut off. As he pets the cub, he wonders if Seonja's horn will grow back. However, he hears someone saying that it will depend on him, so he turns to see what it is. And seeing someone hidden, he wants to know if someone is there, and if by any chance it is a person. But he ends up being grabbed by one of the creatures, which starts pulling him by his clothes. Kim wants to know why the creatures are acting like that all of a sudden. And when he notices that one of the Manoceros has black skin, he thinks that somehow it seems very familiar. Then the MC slowly wakes up and Kalyan wants to know if he is okay. Kim asks what just happened. Kalyan explains that he passed out after inhaling the Sabelsia's poison. Then he makes it clear that if it were not for the protective barrier he placed, he thinks the MC might have been in serious trouble. Kim wants to know if Seonja is okay, and Selena responds that the kitten is safe. The MC becomes excited to see that his little creature is fine, and Kalyan explains that Seonja dragged him out when he lost consciousness. Kim becomes surprised to hear this, and Kalyan, laughing, explains that the MC was floating thanks to the protective barrier. Kim hugs the kitten and comments that he would never have imagined that he, the guardian, ended up being protected. However, he realizes that Seonja seems a little bigger, and his fur is also longer and shinier. Then, he picks up the kitten and yells, saying that the hot spring is really incredible. As they head back, Kalyan wants to know if the MC really said he saw Manoceros in the dream. Kim answers yes, and explains that it was in a place similar to an ancient castle, and that there were many Manoceros. Then he emphasizes that now that he has thought about it more, he thinks he had a similar dream in prison before, with a black Manoceros like Seonja. Selena comments that it was probably the real Seonja. Kim is surprised and wants to know if what she is implying is that it was not a dream. She responds that she somehow forgot to mention it. The MC is shocked, saying that this is impossible because what he saw in his dream even had a mane. Kalyan explains that Seonja will also have one when he grows up. He then explains that even the fur on the kitten's nape is already getting a bit longer. Kim asks them to wait a minute and, a bit embarrassed, emphasizes that a mane is something only males have. Selena is stunned and asks the MC if he did not know that Seonja was male. Kim is completely shocked, commenting that Seonja did not have that, because that is the one thing a veterinarian could never overlook. Kalyan emphasizes that this is a characteristic of Manoceros. He then explains that this part only becomes externally visible during mating season. After that, and already the next day at the MC's clinic, Kim wants to know if all the letters there are requests for house calls, because he has in mind that his clinic no longer accepts such requests. He feels tired just seeing that there are so many, but he thinks that exceptions are made in unavoidable circumstances, such as when the patient is very large or even extremely ferocious. But among several other reasons, such as when the patient says their animal melts in sunlight or that the creature spits poison, he knows that even then they do not consider such requests when the clinic is crowded. Kim wants to know if Adrian will not go home. Very angry, he responds that the MC is overworking the ladies, and the MC in turn thinks that there are already cases of employees who voluntarily refuse to go home. Then Kim picks up a request and comments that maybe he will accept a house call request for the first time in a long while. In the request in question, the MC sees that it concerns the giant lop-eared rabbit, Elizabeth, and other rabbit species, and that the requested treatment is vaccination. However, at the end of the letter, he sees in the notes that there are 33 babies. Then he starts thinking that he feels a foreboding sensation. But even so, he decides to go there. And while they travel, Pio emphasizes that giant lop-eared rabbits have very soft fur. Kim comments that she is right. After all, they are rabbits. Completely excited, Pio comments that when they are babies, they are much smaller and cuter, and that just thinking that there are 33 of them makes her think it must be paradise. Meanwhile, at the place where the baby rabbits are, it is complete chaos, with all the servants running after the little creatures. One of the staff members, visibly exhausted, yells asking them to take the babies away from there quickly. At that moment, one of the babies tears an extremely expensive curtain, and as soon as the MC arrives and sees the scene, he asks Pio if that place is paradise or hell. She wants to know if lop-eared rabbits are not supposed to be docile. Kim asks her to take a look at the little creatures to see their sharp teeth because they almost look like a demon in rabbit fur, until the Baroness appears and wants to know if the MC is that famous veterinarian. A bit embarrassed, he and Pio comment that it is a pleasure to meet her and introduce themselves. Furious, she asks him to get rid of all the damned rabbits there immediately, until the Baron appears shouting, asking the MC not to listen to the Baroness, who in turn becomes confused upon seeing him there. The Baron continues shouting, saying that if she does not like the rabbits, she should leave. She yells wanting to know why she should leave her own house, and both continue insulting each other. Kim tries to calm things down and asks if he can start the vaccinations. Then the MC begins to act like a doctor and asks if they know what can happen if vaccinations are delayed in that environment. He then explains that with so many animals, this will not only be a domestic problem, because if even a single rabbit in the house becomes ill, it can cause a serious incident that would instantly destroy the entire regional quarantine system. But when he hears them still arguing, he loses his patience and yells to get their attention. He then makes it clear to the servants that from that moment on, they will place each rabbit in a cage and will also put identification tags on the rabbits' necks. Thus, the servants quickly begin doing what the MC requested. 1 hour later, all the rabbits have been placed in separate cages with identification tags on their necks. The MC begins counting and checking the rabbits' names. However, he becomes puzzled by something because he sees that 5 rabbit babies are missing. After the MC tells the Baron that Sophie, Adelia, Driver Carrie, Alice, and Rahan are missing from the list of babies, the Baron goes crazy, saying they are the smallest and cutest, and orders everyone to search every corner of the house immediately. 1 hour later, the servants gather and report that they searched every drawer in every room and even looked under pot lids, but the babies are nowhere to be found. While the MC wants to know who was responsible for the rabbits, the Baron yells for the servants to leave immediately. All of them, terrified of losing their jobs, apologize. Kim wants to know when was the last time any of them counted all the rabbits. The red-haired man comments that since the babies live inside the house, he does not check them often, but he is sure there were 33 of them about a week ago. The MC continues wanting to know how the rabbits were the last time he saw them and if he noticed anything unusual. The red-haired man lowers his head, apologizes, but emphasizes that the problem is that he honestly cannot distinguish any of the baby rabbits. Hearing this makes the Baron even more furious, and he yells that they are all useless fools and that they will all be fired. Kim wants to know why, with so many rabbits, they have not put identification tags on them until now. One of the servants explains that rabbits are very sensitive, so the babies really hated the tags, and the Baron would not allow them. Pio immediately goes after the Baron and emphasizes that without tags he cannot control them properly. The chubby man wants to know what she is talking about. Then, with several babies in his arms, he wants to know what she means by cannot distinguish them, because to him they all look different, and he thinks anyone can see that. The Baroness laughs and comments that this is exactly what a rabbit-obsessed person like him thinks. The Baron becomes nervous and suspicious and wants to know if she did something to his rabbits. He then makes it clear that she never liked his babies and even thinks she is guilty. The Baroness becomes furious at being accused and tells the Baron to watch his tongue. Kim asks the Baroness that if she knows anything about the rabbits' whereabouts, she should tell them everything. Then the MC explains that giant lop-eared rabbit babies are fragile and unlikely to survive in the wild. The Baroness yells that she does not know and emphasizes that besides that, if she wanted to get rid of them, she would get rid of all of them. So she wants to know why she would get rid of only 5. The Baron points his finger at the Baroness and asks if she was trying to get rid of them little by little so he would not notice. She goes up to the Baron and wants to know why she would care what he thinks, since she would simply do it right in front of him. The Baron becomes embarrassed and thinks that this is true, and that she accepted that too quickly. The Baroness becomes even more furious and yells that she thinks the Baron had better find a solution before she really throws all the babies out. Then she points at Elizabeth and asks if he realizes that all the babies will grow to her size. The Baron runs to his beloved creature and asks her not to listen to the Baroness, while the Baron pets Elizabeth and says she is the best rabbit and should not be sad. The Baroness turns around and says she is tired of this. Then one of the servants wonders if the babies were not abandoned, but had instead escaped on their own, because he thinks those particular rabbits are exceptionally small and weak. so they were often bullied. The red-haired man agrees with his colleague and emphasizes that this is why they fed the smallest ones separately. Kim says they cannot dismiss that possibility, but he thinks it is very strange because giant lop-eared rabbits hate going outside. And seeing how Elizabeth is reacting to the Baron's pampering, he knows rabbits are extremely introverted and therefore would not run away. Then, while he hears the Baron asking a servant to bring some treats for Elizabeth, the MC thinks he needs to find traces of where the babies went, but he wonders what kind of traces rabbits would leave, until he remembers one, when the Baroness shouted that they were 33 giant poop machines. Thus, Kim yells for them to bring some hunting dogs with a good sense of smell, because he has in mind that rabbits poop a lot, and they do it while running, while eating, and some even poop while sleeping. So he considers that if they escaped, they must have left droppings behind. After bringing a dog, the MC asks the dog to take a good sniff of it, but the dog is stunned to see what it has to smell, and the MC apologizes and emphasizes that it is necessary and that it must search every centimeter inside and outside the mansion, after asking the other servants to do the same with the other dogs. Some time passes, and one of them shouts that he did not find anything. After some more time, another servant also shouts that he found nothing, until one of the dogs begins barking loudly after sniffing some scattered droppings. Everyone rushes to the spot, and Pio, a bit disgusted, comments that the place is a true field of crap. Kim emphasizes that he is very impressed they never noticed it before. Then the MC thinks about the droppings being outside the mansion, but wonders why large amounts of droppings were found only in the garden, and what the hell is happening. The MC tries to understand, and notices that there is a mixture of old dry droppings and relatively fresh ones. While the MC is observing the droppings, the Baron yells for his servants to continue searching, until he begins to cry and wants to know if the rabbit babies grew wings and flew far away like little angels. At that moment, Kim comments that of course there are no traces because the rabbits did not leave on their own. Thus, he wants to know where the servants who work in the mansion live. The Baron says they use the annex. And the MC wants to know where the married servants live. The Baron says they find houses nearby and live separately. Then Kim goes to one of the servants and wants to know if he is married. A bit surprised, he answers yes. The MC smiles and comments that it is exactly as he thought. Then he points at the servant and declares that he is the culprit. The servant is stunned to be accused. And while the Baron shouts to send a search team to the servant's house immediately, the man keeps shouting for them to wait a minute. As soon as the search team arrives at the servant's house, they find the 5 missing rabbit babies. The Baron quickly hugs the little creatures, very happy. The servant and his wife are completely embarrassed. Then the Baron turns around furiously and yells, wanting to know how they dared touch his babies. While the servant keeps his head down, the Baron continues wanting to know if they plan to sell his rabbits for profit, and if the salary he pays them is not enough. Kim comments that if they had planned to sell them, they would not still be there. He then explains that he heard that giant lop-eared rabbits are more valuable when smaller, but when they grow a bit, they do not sell well. But for some reason, the rabbits there seem much fatter and bigger than when they were at the mansion. Thus, the MC takes a deep breath and asks the servant to tell what really happened. Very embarrassed, he says he had no bad intentions because he was going to keep them there temporarily and then return them to the mansion. The Baron, confused, asks why. The servant shouts that he was sure the rabbits he took would have died if they had stayed in the mansion. The Baron wants to know what he is talking about and how he could think the babies would die there. The servant says that giant lop-eared rabbits are extremely sensitive to environmental changes and easily feel anxiety, and that they are also very attentive to their owner's emotions. He then says that the Baroness was angry at the Baron, but the rabbits felt her negative emotions, and that made them anxious about the possibility of being abandoned someday. The Baron is very surprised to hear this, but the servant continues, saying that when rabbits feel their survival is threatened, they eliminate the weaker members to ensure their own survival, and that if left alone, the small ones there would have been killed by bullying. The Baron thinks this is nonsense and says it is impossible, but the MC says it was as he had suspected, and that this is why the babies there were so small, because considering Elizabeth's size, they should be about twice as big as they are now, and he thought they looked unusually small, so supposedly their growth may have been stunted by stress. Hearing this makes the Baron less agitated, thinking he would never have imagined that. Then Kim goes to the servant and asks if he tried isolating the babies in the garden at first. The servant is surprised and asks the MC how he figured it out. Kim says he saw rabbit droppings in the garden and that they looked like traces of a small number of rabbits that had briefly visited the area over several days. The servant takes a deep breath and says the MC is right, since he initially tried separating them the way he said. However, he emphasizes that keeping them separated for just a few hours a day and feeding them separately was not enough to protect them from bullying by the other 28 rabbits. Kim says that this was why the servant took the babies home. He answers yes and explains that he was planning to bring them back when they grew a bit. The Baron wants to know why a mere servant would go to such extreme trouble. Kim responds that the Baron already knows. He then says that the servant there has far more rabbit fur on him than any other servant, and that he can distinguish the babies precisely without identification tags because he loves and cares for the rabbits just as much as the Baron himself. The Baron, embarrassed, asks the servant why he didn't say so earlier because he thinks that if he had said it earlier, he could have separated the babies and raised them differently. The servant responds no and emphasizes that this would have been impossible because currently the only rabbit-free space in the mansion is the second floor used by the Baroness. While the Baron is surprised to hear that as well, the servant continues explaining that the Baroness would never give up her space. He then says he knows the Baron truly loves the rabbits, but that he loves the Baroness much more. Later, the Baroness is having tea with her friends, who compliment her mansion. Then, the Baroness says her husband is obsessively passionate about rabbits. One of her friends says she is jealous because her husband only cares about fishing, and when he leaves, he doesn't return home for months. The other woman starts crying and saying that her husband is completely obsessed with bear hunting and that her house smells like bear pelts. The Baroness smiles and thinks that staying home playing with rabbits is better than what she just heard from her friends. Then, one of her friends continues saying she is truly jealous of the Baroness because the Baron is a homebody and they have such a good relationship. The Baroness is surprised and emphasizes that in reality, they are like mortal enemies. Her friends tell her to stop lying and say they heard that the Baron's first childhood love was her, and that her love story is famous. And they know the Baron began liking rabbits because the Baroness's nickname was Rabbit Teeth. The Baroness looks at the rabbit statues holding a heart and thinks she had forgotten because the children used to tease her and call her Rabbit Teeth, until the Baron approached her and emphasized that the other children were not teasing her, but complimenting her because rabbits are super cute, just like her. Then, after remembering this, she becomes very thoughtful. As soon as the MC and his group return to the Baron's mansion, the Baroness wants to know if they found the missing rabbits. While the MC administers the vaccine, Pio answers yes, and says they finished the health exams and vaccinations of the creatures. Then Kim emphasizes that if there are no health problems, the rabbits will be relocated as the Baroness wanted. She says that is good because she was already tired of seeing them anyway, but she wants to know if her husband is really okay with that. He replies that instead of being raised by an unqualified father, he thinks it is better to send the babies to a better place. The Baroness is puzzled by this response and wonders if her husband is really going to abandon the babies. Then she yells, wanting to know what good place that would be. She emphasizes who could love the baby rabbits more than the Baron. He says he thought that his wife hated the rabbits. She makes it clear that she does hate the little creatures, but she wants to know what kind of mother would abandon her children because he had said they should raise Elizabeth as if she were their own daughter. The Baron's jaw drops when he hears this, and he soon becomes excited, saying that his wife remembered. He then says that Elizabeth was the name they decided to give their first daughter, and he thinks that even though the child they wanted never came, when they were younger, he gave Elizabeth as a newborn as a birthday gift to his wife. He then told her the name and emphasized that the rabbit looked very much like his wife, who was very surprised to hear they would raise the little creature as if she were their daughter. Thus, after that and finishing the house call service, the MC and Pio leave. Kim knew it was very good that the couple had reconciled. Even if they argued a lot with each other, they truly loved one another. Pio wants to know if the rabbits still need to be sent away because she thinks it is a shame. Kim says there is nothing to think about because the babies will be sent to the back of the mansion. Pio becomes confused and asks the MC to be clearer. Kim says that for 33 adult giant lop-eared rabbits to live comfortably, they need a forest-sized area, and that is why the Baron wanted to know if they could use the forest behind his mansion, because the forest is also part of his land. And he then said they would take the opportunity to build a magnificent rabbit garden. The MC became embarrassed, thinking that this was expected from a real estate magnate. However, the Baron told the servant who had taken the rabbit babies that he could be the general manager of the rabbit garden, and the servant wanted to know how he could because he thought he deserved punishment for what he did without telling anyone. But the Baron asked the servant not to misunderstand him and said that this was the servant's punishment for what he did, because since his offense was serious, he should take care of the rabbits with even more dedication from that moment on. Hearing that, the servant, a bit relieved, said he would do his best. After learning this, Pio becomes excited and says she hopes everything works out because she wants to see the place when it is finished. Kim emphasizes that before that, they need to neuter all 33 rabbits. At that moment, the wagon they are in shakes violently and they become frightened. Immediately, the MC wants to know what is suddenly happening. Some armed people appear from the forest and tell the driver to stop immediately. Kim wonders if it could be a thief trying to steal goods. Then one of the people approaches and asks if the MC is the person called Kim Ojin. As soon as the MC and Pio get off the wagon, the masked people ask again if the person there is Kim Ojin, and he responds yes. One of the masked men, sweating nervously, says that if the MC values his own life, he should follow them in silence. Pio comments that his voice sounds quite young. Kim becomes suspicious of that, approaches the masked man, and asks if there is a sick animal. He becomes desperate, telling the MC not to come any closer or he will stab him. Quickly, Kim grabs the dagger and while running his finger along it, comments that it is exactly as he thought because it is a toy knife. Immediately, all those who stop the wagon start running. However, the MC removes the hat of one of them and asks where they think they are going. Then Kim pulls the boy's ear and says he caught him. After teaching the boys a lesson, they apologize. Thus, Kim makes it clear that if they need medical care, they should just go to the hospital and that they do not need to pretend to be thieves. One of the boys yells that veterinary hospitals are too expensive. The MC becomes embarrassed by this and, while tugging the boy's ear, wants to know if he tried to kidnap a doctor to get free treatment. He then makes it clear that they are getting themselves into serious trouble. Then, Kim wants to know who they are and where they live because he will talk to each of their mothers about what happened there. The boy yells that they never asked for it to be free. Then he shows some coins and asks the MC to take them for now because he will pay him later. Kim thinks for a moment while looking at the boy's money. The other children begin shouting that they will also contribute to the treatment. The boy, desperate, yells begging the MC to save his cow Mary, and the MC takes a deep breath and thinks he has no choice. Thus, while following the children, he wonders why he is so soft-hearted. And looking at the place ahead, he realizes it is his first time in such a remote village in this world, and he knows it is a big problem when a cow becomes sick on a farm because their livelihood depends on it. However, he becomes intrigued by something he is seeing because he sees a flag with the symbol of a skull of a sinister creature. So he quickly runs behind a tree and asks Pio what suspicious flag he just saw. Pio says that is the flag of the Church of Euros. Kim is puzzled and asks her to be clearer. Pio says that it is a common religion in that region and that they worship a legendary six-legged cow as their deity and pray for good harvests. The boy emphasizes that his village has many people who are excessively zealous in their faith, and that, in other words, when a cow becomes sick like the one at his home, they say the god is angry and the rest intimidate them, saying the person brings bad luck. He then says that the other people harass them, saying they are cursed. Kim is shocked to hear this and asks how long that lasts. The boy replies that it lasts until the cow recovers or dies. The MC emphasizes that the boy needs to take the cow to a doctor quickly for treatment. Pio says she thinks most rural families there cannot afford that because it is already hard enough to go to a hospital when people get sick. The MC thinks about this, and Pio continues explaining that usually people there use home remedies or write talismans and pray. Then Pio emphasizes that people go to the MC because his fees are affordable. Kim thinks about what Pio just said and thinks that he believed people sought him out because he was a good veterinarian, but Pio says it is not for him to feel sad because she is sure people also look for him because he is famous for his skills. After a while, the boy reaches his home and it is covered with many talismans. The MC sees some marks that other people made on the boy's house and wonders if it is not collective bullying. As soon as the boy's mother comes outside and sees that he brought a doctor, she quickly apologizes to the MC and says they do not have enough money for treatment, so she asks him to leave. Kim goes to her and says she does not need to worry about the treatment fee because he wants to take a look at the cow's wound first. As soon as the woman leads the MC to where the cow is lying, she says the animal has been sick since before giving birth, that it delivered earlier than expected, and since then, the cow has had a high fever and emits a foul smell. While examining the animal, Kim wonders if it could be what he is thinking, until the boy's father appears, and upon realizing that the MC is a veterinarian, he becomes furious and tells him to leave. The boy tries to explain to his father, but he does not want to hear it and keeps telling the MC to get out of there. Then the boy's father calls his son and tells him to give up because he is sure Mary will die anyway. But Jack keeps shouting, saying Mary will not die. Seeing this scene, Kim remembers a similar story at his old clinic in the real world and ends up feeling very bad about it. Thus, the MC places his hand on the boy's shoulder and says it is too early to make such a judgment. He then says that Mary does not have a fatal disease and that he has already received advance payment. Jack's father is confused upon hearing that the veterinarian has already been paid. He then asks his wife if the MC is perhaps a scammer. She asks her husband to calm down and says she thinks the MC does not seem like a bad person. With that said, Kim begins treating Mary. As soon as he finishes examining the animal more closely, he says he believes the symptoms indicate brucellosis. Then the MC asks Jack if he had said the cow gave birth prematurely and how the calf is doing. The boy replies that the calf also became sick after drinking milk, but says that when he gave the calf some prepared morning growth tea, its condition improved. Kim knows that morning growth is an antibiotic herb, so he comments that it must have been difficult for the boy to give it to a calf. He explains that he mixed the prepared herb with milk from another healthy cow. Kim says that what he did was a good method. However, Jack makes it clear that the herbs did not seem very effective for Mary. Kim explains that this is because Mary is an adult and has been sick for some time, so the effectiveness would be reduced. But even so, he thanks the boy for the good care he gave because the cow managed to endure until now. Otherwise, he believes Mary might already be dead. After applying the proper treatment, the MC says the crisis has passed and that fortunately, he had the necessary medicinal herbs. Jack looks at what the MC did and is impressed, thinking everything is amazing. The MC says there is some improvement, but it is not a disease that heals easily, so he asks the family to give the cow the herbs. He prescribed consistently for a while. Jack's mother, very worried, wants to know if those herbs the MC mentioned are extremely expensive. Kim makes it clear that there is no additional charge and that they should accept them without worrying. At that moment, they hear several people calling Mr. Howard and saying they know he is there. Outside the house, several villagers continue calling Howard and demanding that he come out immediately.